Welcome to PUBG Mobile V4.0's new mode, Unfail. As a predator, your goal is to defeat the survivors. Prevent more than half of the survivors from escaping. Even though you're fighting alone, the predator is very powerful. You are much faster and stronger than the survivors, and can track them by following their footprints. You also have some exclusive skills to help you defeat the survivors. Gain rage by attacking and knocking down survivors. At a certain amount of rage, you'll level up and unlock more terrifying and powerful skills. When survivors activate a terminal, take damage or rescue a teammate, their location and silhouette will be exposed for a short time. This is your best chance to strike, so make the most of it. Be careful of the interactables on the map when in pursuit, as they can cause you some trouble. Make good use of your skills to prevent the survivors from escaping. Before reaching level 3, when you knock down a survivor, you can pick them up to finish them off faster, or move them somewhere else to prevent other survivors from rescuing them. If you're already at level 3, you can directly execute down survivors. Don't worry, if the survivors manage to summon the exit portal, it takes a while to unlock, so you'll still have a chance to stop them. Defend it and don't let your prey escape. The hunt has begun. Are you ready?
Everyone, get ready! 3, 2, 1.
Oh, wait! The Crazy Chicken Day has started. Play PUBG Mobile together. Push your rank, get valuable rewards, and complete missions to win cash prizes. Crazy Chicken Day! Be my best teammate!
First guild set with an accompanying ghost and special interactive animations. Draw now. Experience a completely new battle experience. Upgradable Soul Spectre Shredder M762 available now. Exclusive elimination broadcast. Elimination special effect. Loot crate. Show off on the battleground. New Black Mist Broom Glider releases together. Spectre Shrine Backpack. Macabre Valentine cover, and other rewards also available. Tons of items await. Additionally, the Crimson Fealties set is back. Redeem it with teddy bears. Don't be fooled by her appearance. This macabre maid has the most sinister vibes. Tempted? Wait no longer. Log in and draw now.
I saved lives with my blade. First in surgery, then shadows. Tendons, vessels, nerves. I thought I was healing, until they drove a name into my mind. Lily. In false memories I hunted hearts, crafting immortality serum for their dying breath. Now, I'm not their predator, nor Molden Farm. I'm Karis Vade. I'll shred their lives, weigh each piece, settle every score.
Skibidi Toilet will randomly appear in Livik and Erangel. It can summon Skibidi Toilet minions, fire laser beams, and smash the ground. Skibidi Toilet will deal ranged attacks to the nearest player in its vicinity, or a player that is currently attacking it. After defeating Skibidi Toilet, it will drop rare supplies, and the team that defeated it will have their ID broadcasted to the entire map. In Metro Royale, Skibidi Toilet can spawn randomly on any map. Defeat it to get rare drops, including gold toilet paper, gold toilets, gold toilet plungers, and other valuable sellable items. In World of Wonder, Skibidi Toilet will be included as a new monster. Creators can use it to design unique gameplay experiences. Go to the event page to play the minigame and earn points for awesome milestone rewards. Use perk vouchers, version 4.0, to redeem themed event items, including the Skibidi Toilet costume, cameraman cover, cameraman graffiti, and more. Redeem great rewards. All toilets will die. Official PUBG Mobile and Skibidi Toilet collaboration. Take part in exclusive gameplay to get tons of collaboration items.
Recently, we've received a lot of feedback regarding unscrupulous individuals impersonating customer service to steal information and accounts. Please be cautious. Official customer service will never ask for your personal information or account details outside of the game. Please remain vigilant and don't trust scammers.
PUBG Mobile, new game mode, Unfail. In Unfail, you can become the powerful predator or join a team of survivors. The predator cannot be eliminated. You can also gain rage by attacking players, which unlocks skills. Skill 1, Hook. Hook a survivor to pull them to you. If the hook hits an obstacle, you will pull yourself towards it. Skill 2, Slow Trap. The slow trap becomes invisible after it's deployed. When triggered, it explodes and slows survivors within range. Skill 3, Invisibility. Become invisible to ambush survivors. If you're the predator, make good use of these skills to prompt, pursue, and eliminate survivors. Survivors start the match with one of 3 items at random, which increase their chances of survival. Jet Gauntlets. Gain a speed boost after vaulting over windows and flipping boards. AED, anti-radiation. Rescuing teammates restores their health to full. Move faster while carrying a teammate. Wrench increases terminal activation speed. Survivors have a heart rate monitor. Be careful when your heart rate goes up, as it means the predator is near. In this situation, you can flip a board to stun the predator and escape, or hide in a distribution box. If the predator guesses wrong on your hiding spot, escape while it's preoccupied, or face elimination. Of course, survivors can also pick up dropped firearms. These can be used to stun the predator and escape. When a survivor is injured, they will leave footprints on the ground. Use consumables or wild berries to heal up. There are also lots of items and mechanisms, such as the electric fence, which can block the predator, or use the fire extinguisher to outmaneuver it. Try to activate a terminal. While a teammate distracts the predator, if you happen to start with the wrench, you'll activate terminals faster. You need to activate 5 terminals to open the exit gate and evacuate. Now that the requirements have been met, hurry and escape. Unfail! Will you be the oppressive predator or a tactical survivor? Unfail. Coming September 26.
Time to dig in. Hold on! Oh, you want a photo? I got you.
No, to the right. Oh, no, left.
Left, like here?
A little bit lower.
Victory
Yes!
belongs
We've
to
got
us.
this!
What are you doing?
It's Crazy Chicken Day! Play PUBG Mobile together! Push your rank, get valuable rewards, and complete missions to win cash prizes!
Crazy Chicken Day! Be my best teammate!
Welcome, esports fans. We're live from Sao Paulo, Brazil, where the top PUBG Mobile teams from the Americas region have hit the battlegrounds to see who really is the best of the best and who will earn the right to move on to the PUBG Mobile Global Championships this fall. Day 1 of our second week started off with a bang, with some familiar faces showing why they deserve to represent the Americas region. We also saw a resurgence from some teams who were quiet during week 1. Today, we begin day 2 of the League Stage 2 phase, and the pressure is mounting for some teams to deliver. It is now or never. On the line today are crucial head start points that teams can take with them to the next stage at PMSL Americas Finals that start this Friday. It's my great pleasure to be back in the booth today to bring you all of the exciting action. We are sure to see some amazing, insane plays, as well as perhaps even a blooper or two. My name is Power Bang. I'll be your host today, but I cannot do it alone. We are here alongside Mustache Dave, back again, baby, and we got Hot Jukes in the booth joining us for the first time this split. Mustache Dave, how's it going? How we feeling after day 1 of League Stage Phase 2?
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good. I know a couple of these teams last week, PB definitely made some adjustments over the one-day break with the VOD reviews, and they really came out strong yesterday, and I'm hoping that we continue to see that here today. I'm looking at Loops, all right? Loops, I'm looking at you here.
Impressive performance to start off the first day of week 2. I agree. Loops is a team to watch for sure. But Hot Jukes, you're joining the desk. I know you're excited to be here. Talk to me, man. How we feeling?
Let's go, baby. I'm so pumped, man. I mean, now we're going to see some Rondo action, or at least I'm going to be able to see it here for the first time. So I'm so stoked for that. But, man, I always get pumped anytime I get to see who's going to be the best in the West. Let's get this thing going.
Yeah, Rondo for sure. If you haven't seen it in competitive play just yet, I gotta say, I'm a fan. Hopefully you guys in chat are fans too. Dave just mentioned them. Loops Esports, a team on a tear, a team to watch out for. They had a really solid week 1 performance, capturing some head start points, but man, have they shown up here in week 2 so far. Not only did Loops show up, we also had iNCO Gaming and the rest of North America killing it as well. iNCO Gaming coming out strong, capping yesterday with a chicken dinner of their own. We can see them here head to head, though. Loop still edging them out on damage. Dave, what have these guys done so effectively?
Hey, edging them out. When it comes to like iNCO specifically, I think they were the bigger dogs in the bite up against Team Liquid on Miramar. So iNCO definitely just like making a name for themselves, and everybody is now on the lookout. They had a couple good looks yesterday as well with their aggression. So similar to what I was saying about Loops, I'm hoping these two squads here, Hot Juice, can kind of just continue that momentum from day 1.
Yes, sir. That's what it's all about. I mean, look at that. Loops with 40 eliminations. Those guys are riding high. Bitin actually leading the charge. They're actually tied with Ratto Boy. They're both getting 11 eliminations apiece. So they're pumped up. iNCO Gaming is pumped up. I know the rest of all these teams are excited here, guys, because it's all about getting those points come finals time, man. You do not want to start on the back foot there.
Really is. Loops has some studs as well. We've got Vitin and Rattle Boy, as you guys mentioned. We'll hear more about at least one of those guys here in just a moment. But iNCO Gaming, look at the average survival time, 22 minutes staying on the map. That is a big improvement from week one, where iNCO was near the lower part of the leaderboard. And now here we have them kind of topping the charts as far as average survival time goes. This is definitely something that obviously is a big improvement. Dave, do you expect this to continue for iNCO as we look into today's action?
Oh, without a doubt. iNCO, completely shifting gears from week number one, and they got into some pretty solid team fights yesterday. So I'm looking to kind of see them continue that here today. Definitely tightening up on an individual level. I feel like this week specifically here, PB, they're working more as a unit compared to like individual players out there on the battlegrounds just looking for some picks here and there. So their teamwork and their synergy yesterday was on point, in my opinion. They had some really nice plays and really beautiful utility usage too. I mean, I gotta make note. I think if I can recall, going back to like the different stats we have, they used a ton of smokes yesterday throughout the day. And when we come to like Rondo specifically, I think they're the team that really truly utilized those deployable covers and made a nice little push there once or twice. So I'm all about utility here, PB, and iNCO, they have been utilizing it here. So you love to see it.
Not only utility, but they've been dealing the damage as well. I got to shout out Vitaly. This man coming in with, looks like 10 eliminations as well as 2,300 damage. We'll keep an eye on him. Let's take a peek at the action for both of these squads over the past day. This is Loops here getting into it with Alpha 7. They fear no squad, Hot Jukes. Loops, probably the most aggressive team in the lobby, except for maybe Alpha 7. This is a squad that is putting up chicken dinner after chicken dinner.
Let's go, baby. Yeah, Loops, round one, obviously they finished there in 4th place, so a good solid round for them. Coming into round two, they're leading the charge. So I always like to see, especially in the PMSL, improvement as time goes on, right? Because you're starting to get that adjust to the lobby. You're going to kind of get that good feel for it. And Loops are just showing, hey, you know what? We got Ratto Boy here. We're ready to put in some work. Let's get it done. And they're doing that. I like to see it.
You'd love to see it for sure. We take a peek over at iNCO, and here's Vitaly. I just spoke about him a moment ago. He was getting it done, holding the angles. You see him here with a shotgun, wiping people left and right. Vitaly all day long on top. I love to see the bounce back after a relatively weak week one. Now we're seeing the strength that this team actually has and why they're here. So iNCO Gaming crushing it. Got them celebrating here, getting it done. We take a peek at our overall rankings after the first day of play. Again, League Phase 2 had all of the points reset after our first week, and we start again yesterday. It is Loops on top with 65 total points. Alpha Gaming, a familiar opponent, sitting at number 2 with 0 chicken dinners, Dave. This is a squad that somehow, some way has found a way to be consistent, finishing 2nd, 4th, 2nd, 3rd. Like, they just are always at the top of the tables.
Yeah, and that's one thing with Alpha 7. I mean, it's just that experience that they have when we look at the other squads in the lobby. I mean, these are veterans of the game, and you can really see it on the battlefield. Alpha 7 specifically, time and time again last night, they just did not have any luck with the circles. Not at all. Really none of them going their way. And even with that, with the cards stacked against them, they're still able to have nice rotates. They're still able to really control the edges of the play zones multiple times. And not only that, but walk away after one day with 38 eliminations. So Alpha 7 definitely showcasing their skills here, PB.
Absolutely. You can see them along with the rest of Brazil kind of topping those leaderboards. But interestingly enough, we see a lot of the North American representation in that left column. That's a big difference from week number 1 where they were all in the right column, especially after the first day. Wolves made a late charge. They're nowhere to be found as of yet. They finally, at the end of the day, popped up, got themselves into that left column. But Hot Chooks, we've got Xforce, we've got Wolves, we've even got iNCO Gaming sitting at number 3 right now. What does that say for the region and how they rebounded here in week number 2?
Hey, it says good things, right? We want to see NA up in that first page desperately. My question, though, is where's Juancho? That's who I want to see here in the later charge of it. But you know what? You never know. You see some players change, swaps, you know, so you can see a little bit of indecision from some of the NA squads. But as time goes on here, hopefully we see them adapt and get it done because we want to see some NA representation at the big show coming around the corner here, PB.
Absolutely. They just got to finish top 2. Let's go ahead and take a peek at our MVP rankings of the league stage so far. It is Revo leading all players right now. 66 eliminations, 30 assists, 12,600 damage. This man's got over 3,000 more damage than the number 2 player. It's bananas what Revo is doing. He has led in the league phase 1, and he's on top here again in league phase number 2. Vatine from Loops, we talked about him a bit earlier. 2nd place right now overall. And then Dave, we finally see Coops popping up, making an appearance. What do we make of this MVP rank?
Yeah, I think yesterday Revo having kind of a slow day, honestly, and that opened up the bottom of the leaderboards, right? I think Federal specifically from INF had a winner chicken dinner like 16 elims, and Federal had like more than half of that. So yesterday Federal definitely having one heck of a day. But yeah, going back to what Jukes was saying, really looking to see what the Wolves can accomplish here today. They were kind of, you know, on the back burner yesterday, if I'm being honest. So I'm happy that they are on that left side of the column, like you said, PB. But looking for the Wolves to kind of bounce back here today to get these bonus points. Xforce, another team, super impressed with them from week 1. Week 1 Xforce, I mean, let's just be real, they were nowhere to be found. But then they went back, and Alim has been practicing, you know, that short notice. You know, he had to get the call to come up and show up, and, you know, he's definitely answering that call. So I think yesterday was a huge improvement for Xforce and their confidence here, PB.
Love to see it. And I gotta ask, you mentioned Revo was you know, a little slower day. I mean, he did top the damage charts. He also topped the elimination charts yesterday. This man, it was slow for Revo.
Double it.
But my goodness, he's still number 1 in basically every statistical category there is in PUBG Mobile. Crazy stuff. But yeah, let's talk Xforce for a moment. You mentioned they were non-existent in week number 1. I think that's true up until the final 3 games. We'll talk about that shortly. I want to hear what Fade has to say, though, after a pretty strong league day 1 this week. I want to hear what he has to think going into today.
All right, here we are with Xforce Fades. Fade, yesterday was a good day. We got our first winner chicken dinner. Can you give me a bit of a rundown on how you felt about it?
The team felt pretty happy about it. I did too, to an extent, but at the end of the day, it wasn't the end of the whole day, so I wasn't trying to get too cocky because we still had more matches. We still have to lock in. One win doesn't count for the whole day, and I definitely didn't want it to. So I wanted to end off strong, and obviously it didn't. So yes, we got a win, but we could have done better, and hopefully today we can get a win and do better than we did yesterday.
And is there a game plan to do that?
Try to time our fights a little bit better, our calls. That's what we learned yesterday. Also, be a little bit more prepared for teams trying to mess with us, come behind, or what they will do to try to cost us the match, like take a fight with us. So just be a little bit more prepared.
Xforce Fate coming at you after a decent day 1. He's not fully happy with the performance. He wants to maintain a bit more consistency here. We can see that Force picking up 19 eliminations yesterday and 3,900 damage as well. So again, Not terrible stats here by any means. They're trending in the right direction, but back to kind of their week 1 performance, they were completely non-existent, Dave, for like the first 15 games. And then all of a sudden, after we had made a mention of it on broadcast, like Xforce is the only team that hasn't finished at least in 4th place or higher. Then they rattle off like 3 top 3s in a row, and they were in the conversation with both Alpha 7 and Wolves, who were the number 1 and number 2 team every single game. So I feel like this team has it in them. They just got to kind of set their mind to it and play a bit more consistently. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, without a doubt. And it goes back to teams just kind of recognizing what their strengths are and playing towards those strengths. And chatting with Fate here, he was telling me, listen, Dave, we're going to try to focus on playing the edge here a little more and seeing what happens, because they saw that they had a lot more success with getting some eliminations and being able to make it towards that late game with that edge play. So I love to hear teams just recognize like, hey, it's not working out, but we do know for a fact we're good at this. So let's just focus on one thing at a time. And these interviews too, beautiful to hear the players' perspectives.
It really is. We're going to hop into Rondo today. First and foremost, obviously, we'll follow that up with 3 of the original battlegrounds on Erangel, and then we'll hop into Miramar, which has been incredibly exciting over the course of this tournament to cap off our day. Let's go ahead and take a peek at our map rankings on Rondo. We saw Influence Rage take home the victory yesterday off the strength of a 16 elimination chicken dinner. They were pretty quiet, though, over the course of the rest of the day, and if you flash back to week 1, we also saw Royals of War take a commanding chicken dinner and then kind of go non-existent. I don't know if Rondo is a curse for some of these teams. It's been exciting to watch, but I feel like outliers have kind of won the day so far, Hot Jukes. Can we expect maybe a random team to pick up the victory today, or are we going to be looking for one of the top dogs in the lobby to start things off with a bang today?
I want to see someone random. I want to see that Sandhawk-esque-ness, right, of Rondo, where it's just that map where we don't know what's going to happen. I think we're starting to see that here a little bit, you know, like teams are obviously adjusting to this new map, trying to figure things out. I think as time goes on, we're going to see like squads be consistently like crushing Rondo. But for now, I think it's anybody's game. And since that is in play, you got to capitalize on it, especially if you're one of the teams that are on the bottom of the leaderboards here. Start off strong, get that Rondo game in, and then just cruise right after that, baby. Let's go.
All right, it's time for Rondo. Let's check out a little AM code for you guys in chat. Make sure you copy that down. Go over to Amazon.com/redeem. Enter that sucker in and get yourself some goodies if you're first to get that sucker redeemed. All right, let's get it on, though, for the day. Dave, I got to come to you for predictions first. Who do you think is taking in this?
Predictions. I'm going with the team that has been utilizing those recall towers on Rondo specifically. So I'm looking at United for gaming.
It's trending up in my opinion. Who do you pick for this?
I want to see the Wolves, baby. Come on, Wolves, let's go. I mean, right now you're in round 2. You're in 7th place. We need to see a good game off the rip here. Let's get it done right here, right now.
All right. So we got 4 Wolves, and I'm going to throw in today. See here. I'm going to go for this one. I feel like really impressive. The aggression to me has, kind of stand out, and they seemingly are just winning fight after fight. So I'm liking the Wolves as well, but I will go Loops for our first game. It is game 7 of our league stage number 2. Again, head start points on the line. The top squad of the week will take home 15 points to take with them to the finals that are going down starting Friday. Here's the playing path. We're on our way in, and Dave, we are cooking with gas here. We gonna see a hot drop or what?
We might see some early game action. That's something that we've been seeing a lot here on Rondo because Hot Jukes, those recall towers. So honestly, you can get involved. You can get into a fight real early on. As long as you keep one of your squad mates alive to hit that recall tower, you are right back in the action here, Hot Jukes.
Yes, sir, indeed. That's such a crazy mechanic. Honestly, I've been love watching it so far. I want to see just how some of these teams are adjusting as now that we've already played a good handful of Rondos already. So hopefully we can see some teams be like, hey, maybe we could try and camp some of these towers, get some of those extra eliminations. But there's so many different risks that come into play with that as well. So let's just see how it goes. Let's see how it goes here And I'm looking right now at the map. The circle gonna land right on the Wolves, and VIP is already getting into the action here, getting those thirsts really nice and early on Rolls of War.
Got a nice little early squad action here. VIP seemingly always into it off of the drop here. No shortage of action this time around as well. One thing that I'm liking about Rondo, though, is teams are not afraid to kind of get into it and, duke it out early because of that respawn factor. So again, teams not wanting to risk it all. And I do want to take a peek, if we get a slow moment here, maybe not right off the rip, I do want to peek at the map because I want to see if that strategy of kind of split dropping is kind of a trend here amongst some of these squads. So we'll keep an eye on that for sure. Right now, Anmal locked into it. VIP trying to get that tactical advantage, but also looking like maybe they don't want to commit to this fight. They want to stay alive, which for me, I'm actually kind of happy to see, Dave. We've seen a lot of silly hot drops, fighting for what's mine this tournament.
Fighting for what's mine. That should be the slogan for the PMSL. Protect what's yours. Looks like VIP are going to be in the thick of it up against Rules of War. Jaguar, another team yesterday, they're just full send mode. Has it been working? No, hasn't been working at all, but maybe today it will be. I saw a couple Jaguar squad mates in the elimination feeds right there here, PB. But what's standing out to you now that we got this map up?
All right, taking a peek at it, we've got most of the squads have kind of grouped up. The only difference I can see is Royals of War. We've got a couple kind of tied up with VIP. We also have a couple down in Jadena City, and that is kind of protecting them from a full wipe. But for the most part, everyone kind of grouped up with their own squad. So maybe Maryland in the bottom right. So after I think it was the second day last week, we were seeing split drops from about half the squads in the lobby, and just wanted to see if that trend was something that was going to continue, or if teams kind of group up and get those squad fights fully going on, because it's hard to tell kind of who's strong and who's not at the beginning of some of these games. But we'll keep an eye on things as the map gets a bit more experience here in the rotation. Now we've got Fate waiting to surprise our boy. He had no idea, Hajukes.
No idea at all. I think he had a bow and arrow in his hand too, and he just got busted real quick here. Let's move on over to Rules of War. They are actually very split up, down to just 3 players. David holding the stairs though. Oh, here at the pin pull. Yeah, just said nope, that's a fake. David just gonna be holding it down right here. The rest of his squad out in the distance. I think we see Demeter finally being able to drive up to here though. Maybe he can find an angle on one of these players. Let's see. No, nothing yet.
3-3-2. Yeah, 3-3-2. One thing about VIP is they have been struggling, and they were telling me last night, I was talking to Batman, and he was telling me that they're just going to give it their all this week. So they're going to forget about week number 1 and their performance, and they're going to just take advantage of the opportunity ahead of them. So let's see what they can accomplish here. Zaman does look like they're going to be working together as a unit here, what you like to see. They're going to try to push Jaguar out. Jaguar also with that duo. Zaman, little lean peek action there with the shotgun. Oh, hold up. There's a little third-party action from David from downtown, though, BB.
Absolutely. Nice shots coming in here from VIP. They're putting out the pressure as Karlingad goes down as well. And Jaguar on the ropes here early. And Maul getting the punch out here. And we're loving what we're seeing from VIP to start things off. They're putting the pressure onto Jaguar. And that is not what they were hoping for, but they do have that beautiful little respawn that one of their players is going to get them onto. Gataka rolling out. Now, interestingly enough, on the other side of the map, we've got Xforce, who has split United 4 Gaming. United 4 is in trouble. They've got a couple that are being pushed around. They're getting bullied. But you've also got 9Z on these ridges that are circling. So 9Z looking to potentially pick up the scraps here. They are on all 4 sides right now of this fight, but Xforce kind of in control as far as this city fight goes against United 4 Gaming, Dave.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a mess over here, and the blue zone's going to start to close on in. We do have those recall towers, but 24K with the shotgun, going to be letting that one rip, and the teamwork with the crossfire right there. The Loot Goblins, Goblins, but they're going to be taking out really good isolated fights up against United 4 Gaming.
Yeah, for sure. You know, this is so interesting. When you have these respawn towers come into play in competitive, it makes me wonder, right? Just like, okay, what is going through some of these IGL minds? Like, is it okay to kind of take these split fights, lose a couple players early on because you're not worried because you can res them? So like, sooner or later, we're gonna see like the meta like develop here as time goes on, where teams are like, no, like we don't even want to risk any players earlier on, or do we just throw a couple out there, see if they can get some eliminations, and then we'll revive them a little bit later? Obviously, a full squad wipe is definitely not in the cards, that's for sure. So it always piques my interest to kind of see. I can't tell with what we've seen so far, like where that meta is shifting. We are starting to see some little adjustments here or there, teams playing a little bit more grouped up together, but not completely, Dave. So
yeah,
right now, yeah, like I don't know, like since there's a revive tower, it's like, all right, do we leave Fate by himself because we'll just pick him up later? Yeah, I think that's the play.
That's the play. That's the play. I think as the meta continues to shift and evolve, we're going to see more teams prioritize going for early fights, actually, because the potential for these elimination points are just so strong here in Rondo. I would love to just see a straight up Rondo tournament. I'm loving this map and the mechanics, I'm not going to lie, but let's see what powers Outta can do over here. No helmet, no worries, because he's still got a squad mate that might be able to pick him up, but it's going to be getting kind of risky out here in the blue zone, PB.
It really is. Interesting half push here from Xforce. They had UT on the ropes, and ultimately only Fate was the one who approached that fight to try to, pick up some extra eliminations. The rest of the squad hangs back. Klaus actually gets picked off by 9Z before they actually move on and prioritize zone position. So again, a little bit disjointed here. Seemingly not a whole lot of heals in the bag as well. As Fate's eliminated, he'll have an opportunity to hopefully respawn. But United 4 kind of bouncing back a little bit, regrouping and dealing some pain out to Xforce as we see that zone shift all the way to the east. That's going to favor Influence Rage and Loops as they've got great center position right now. Influence Rage trying to go back-to-back as far as victories go on Rondo. They picked up the game 1 yesterday. That was really all the noise they made for the entire first day, but Influence Rage is a team that I think, everyone's got to respect. And here's Team Liquid. They're in trouble by straight out of Nepal.
See, that was great. I like the fact that KC just went for those thirsts because he's like, I can get res, so let me just at least get a couple points. So I think that's going to be a definite meta. Like, if you see a couple knocks and you're out by yourself, just go for the thirst and get revived a little bit later on. Gatsby now in a 1v1 gets the right-hand priority and instantly gets that confirmation. The one big thing, though, PB, as time goes on here, I definitely already noticed, like, you're seeing some players play a little bit more hesitant, right? Because you got to limb the last player up for Xforce. Like, instead of committing to that push and really just taking all of those eliminations, they're just like, nah, we're going to have one player hang back to try and revive the rest. So kind of hedging your bets like that, I think could definitely cost you in some aspects. You look at Alpha 7, they're playing so tight-knit, but I love watching this. This is so fun.
It's interesting for sure. And, I think we're seeing a lot of kind of like 3-1 split strategies, which I think to some extent makes a lot of sense, right? Leave your support player, your least talented fragger kind of out of the mix as the revive guy and send your other 3, the guys that are breaching doors and, kicking in doors to attack these other squads and see what they can do. And you're seeing a lot more flushes off of these knocks to try to secure those points, which makes a lot of sense as well. So again, Rondo action definitely pretty hot early, and people are definitely not shy about taking these fights. And Wolves here that's sitting at the Neox factory have kind of moved out to the east, also with decent position in the center of the zone. They've got a nice little compound to work with here as they look to clear at least for the time being. What do the Wolves need to do here, Dave, to kind of get that momentum going? Again, a weekday 1, but still they find themselves in the left column, 7th place, and not too far out of the lead. They're only 30 points back at first place.
Yeah, by the way, if we go to a Rondo-only tournament structure, let me join the squad as the revive guy, all right? I got you covered. The revive guy, Dave. But going to the Wolves over here, I mean, they got a nice little 2-2 split dead center. I think Wolves are looking for some good placement points here. Hot Juke, stay alive to that late game, and honestly, just let these points kind of funnel towards you here. So the only drawback to the Wolves is if one of their duos, if they do get full sent on it, it's going to be a challenge. So they'll have to react quick, right? And they got Loops overlooking them too, at least overlooking Coops and crew. So I'm looking at the Wolves though, PB, and I'm liking their spot so far. I mean, dead center, you really can't ask for anything else right now.
I really am as well. We take a peek down at the Xforce, and United 4 Gaming have finally disengaged. Xforce joining up as a squad once again, jumping out of that plane, but they are way out in the blue zone right now. That's going to start hurting, especially for those that just got revived, and they aren't dropping in with meds, right? So that's going to be interesting to see how they split those up and bandage their way all the way into zone. They've got a long way to go, but other than that, pretty crowded in this one. We still have 16 teams and 60 players left alive, and I can't even see some green grass in that safe circle right now. I just see a bunch of team labels, so it's about to get hot here in just a moment.
Absolutely. Cole Gold, getting his head taken off right there. Right on the edge of the zone. We're going to see Remix take off, try to get his teammates back up. We'll see if that works out. Yeah, I don't know if this going for the revive strategy is really going to be a strong suited one here, because it puts you on such a back foot come late game nights. But now you see Revo get knocked. Alpha 7 driving around, trying to catch some off angles. Potro gets shot his tire, completely blasted. Is he going to go for the... Wow, it looked like he was trying to actually go for that thirst there, and he got caught out big time by Carrillo.
And I'm with the runovers over here. Jaguar, looks like Splat's going to be trying to group up with his squad mates here. So Alpha 7 sitting on only 1 elimination so far. Team Jaguars with 2. By the way, other teams that have been popping off this game because of those revive towers, Team Liquid, 7 eliminations. So they're going to be the leaders so far. Really taking advantage of the Rondo mechanic. But Mafioso currently going to be hugging this tree right now, Hot Jukes, just trying to buy some time while his squad mates are regrouping.
There you go. See his teammate backing it up there. Beep, beep. Your ride is here, buddy. Get in the car.
What was that?
Beep, beep, beep.
All right.
Back it up.
Loving that. Got a real ASMR broadcast coming to you today, courtesy of Hot Jukes. We, I got to say, coming into this one, if you would have said the bottom 2 teams in the lobby would be leading everyone in eliminations by a fair margin, I would have not predicted that. But Team Liquid coming to play here on day 2. If any team needed a rebound day, it is Team Liquid. For me, they have been the most disappointing team in the tournament as far as their strategy, the performance, the ego, based on what they're capable of. They've just fallen really short. So I have my eyes on them today for that rebound. And the good news is they're delivering so far here on Rondo. 7 eliminations, and look at that grenade. Federal drops one in on iNCO, and they are in some serious trouble. He follows it up, and the crash is on right now. It is Brunozen trying to be a hero from the back line. Federal with a follow-up nade. This is desperate times right now for iNCO.
MG3. Oh, actually switches to the Molly. Almost costs them there. Forced to jump back. Now Federal, again, almost gets caught. Catches his teammate, but he does get knocked in return. Now it's up to Law. Let's see what he can do with little boy. Driving on up. Influence Rage have this in the bag at this point. It's just, can you keep Federal up? They should be able to, yeah. Protozen's completely locked in that building. Pre-nade gets Diego, though. Beautiful nade. Bruno's in, doing all he can, but it's just not enough, and down goes iNCO.
Oh, man, that was incredible play right there from Brunozen. He didn't quite have enough to go 1v4, but man, did he try. Got 9Z on the edge once again, kind of sniffing around here, but Royals of War on their backside will prevent the push, but that's not going to stop Remix and crew from looking on. This is a squad also that needs to rebound in a big way. Subpar week 1 and an okay start to day 2. 9Z is a squad that I expect more from, and I'm hoping to see it here starting in Rondo. Here's the picture of our zone. It does shift to the south again. Loops, Wolves in a beautiful position. Now they're going to get tested and have to defend, but check out Alpha 7, Dave, coming in from the side. Let's see where they head on in. I am very curious to see if Wolves has it up in them to defend today.
Yeah, you got the Wolves and Loop still dead center. You got Alpha 7 working their way towards Team Liquid over there in the south, and INF now on the move after their last successful push. INF Influence, they had like 3 MG3s, by the way, so that is a team that I do not want to get into a skirmish with right now, but we are going to be looking at Maryland Esports here. Looks like they're trying to gatekeep Xforce, or at least the remaining duo out of the play zone here. Maryland, another squad who really just hasn't found their stride here yet in this PMSL. Again, these 2 elimination points could definitely be kickstarting them in the right direction here tonight.
They need it, that's for sure. Federal
There it is.
getting the shots. Yeah, catching Reyes off guard there. His teammate way too far to help out, and Federal gets the lockdown, but from the third party all the way from downtown, he gets knocked.
Yeah, that's a tough one for Federal. He had no angles right there. Somehow able to confirm both of those eliminations. I was really impressed with that to make sure he prioritized securing those points before getting knocked. The third parties right now for all these teams are going to be fierce. I mean, it is pretty crazy how many teams are packed into this tiny circle. Maryland fighting their way, trying to find the last of Xforce right now. You got 24K hiding at the bottom, and he is going to be popping out at any moment. We'll see if Squash is going to find him, but it looks like he's going to prioritize zone as well. But he might be forced to move right into 9Z. Things are getting a little bit tense here, I think, for basically everyone. They've got so many angles to cover. Not a ton of hard cover to hide behind here. But the good news, Hot Jukes, is Rondo, you can make your own hard cover, baby. Just get those explosive arrows, some grenades, carve out that ground. You can make yourself a nice little foxhole.
That'll work here. Maryland, I mean, this is the tough part about being so low on the leaderboard. It kind of makes you really just think, do I really want to gatekeep this for such a long time? That's put them on the back foot to where now 9Z has got eyes on them. But you always got to clear your backs first. But Milos gets caught from influence rage. Man, it's just gatekeep after gatekeep after gatekeep here.
Everybody. It was Maryland gatekeeping Xforce, and then 9Z saw this and gatekept Maryland, and now we got INF gatekeeping 9Z. Meanwhile, Big Chillin', the Wolves, and Loops here, PB.
Really is. You know, unfortunately for North America, after a really strong day one, out goes iNCO. Out goes Straight Outta Nepal. Out goes VIP. And all of a sudden, the dominoes are starting to fall for the region. Finally, another region goes out in 9Z as they do get gatekept, as you guys mentioned. But the gatekeeping is not over. Influence Rage going up against Maryland with the drop going to Giboy here, taking down one of the Influence Rage's star players in Federal. Great new pickup for Influence Rage. He's been a big difference maker for them. But now it's up to the rest of the squad to try to pick him up. I don't know. He might be a little too far out there. See if Law can get this nade to land. It misses. You know, I was just going to say, Xforce is hanging out down there. He's either going to pop up and try to secure this elim, but he actually gets taken down as well. It's another North American squad out. That leaves just the Wolves for the hope of the region. But still a lot of teams left up in this one. We take a peek at the total count. It is 10 right now, but that is going to thin out awfully quickly here, Hot Jukes.
Yes, it is. And you can see right now, intense game. We're locking down their positions. Alpha 7 getting into it with Team Liquid here just outside of the circle. Rebel on top of the rock. I was about to say, you never want to be on the rock. That's a dead giveaway. And Rebel gets caught with that nade. He did end up getting picked up. He was taken out a little bit earlier. And now Team Liquid on the immediate push. Oh, but Carrillo is actually split with them. Wazao gets taken down. Team Liquid doing a good job of isolating these two players from Alpha 7.
And
Dave, they have 10 eliminations.
Exactly. Already such a night and day difference from Team Liquid here. Hopefully it's not the Rondo effect, but yesterday Team Liquid finishing dead last. I think recognizing, like, listen, guys, we're Team Liquid, all right? We don't belong down here. So showing up here, 10 elims, like you said, they're gonna be getting. I love it. They're gonna be getting kind of sandwiched and crossfired out there down the distance through the smokes. But regardless, they've been nothing but aggressive here this game.
I love it.
It's like Team Liquid a wraparound too.
Yep. I was just going to say, he's going out to the flank right now. Carrillo trying to put up a strong front right now. Molly on target for Mythic.
Oh
Mythic's going to have to pop out. Gets immediately dropped by Carrillo. And here is Chief on the flank. Carrillo knows he went over there. Shots coming in. They do get under the car. And on top of that, Influence Rage continues their terror. And holy cow, they are up to 12 eliminations. This squad leading all in the lobby. We have entered our top 7, Hot Jukes. And now the Wolves finally getting their first taste of some action.
Let's go. There we go. And now taking down Alpha 7. That's a team you really got to knock out early. Otherwise, they'll cause some serious problems for you later on. Mafioso, yeah, he's like, I can only focus on Influence Rage at this point. Nades are starting to ring out. Mafioso down to 1 HP. Will he survive? No. Influence Rage. Get another one. 13 eliminations. Now have that south side all to themselves with this little ridge line. They're in a great position in this game here, Dave.
Yeah, and looking at INF, like they've had to reset at least 4 times, and they're continuing to just survive. They only lost one of their squad mates. Circle does go up. Looks like the Wolves going to be pulling back towards Coops. They did push out that compound, got a couple of limbs. Now they're going to go back and try to control the west side here, PB.
I really like how the Wolves have been playing this. You got Coops kind of anchored in the zone to make sure that they keep that position. The squad has rejoined with him, but the rest of the squad is kind of like a pendulum, right? They're going from one side to the other. We saw them in the southern part of the circle, taking on Influence Rage, taking on Alpha 7. Then they swing all the way back to prevent Resilience from taking their back. You can see them up north right now. Saz in the vehicle, kind of exploring, but Baton gets that position in the high ground and says, you're not going any further, at least not right now, or through me. And that is a really impressive reposition here from the Wolves. Now, Influence Rage looks like they are on a mission to secure a second chicken dinner in a row on Rondo. They won yesterday with 16 elims, and Hot Jukes, they're up to 13 here. I feel like this is a squad who can say with their chest out, we love this map.
Let's go. Let's go. They are starting to absolutely rock it here. I love that strategy we saw from Team Liquid a little early on, and I think that's going to be the play. Fight it out strong in the beginning, soak up some eliminations, and then secure that location towards the end. Influence Rage trying to do exactly that, but now getting caught by the Wolves out into the open. But still, I mean, look at that, 13 eliminations. It's a great game regardless for them, Dave.
Yeah, they're doing great. Over 2,000 damage done too. So Influence Rage just snowball. Team Liquid also sitting at 2,000 before they got eliminated. So like you said, Jukes, you know, both those teams recognizing the power of Rondo and really taking advantage of that here. So TB, you're asking me, what do the Wolves have to do to kind of get back on track here? Day number 2. I'm thinking a winner chicken dinner that will set them right up for success to kind of get that momentum going here today. Oh,
I think you're absolutely right. Higors has got to stay alive, and unfortunately gets knocked from the flank. But Dorin dropping the shots on the enemy in the distance right now. Beautiful return fire from him, and he sees Molina. Molina gets pieced up, and Dorin will finish him off. Beautiful. You'll love to see it right now. Shots going in onto Silence in the distance. They're going to be able to get up Igor if they actually get this this man in there. Baton trying to rescue him. It's really coming down right now to Loops and Wolves as Influence Rage down to a solo, and same with Intense Game. These are 4 of the top squads in the lobby, though. I would say they are probably all favorites to potentially win this alongside Alpha 7. So it's no surprise to see them here. But, you know, again, we predicted Wolves, we predicted Loops this game, and here they are, full strength in the final circles, Dave.
Then you got Diego, the solo, just staying alive down there. So looks like Loops, they're going to have that hard cover. And looks like we got that 2-2 split still being played by the Wolves here. There goes Silence. Now, Silence finally taken out.
Look at that.
Will Diego and Pedrinho do this, or will they do this? That's the question, right? Are they going to help out the Wolves? Or are they going to help out Loops? They can third party this one of 2 ways.
I hope helping out the Wolves here. But it looks like Diego's position is going to be compromised. We saw him right there. Yep, hitting the heel. He was taken out. So it looks like he's going to be helping the Loops by giving them another elimination point here.
Yeah, but I'll tell you what, Wolves have full control of the zone. This should be a Wolves chicken dinner all day long because there's only so many directions Loops can possibly leave from here. The circle most likely is going to center up.
We're getting a head-to-head showdown here, boys. 4v4. Loops versus Wolves, the best of both regions coming together in a Rondo clash here in the final circles. All team players are coming in basically with full health to this one too, so I'm excited to see who will take control. Right now it's the Wolves with zone position. Loops has to push in, and that may be to their detriment. We'll see Coops here out on the foreground, and this is where he's got to hold strong and not give up this early knock, Dave.
Yep.
Yeah, looks like Loops got a nice little wall going on over there. Coops trying to crawl up here. Jukes using this terrain to kind of get these sight lines going. but one grenade could take out Coops, and that's what I'm worried about.
That's the big danger right there. As long as Coops doesn't get naded, this should be an easy Wolves chicken dinner. The nades are definitely starting to ring out though here, PB.
I will say, game
crazy push.
Game 3 of last week. 2v4. Wolves couldn't get it done in a 4v2 situation, but the story has shifted. They get the nade on to Loops, and now it's a 4v3. Coops trying to get the finish here on Rafina, not able to connect, and now Nilzada, the teen, and Rattle Boy lobbing nades out to try to get lucky here. One's good on Coops. Rattle Boy gets the knock, Dave.
Yeah, the deployable cover just so clutch, really allowing Coops to be within grenade range, but Coops is going to be catching a grenade to the dome. Now here comes the mini red zone from the Loops. They are predicting the possible pickup on the Coops over here, but Baton, he's got a couple grenades to answer back on Jukes.
What a call.
Oh, this one might be good. Not quite long enough. Rafinha gonna get back into the fight, and Loops is gonna get the reset right now. Coops up as well. We're back to 4v4, Hot Jukes. No, we're not.
What an angle. That roof angle, so clutch. I tell you what, Coops just got a little greedy there and pushed a little too hard after that knock. If he would have just waited for the rest of his team, I think it would have been an easy chicken dinner. But with that knock onto Baton, that has shifted the tide. Nilzada up on the rock now. He's in nade range. Let's see if he can hit this one.
More cover being called out on the battlefield too here. PB.
Oh, not in the same hole, boys. I'm scared right now. Nade coming in from Nilzada. He knows where they're at. The push from Coops, thankfully, is going to get them out of the same place. Now Coops on the push, takes the flank, takes some damage. Nilzada with the nade out. Does pick up the knock on Coops and the quick flush. Wolves down to 2 players. Loop still with the advantage with 3. And now Doran on the push. Things are falling apart for the Wolves. And it doesn't look like they're going to get it done. It's now a 3v1. Hegor's in the back. And the Wolves have the wheels fall off the bus on this push, Dave.
Yeah, Igor, 4 grenades and a Molotov. Let's see what he can do. He's letting it cook, but Rathamore is making the push with the shotgun. Igor busting out his SK-12. Gonna be getting one here, Hot Jukes.
Gotta get the thirst. Secure the point. Nope, 1v1 actually between Vitin. This nade actually might ring true. This should be good. This is too good. Easy. Oh, only chunks him down to half. He's got another one, though, for him. That looks good.
Too much time going by.
Yep.
Gonna get the revives coming in from the back line of Luzi. Picks up a knock, but Nilzada and Rafina back in the fight. Nades are good. It's now a 1v2, but the Molly comes in and knocks him out. Epic battle between Loops and Wolves to cap this one, and it's Loops coming out on top, taking that momentum from day 1 and then pushing it right into day 2 as they blow kisses to the camera. You gotta think that they're feeling pretty confident after that one, Dave.
Hey, they were confident yesterday. They're even more confident here today. 9 elims, and the thing is with Loops, they were playing it super calm, super collected that whole game up until the very end, because that final zone, they held down that compound for like 20 minutes and then they pushed out at the end, right? So all the eliminations kind of funneled towards them until the very end where they finally had to push out of their buildings. But what a beautiful fight right there. I mean, a straight up 4v4 Hot Jukes on Rondo. I mean, honestly, the popcorn, it was there.
Oh man, dude, it was juicy. I'll tell you that right now. What a crazy game. Way to finish off this game. Personally, man, I really think the Wolves just threw that match. Just little mistakes plagued them there towards the end, PB, at least in my opinion. I don't know. I mean, hopefully we'll see what the coach has a nice little talk with them after that game, because that's definitely one they got to go to the drawing boards on for sure.
Yeah, maybe so. I mean, Rafina kind of escaping and getting all the way back to that wall for safety and getting back into the fight. Testament to Loops for actually prioritizing and getting that revive for the full reset. It really kind of turned the table. And then Bettine on the rooftops there, just, you know, so clutch. This angle here, taking down Baton, that was really what turned the fight. It allowed Nilzada to push. And this nade at his feet, so clutch and not easy to do. Coops goes down on the point right now, but he Igor's. Brilliant effort here. I mean, he did a great job in a 1v4 situation, but ultimately it did not happen quick enough for him. The backline able to get back into the fight and deliver the fatal Molotov that takes him out of the lobby. But Loops, not too shabby. 9 eliminations, taking home that chicken dinner, Dave.
Yeah.
Pretty good contribution here from each and every player.
And one thing, guys, I mean, let me just throw out a hot take right now. The deployable cover, it is beautiful because it takes like a snake battle that you might see traditionally where everyone's just crawling in the grass, and it forces these players to get into the CQC, late game zone number 9. So it completely changes the game, in my opinion. I would love to see the deployable cover really implemented on all the maps here, but we'll see. But Rondo, I'm sad we only get one game of Rondo, guys. I'm sad. I like Rondo. It's so good.
I completely agree that the map has not disappointed each and every time out, and that particular fight between Loops and Wolves was impressive. We saw multiple resets. We saw back and forth action. It could have gone either way, but ultimately it's Loops getting it done here. 9 eliminations, and boy, oh boy, Wolves actually picking up 11 on their side to get 17 points, but also with 17 points is Influence Rage. They have been pretty noisy on this map so far, Hot Jukes. This is something that I feel like they're starting to fall in love with a little bit.
Oh yeah, for sure. I think that's definitely a great strategy from what we saw from Influence Rage and Team Liquid. I think that both of their coaches or IGL, somebody noticed that in this game in particular, when it comes to Rondo, I think hyper aggression early on, that kind of all or nothing type playstyle is going to really work out well, because you're going to have some teams just play so split up. We saw that, right? Where they have one player off in the back to go revive just in case. If you kind of go in with all 4, you're going to soak up eliminations like crazy. And I think these are 2 teams that definitely recognize that, use that to their advantage, and they're getting crazy eliminations early on. It's really working out for them.
That's a great point. We take a peek at our second page of match standings here. North America going out 16th, 15th, 14th, but I do gotta say, props to VIP Esports. After an incredibly passive, incredibly quiet week 1, they have rebounded in a big way here in week 2. Not afraid to kind of let the guns loose a little bit, and that's what they're going to need to do if they ultimately want to have a shot. So let's take a peek at our match recap here, see some of our top teams and how they performed. Got some of the familiar faces up here, but also resilience lasting quite a bit of time, just not quite the damage output as some of these other squads, Dave.
Yeah, only 2 eliminations going their way, almost 500 damage. So, I mean, that was just like a team kind of just straggling out there in the distance, showing up. Like, hey, we're here too. No, you're not. You're not there. You thought you were, but I'm looking to see, I mean, the Wolves, let's see who the match MVP is, but the Wolves having a really good game number 1. It does look like Wancho is going to be sitting out, so I don't know if it's for the whole day here, Hot Dukes. Maybe we'll see Wancho on some player interviews. We saw him yesterday, absolutely killing it, so maybe he has a career and talent. But looking at the MVP, Federal, he's on the come up for that number 1 spot here, guys.
He really is. Federal, just an incredible pickup for Influence Rage. Knew this split, but man, oh man, he has been delivering. He'll take MVP in our first match. 6 eliminations, nearly 800 damage to his name. Picking up some nady limbs too, so this man on point with the shots, on point with the throwables, and I absolutely love what I'm seeing from Influence Rage, at least on Rondo. I want to keep an eye on this team because remember, this was the squad that I picked to win the whole thing, and so far, League Stage 2 hasn't been, kind of what I'm liking to see, but this is a good start, I think, for day 2 and kind of picking things up. So, again, pretty pleased with Influence Rage and the way they turned things around. And I also got to give a big shout out to Team Liquid. This is a team that I don't know if I was hard on them on air, but I was sitting at home watching, just cursing my screen. Like, what are these guys doing? And they come back in a big way today. And they've started off day 2 here on the right foot, getting out of the cellar and doing it convincingly. So I got to give a shout out there to Team Liquid as well. So that is going to do it for our game 1. We are going to take a quick break, and we've got Kaya standing by with some players. She's going to throw some sweet questions, and hey, nice little guns there. I appreciate that. What the heck? What's going on with that? Was that on purpose? You guys planned that? Well, hey, let's go to Kaya really quickly. We've got some questions for some players, then we'll come back with the overall standings after the break.
Today we're getting to the second half of the tournament, and I want to know what was the biggest challenge the players faced so far in the tournament.
First of all, I think our biggest challenge the first week, I think it's the individual mistakes who we do in the first week. We spend so much games in the first week.
Actually, we are getting every zone in every match, and most of the time we are not able to capitalize in the last circles. And from today, we think we will try to get more kills in the last zone. That's a big challenge we are having. Like, we are not getting proper kills in the last circle, so we will try on that.
The biggest challenge we faced so far would probably be adjusting to our roles, who plays better in what role. For example, when Alim got here, we had him as a fragger, but slowly he has transitioned into support and he's been doing a wonderful job for the team.
And also, what is the biggest lesson they took from the first half of the tournament that they must apply for the next few days?
I think our best lesson from the first week is to play more free and more aggressive, because we have some space to use in the game and we needed to stay more free.
So yeah, the lesson is clear. Just play with your teammates, just give proper calls and play in proper coordination. You know, in last circles, we have the zone, we have everything, but our communication is not great, so we need to work on that.
I would say we try to play center a little bit more in the first half, especially Rondo, and it wasn't working out, so we're transitioning more into an edge playstyle, especially since I'm transitioning also into a free man role, and I'm trying to do more for the team on the edge, so it seems to be working out so far. We're slowly progressing and improving.
Okay.
Marked a location. Marked a location. Marked a location.
And welcome back to PMSL America's Fall Split Action. We're here with League Stage 2, and we've got our first game behind us. I'm Powerbank back with Mustache Dave and Hot Jukes. And fellas, we got to talk about the overall standings. After that first game of play, let's see how things have been shifted and adjusted. It's Loops Esports out to a big lead now in first place. Alpha 7 still hanging on to second, and Influence Rage up past iNCO Gaming into third, Dave.
This week is all about Loops, man. I'm telling you, nothing is stopping this squad. 49 elims. They got those winner chicken dinners, and you can tell that they are having a good time because every time we look at their cameras, they're high-fiving, they're smiling. I mean, they're just gaming out here, Hot Jukes.
Let's go, man. Loops are feeling great. I mean, they got a nice point gap here. They should be rock solid to get some of those good head start points. So yeah, right now, everything's just working great for them. All they got to do is just coast, get a couple good games in, and you're going to guarantee yourself that first place spot.
Well, there we go. We still got iNCO, Wolves, and Xforce on the left side of the column. Maryland and the rest still close behind. Xforce with the new roster. They got Baton in for Juancho. Would love to see kind of, now that we've had some games with both of them in the lineup, would love to see kind of the side-by-side of what that looks like. For Xforce, they had some great games at the end of the last week. And here is your side-by-side now that we have some numbers to put towards this, Hot Jukes.
Yeah, I mean, these are definitely numbers I think you're going to see, you know, when it comes to amount of games played, it's a little bit different. I will be honest, from at least my personal perspective, I think if Juancho's in the roster that last game, they win it. I'm going to say that right here and now. You know, Baton, gun skill-wise, an absolute monster, no doubt about it. When it comes to Juancho, though, just looking at his play style, playing with him, clutch is where this man really comes down to it. I think towards the end, Wolves, every IGL, every coach knows they should have won that game. Just a couple little bit more little team adjustments. I think they could have locked that down. I don't know. Who knows to see, but hopefully they'll get that roster locked in here sooner than later.
Tough to say, you know, definitely numbers favoring Baton, at least for the time being. But I will say that for me, coming into Fall Split, Juancho was my most improved out of the North American region. This man finding a way to be clutch, you know, really improving his ability to go out and make a play on those flanks, kind of scouting and doing some of those edge plays that, you know, previously he wasn't as successful at. But coming into this split, Juancho was really locked in. And honestly, the Wolves rebounded in a big way at the end of League Stage 1 to come all the way back to second place. This was a team that was in the right-hand column of the overall standings, and man, oh man, did we see a resurgence. They had second place in a game on the last day, and then they had 3 chicken dinners in a row to close the stage. And, you know, for at least my perspective, they looked like the team to beat in the whole tournament, at least for that short period of time. And then we saw, obviously, the switch up. So, again, Wolves looking really strong, and Dave, they bounced back during the first game today. They didn't get the dub, but they did pick up 11 eliminations and got second place. So I think it's a solid start for them.
Second place is good. The question is, for me, if they continue to get like second place, third place, you know, maybe even a first place here, is Juancho on the bench for the day, for the week, for how long here, Hot Juke? So it is going to be interesting to see. I personally think going back to last week, they're just kind of flexing the two. That way everybody's warmed up. They got that experience being on the battlefield. So I don't think anyone's being replaced right now. But talking about the come up here today, PB. Team Liquid, game number 1, walking away with over 2,000 damage done. I'm looking at Team Liquid here today. I know we're all about the Wolves. They're doing great. Mwah, beautiful. But Team Liquid, yesterday they had like 4 points maybe altogether. I mean, they were just getting whooped up left and right. But after this last game, I think they're coming back for some revenge here today.
You think they're going to take the dub here? I mean, I guess we can take a bit of a prediction stab at it once again. I'm going to see if I can get a second one in a row, baby. But Dave, do you feel confident enough in Team Liquid and the Resurgence to pick them to win here in Game 2?
As long as we're not talking Miramar, yeah, let's go with Team Liquid. Maybe not this game, but the next 3 Erangles, all right? Give me some room to work with. Give me some room to work with here.
Half
I think
the
Team
games
Liquid,
of the day.
Yeah, give me some room. I think Team Liquid, 1 win. Yeah, I think it's doable.
Okay, so this game, though, is the one you think we're...
Give me 3 games. 3 games. 3 games. All right, give me 3 games.
But who's going to win this game? Give me one prediction. I want to be able to say Dave got it right or Dave got it wrong.
The next 3 games, Team Liquid, one of them, for sure.
All right, you're hopeless, lost cause. Hot Juice, give me your pick for the game.
Team Liquid, come on, baby. Coach Knight,
All
get
right.
him going.
Perfect. I love it. You know, for me, I'm going back to the Wolves. I like the way they looked in this first game. And, you know, we'll see if they can come back and get it done here. But speaking of Team Liquid, a lot of focus on them. I do want to hear from them. We got an interview queued up with Kaya. We're going to hear from Kayowski.
Hey guys, so I'm here right now with Kayowski from Team Liquid, and I want to start asking for you, like now we're getting to the second half, almost there, second half of the tournament, and I want to know what happened in the first half that you guys weren't able to perform like everyone was expecting.
Bom, eu acho que na primeira parte ali a gente não estava trocando muito tiro, a gente não estava sendo muito agressivo, a nossa identidade ali, né, de agressivar, de buscar mais eliminações, a gente não estava tendo essas possibilidades de trocações, e hoje a gente já veio diferente, a gente estudou, conversou bastante, e a gente está com uma postura diferente para o dia de hoje.
Yeah, we saw that happening in Rondo right now. So basically what he said is that in the first half, in the first few days, they weren't able to perform as aggressively as they wanted to, and now they had more options, more possibilities to do that, and it worked quite well. So hopefully it will happen in the next matches as well. And also about Rondo right now, I want to ask, why do you think that the teams are not playing as aggressive as they play sometimes in the other maps, like with hot drops and all of that?
Bom, a gente teve um treino muito intensivo antes da PMSL no mapa Rondo, para a gente intensificar, conhecer o mapa. E a galera tava tendo esses hot drop, tava usando muito esse revive, mas eles viram que na competição não tava valendo muito a pena porque o posicionamento na Rondo tava contando mais. Aí hoje a gente já entrou com uma estratégia diferente, falou assim, mano, vamos usar o revive, vamos pra cima, vamos buscar essas eliminações, porque se a gente morrer a gente consegue reviver e vai pra partida normal.
So basically what he said is that all the teams had the chance to try to play Rondo for a few times, like an intensive practice in Rondo, and they noticed that it wasn't really worth it going after the hot drops because the match points, like the position points, were better for them, for everyone. So they are not playing as aggressive like with a lot of hot drops. But today, Team Liquid actually tried to do something different at the beginning of the match. They went for more fights against other teams, and that worked quite well. So maybe for Team Liquid, it's gonna be like a little bit more aggressive at the beginning, which is good. So good luck. Thank you for the interview, and I hope you have better results next.
Bora.
Thank you.
Great summary there from Kaya. For Kayowski, I just realized as I was watching that I don't speak Portuguese. I wish I did, but Kayowski delivering the goods. He's saying they're going to stay aggressive at the start of games, Dave. So I don't know if this means hot drops on Miramar. We can look forward to more of that, protecting what is mine. But they aren't going to be shying away from fights, and that was evidenced by a lot of eliminations on Rondo to start things off. So we'll keep an eye on Team Liquid here on Erangel. For you guys at home, keep an eye on that Amazon gift card that is on screen now. You guys can redeem that over at amazon.com/redeem. Get yourself some goodies courtesy of PUBG Mobile. And with that, we are into our second game of the day. It's Erangel. Will we see some crazy zones like we saw yesterday? Half in the water in stage 3? Or will it be Central? I don't know. I'm rooting for some craziness as always, but Dave, we're into it. Let's see if Team Liquid can get one out of the next 3.
Let's see, 1 out of the next 3. We heard on the interview the confidence as well, and the game plan today, just non-stop aggression. If that's what we saw in game number 1, I am all for here. So Team Liquid coming back with some vengeance here today. By the way, Team Liquid, I think they got one of the best jerseys. All right, I'm looking at the jerseys, looking at the other jerseys. I think Team Liquid probably top 2 jersey out of the whole venue here, guys. I mean, what's your take?
Who else you putting up there, Dave?
I like Loops. I like their jersey too. The colors are pretty cool. But Team Liquid is just like more refined looking.
OG, man. They go way back. And I agree. I love that navy and white is a strong look. That the 2-color pattern, and like the logo as well. So again, you got any fashion advice here for Jukes?
Don't wear sunglasses because you need vision.
Yeah.
That's true. Revo's not listening.
Regular prescription glasses, I think, are the play here.
There was some blue light.
The blue light filter. They try to upsell you on that? Buy it, dude. Take it to the bank.
Oh yeah.
I got boxes.
Hey, we got Zarky. We got Zarky at our first circle, boys. It's going to the northwest, and if anybody, that will be benefiting Alpha 7. We've seen multiple circles go up here to the northwest, and every single time Alpha 7 has finished in the top 3. They're able to defend that North Georgia Pole area very, very well, and ultimately, it's been an intense game. Neighboring up with them on the early rotations. We'll see if that is going to hold true this time around also, but VIP here, heading off down on Military Island. Those early rotations down south have benefited them, but not this round. They've got a long way to go, Dave.
Yeah, VIP just, on the struggle bus here last couple days. We'll get back to that because straight out of Nepal up against Team Jaguar. KC busting out the pistol. Almost getting a couple shots in here.
Chop.
My dude's Leon's out of bullets. Hit the reload, dude. What are you doing? Watching KC get chopped to pieces over here.
Oh gosh, that was like something you'd see. No, come on. No, Leon.
Dude.
Goodness gracious.
Wolf's over there running. We got Gatsby with the VSS. Finally going to be tossing out to Molly.
VSS is good.
VSS close range, yeah, it's especially off the drop.
He's got 3 bullets. He's got 4 bullets.
Oh, shoot. He's just buy time for Wolf, though. Buy time for Wolf.
Run, Wolf, run.
Wolf's got the UMP for range. He might be able to get it done. I will say that better make the highlight reel. The Leon zooming down the barrel of his pistol. Uh-oh, Wolves are rolling in. They smell trouble here. And it is the third party. This is trouble because Gatsby, my man, he's got a VSS with no ammo, as well as a pump shotgun. The Wolves are smelling blood in the water. Baton on the hillside looking down, and they are pulling up, ready for action.
Oh my gosh, what is going on? I think this is the Rondo effect, boys. I think all these guys think there's a revive tower. Yeah, they're like, oh, there's got to be someone around here somewhere. Nope. Chill out. Never mind, Baton. Finding straight out of Nepal, absolutely lit out of their minds. This is the worst case scenario for them. And here come the rest of the Wolves.
Yep, Igor down the hill on the far side, crashing the compound, door encircling. Here comes Baton, dude, straight out of Nepal.
You're done.
Just pack it in, man. You guys are out of here. There is no way. Pump shotties and the whole like.
Doran?
Gatsby! Wait, that's 2 knocked. Okay, I was about to say, what?
Doran had the grenade in hand the whole time, though. He was really committing to that one. But fortunate for them, nobody was thirsted out of the mix here. And got to give it to the Wolves over here. They heard the action, and they don't have the most optimal loot, but they're looking to really jump in game and get some early game elimination points. I know Shroud Nepal also eliminated, but honestly, I mean, 4 points right out the gate within, 4 minutes. That's not bad, guys. I mean, we're looking at
could be worse.
Bottom team. Yeah, it could be worse. Team Jaguar with only 1. So
happy to see them mix it up. They're trying to take on Jaguar here. They're not like they were trying to go up against Wolves, but honestly, given how little loot they had, I am actually shocked at how quickly Wolves rotated over there with weapons. I mean, you saw ARs, you saw all kinds of loot. What in the world? The Wolves looting quickly on the rotation, and they catch the third-party action to pick up 3 points themselves. They're off to a hot start, and they'll get patched fully up and, rotate their way north.
Let's go. Let's go. Love to see that there. Great execution. You got to soak up all those eliminations you can early on, and they definitely did. Looking at the map, though, we still have a chance for Zarky boys.
Zarky boys.
Zarky boys. Shout out to Zarky boys. What are the chances, guys? What do you think? Can you crunch the numbers for me, PB?
I mean, if you look at this as a percentage of the rest of the zone, there's really only about a 7.6% chance that it goes up that direction. After all, we're going to need, for repeating, of course, and we need about 3 or 4 hard shifts in a row to even have a chance. So, again, the odds are quite low.
Better than
My
zero.
dreams.
Better than 0.
Yeah, better than 0. That's a fact.
0.
We'll take it. Let's go gambling. Let's see 7. Oh, getting some nice shots from downtown. Federal piecing up that vehicle 2 on the rotation. Just trying to catch some people on the drive. Now I think we're starting to see teams definitely calm down a little bit, though. Those recall towers, man, dude, I think they are definitely that mentality leaked into this first match, I think, for a couple squads, because they were getting into some action real early.
Without a doubt here. Maryland, they're going to be up there in the north, A7. They got their loot. They're going to be trying to center up. Rose of War, nice little spot. Like their little spot overlooks that road that has that little tiny bridge that, you know, depending on where these circles might take us here, might have a couple stragglers utilizing it to push north. But really right now the zone's still kind of like 50-50 for me, guys, when it comes to like, is it going to go north, is it going to go south? So I think if you're one of these teams kind of playing it slow, playing the edge, I think that's the play here. And Xforce is going to be one of those squads down there on the coastline, just cruising up and just kind of waiting to see where this next circle pops.
I love the way Alpha 7 plays this too. When they get this zone up north, you'll see a 2-1-1 split with one kind of maintaining position in the Georgia Pole buildings. One player goes north to the top of the city. That's Mafioso up there. The other two go to the bridge or the house overlooking the bridge, and it's to control that choke point and make it nearly impossible for teams to crash into the city. So really excellent zone control. And when the circles do shift up there and start to shrink, you'll notice them all kind of come back to a cluster of compounds and defend the city. So again, expertly played by Alpha 7. You saw their pressure going out onto the Team Liquid rotating in the distance. But now we take a peek at iNCO, who's right in the midst of Maryland. Got shots coming in from all kinds of directions right now, and they're up near shooting range, which is always a fun time, especially if those circles do collapse on this area. This is one of the most chaotic end zones on the map, in my opinion, Hot Jukes.
Absolutely, and especially when you got Alpha 7 who drops in that North George Bull area. They're going to be looted out the teeth. Let's see if that circle does go to Zarky, though. Come on. One hard shift. Never mind. Goodbye. Yeah, we're on the south side here. Chopsticks is now in play. That leaves a lot of opportunities for teams to start shifting. You can see Xforce. Yeah, they are moving on over. And, of course, PB, you nailed it. Team Liquid right there on Mount Everest.
Everest in center zone is always a fun time because you have these crazy sight lines and you have these king of the hill fights, kind of one team after another ascending to the mountaintop. And when the Everest is kind of off center, you don't see a lot of teams go up there. But when it's dead center like this, you know that high ground position is advantageous. And right now it's in control of Team Liquid. So Dave, you might be on point with those early predictions here, at least for one of these three games, but we'll see who can knock off Team Liquid from that high ground.
Yeah, definitely a fun time up there. The thing is, there's multiple angles of entry, right? And it can easily be, you know, overwhelming, right? Oh, what's going on right there? Overwhelming for that team on the hilltop to defend. So fortunate for Team Liquid, it does look like anybody who wants to currently take up their position. Alpha 7 going to be just zooming on right by here. So Team Liquid still going to be holding it down up there. Other squads now making their approach into the play zones, like the Wolves, the stragglers from VIP, United 4 Gaming. They're just now leaving Nova all the way in the blue. So really late on the rotate. Meanwhile, over here, Alpha 7 just take us a pot shots, letting people know what's up. But let's check in with Team Liquid. Let's see what they're looking at here, guys. They're looking at
a rock.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Okay. It's a good rock.
That's exciting.
Geology.
Yeah. I mean, it's a great degree if you guys are pursuing the Earth and all of its forms. Wolves on their way into the zone. Check it out. We got them heading towards Everest as well. Will they commit? Are they going to take up this compound here? It's open for now, but Loops right on their flank right now, on the right. The way Hegors is looking, and they do make it by narrowly, but they go back. And this could get dicey here if Loops has got the same thing in mind.
Yeah, these compounds are not the best. They're really difficult because if the zone rotates away, you're going to be facing so many different squads. So it's like a hard commitment to take that position. I think that, yeah, you can see them completely split up here. You got Coops over here by Pachinki. So I think Wolves are just, yeah, they're trying to hunt down the best spot in this next circle. Well, at least one player is.
Yeah, well, you've got Baton and Coops still in Pachinki, kind of at the compound of death here. And you've got Doran over on the other side, and Loops is between them. So if things do pop off, you can see the map right now. This is challenging, right? They're completely bisected.
Nice shot.
And the shots ring out from Baton onto Resilience here up at the church. And they're going to roll out now and perhaps regroup with the squad.
Roll out. A little drive-by action right there. VIP, they're just struggling, man. I think it's only up to, Batman, the last one alive down there in Pochinki. So the solo here very early on is going to be very tough. But look at the zone here. Yeah, Team Liquid. Team Liquid. Team Liquid. Right dead center still. Let's see how they defend, because you already know there's going to be a couple teams hovering around here.
I gotta say,
push there from the Wolves, yeah.
Jukes, A7 and Wolves coming together again. The shocker to me is how close together on all of the maps of this tournament have Wolves, Alpha 7, and Xforce. They always seem to be together, and here they are coexisting or trying to once again. Team Liquid able to steal that elim from the top of Everest away from Alpha 7, adding 1 point to their bag. They're up to 2 right now. Momentum starting to roll for Team Liquid, Dave.
The momentum meter for Team Liquid starting to ramp up here, especially after last game. Couple nice elimination points, over 2,000 damage done, and now they're just kind of taking shots. My only thing is they got to conserve the ammo, though. They don't want to spend up too much of their ammo if they can't confirm the elimination, because all the way up there at the top, I mean, it could be easy to want to take shots at anything that moves, but then come late game, Hot Jukes, you're going to be, firing nothing, just smoke in the air, essentially. So ammo is critical up there.
Oh, yeah. Man, what a crazy drive up by the Wolves, by the way, going all the way past Everest to those warehouses. I mean, I thought they were going to head to these little compounds where loops are. I think that's probably one of the best spots in this zone. So loops are going to be securing that location. Instead, actually, no, yeah, they're driving around. They're just trying to see if they can find any outliers here. Not sure if that's the right play, but you can just see them just trying to get as much info as possible.
We've kind of seen that all tournament long from a number of squads. They're kind of posting up and leaving a couple players in cars, trying to get that intel, see where the players are going on rotation. And now we've got 9Z into it. Cold Goat having to defend right now, not able to get off the heel. And that is going to be a problem as Hate drives by, gets a run over knock on Reyes, and 9Z on the ropes right now, Dave.
Oh my goodness, Hate in the thick of it right now with the M4, trying to get the confirmation. Kolgo from behind with the shotgun, but Kolgo immediately taken down as well. So honestly, this whole west side is just one big spaghetti mess out here. You never know who's going to be looking your direction. You got iNCO, you got 9Z, you got IG over there to the east side, and like Hot Jukes was mentioning, the Wolves are also kind of in the area after that. Very risky rotate, but looking at United, they're going to be in the blue zone wide open, hoping and praying they had that deployable cover, which they don't on this map. And well, United 4 Gaming are out.
It is quite busy over there where Hot Juice was pointing out. The Wolves have moved in. We saw the fight just now break out between 9Z and United 4. United 4 going out, but now the winner, they basically got to go up against iNCO, who is coming in, and Intense Game has the gatekeep on for all of these squads, so it is quite dicey over there on the west side of the zone. Over on the other side, though, we got Influence Rage rolling into the center. They're trying to find a home as well, but they have a dip. That's all they got. They got a dip and some rocks, and hopefully they can stay out of sight of some of these guys in the higher ground.
That's a tough tip to hold. I think they realize it, but they got no choice at this point. Just hold it and see what happens. They're putting their vehicles at risk too. So if the zone just like for some reason does like a crazy hard shift towards Everest, they're going to be completely stuck out in the open.
I'm honestly surprised, Dave, that no one has challenged really Team Liquid yet. They've just been posted up on the top of that mountain the entire game. Normally, with Everest in the zone like this, you'll see 2-3 fights break out up there for control of that mountain, and Liquid's just been chilling up there, raining shots down on everybody. You know, they've got a couple elims, but that's the thing on Everest is you don't really get that momentum because it's so hard to get the flushes from up there unless someone challenges your position, which we just haven't seen so far.
Yeah, I think Resilience are bound to at least kind of hover around the area with their vehicles, so we'll have to see. But 7-8 gonna be jumping out the window. A little 360 flick action right there onto a member of 9Z. I mean, this west side is just still such a mess over here in the hospital. Hospital no longer in play. Popping over here to Loops with the beautiful just tandem firing here, trying to blow up those vehicles. There goes 9Z eliminated. Yeah, that was that hospital fight we were looking at here. Very difficult for all those teams over there. So circle almost closed in here. If we can continue to just kind of go over there to that east side, man, Team Liquid, they have been just such a prime spot here this game. Oh, I think Resilience are not going to be pushing up that hill here. I'll have to keep tabs on that one because
they're thinking about it.
Yeah, they've been itching for a fight. Team Liquid have been looking, they've been scouting, they've been seeing all these potential points kind of slip through their fingers up there, so they are itching for a fight.
Loops is getting ready to crash onto one of the Resilience players. Resilience is split right now.
Here they go.
They actually pass him up, and here they go to the top. The drive-by, that was just ruthless. Loops making it look easy. They assault the position, and not only that, gain the beachhead. And right now, Loops is saying, this is our mountaintop. But down goes Rattleboy. The shots from behind, the third party not helping things, and now Resilience in onto Loops' flank. This is trouble now for Loops.
Resilience just parked in the wrong spot, though. Loops had their number dialed in, so more eliminations for the side of Loops. And this is a great spot for them. Team Liquid took a little bit too long to take this position. Instead, held the center of Everest rather than the edge. Now they're going to see if they can get a knock here with these nades. Oh, but Alpha 7, that knock onto Vitin opens the door for Team Liquid to make a big push here.
It really does. You got third parties coming in from the bottom. Now, teams like Alpha 7 and Xforce gonna have to move in from the bottom. We'll see if that's the case or if they choose to wrap around the sides of the circle. Will they join the fight on the mountaintop and go for the high ground, or will they move away from it? We've got our eyes on that, but now Team Liquid on the top of the mountain. On the push, they immediately were on their back foot, had a player wipe, but now taking it to Loops. This is the hottest team in the lobby right now, and Team Liquid, they're not afraid, Dave.
They're not afraid, but they need to make sure not to overextend because there's a couple opponents out there like Alpha 7 from across the way trying to take some shots on third party. And talk about third partying now, Rose of War going to be pulling up, Xforce pulling on up. So this is what we were talking about. This mountaintop is such a hot real estate here that Team Liquid, they're going to have to really decide who to take the fight with first. And Ayala Chief just getting annihilated right there. The timing was a little off. It looks like Team Liquid kind of focusing on that eastern flank, realizing there's a team pushing, and at that very moment, Loops collapsing and taking them out.
Deminor just naded himself, and Royals of War will leave the lobby. They tried to backdoor the fight on top of the hill, but ultimately got backdoored by Xforce. Now Wolves on the defensive, and they get wiped by iNCO. So iNCO Gaming going ham right now on their compatriots. Wolves with 2 players left. It's Baton trying to set things right now for the Wolves. Him and Coops trying to get it done. Baton down and Coops down. Wolves eliminated iNCO.
Wow.
Getting the dub in this fight. That's huge for them. But I want to see the top of this mountaintop as Xforce now on the push right now, trying to take it to the 2 remaining players of Loops, Hot Jukes.
Throwing all those nades, all that utility, trying to open up this fight just a little bit more. They don't really realize it's a 4v2. Otherwise, we would see Xforce completely sending it at this point. Rattaboy throwing out some smokes, trying to buy himself a little bit of time. But those smokes are also usually a dead giveaway of exactly where you are. Alim trying to get something to happen here with these nades. 24K hopping in the vehicle to get a little bit more sight lines. It's so difficult to hit nades here. You gotta be perfectly placed, and that one was right on the money. It's just up to Rattaboy. Smoke City, baby, for Rattaboy right here, Dave.
I don't. He's not gonna live. I mean, he got Xforce.
It's Rattaboy.
He got A7 now over here. It is Rattaboy.
He's like 7 foot tall. You can see over the mountains.
I'd be able to rat it out a little bit, but talk about ratting it out. Diego trying to avoid these grenades from IG. I counted about 6 of them. Finally, they're going to be connected onto Diego. Mission accomplished over there. Here comes Xforce rolling up the hill. They got the whole squad alive. They are looking good. They're looking prime over here to get some more eliminations. Currently sitting on 5 right now. Xforce squaring up against Alpha 7 here. A big fight.
It's the one I was waiting for. Both these teams securing compounds at the foot of this mountain, and they chilled there until the zone forced them north, and they both kind of wrapped around up the hill. You can see Alpha 7 on the mountaintop right now with Mafioso on the flank. Going with the 3-1 split. We'll see if that comes back to bite them. You still have Influence Rage at the bottom of the hill in that dip. They've made really good use of it, and it has paid off as they're one of the only teams in the circle right now. So nice work from Influence Rage to hold that position, and thankfully for them, the distraction factor at the top of the mountain has been heavy for the last circle and a half, as we've seen 5 or 6 squads up here fighting it out, and now Alpha 7 looks to be backing off this fight, preferring to go for zone. So we'll see if that continues to materialize. Xforce trying to push their way all the way to the edge here. Done a great job to keep all 4 players still alive.
Little shotgun action right there through the smoke. You never know. Somebody might be over there. You never know. Alpha 7, like you said, pulling back just a little bit, kind of setting up a trap here. They know Xforce are going to have to push in here very shortly. Alpha 7 prime for a nice engagement. Meanwhile, Maryland just casually rolling on in over there by Hospital up against IG here, Hot Jukes.
Yeah, it's gonna be a party over here on Hospital. It is right there on the edge of that circle. Nice little eyesights from Maryland. They finally get into this end game. Let's see what they can do against Intense Game. Silence, a little isolated here. Let's see if Maryland could get some kind of nade off on them, because this fight definitely needs to finish out. It's an easy elimination here if they can get it.
Weeboy with a really heads-up play there. Must have heard Intense Games of silence behind him, because they doubled back, went to the edge of zone, cleared him out like nobody's business.
GG.
I thought for sure that Maryland was kind of screwed there, but Intense Game, ultimately the one that falls. Maryland into the top 4. We've got 4 teams with a lot of strength. 3 of them full strength headed into this final circle. Influence Rage down below still owning the dip. We've got Xforce and Alpha 7 on the mountaintop looking down below. Who does this circle even favor, Dave?
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at Maryland, honestly. They were playing that ridge over there on that west side, and they got the cover, so if they receive some shots, they can kind of just dip behind it and heal up. But Alpha 7, they're aware. They're aware that those sight lines are going to be available to Maryland across the way. That's why we saw them taking some shots moments ago. Looks like Xforce is going to be prioritizing moving down the hillside, down the mountainside here, Hot Juice, to potentially take the fight with Influence Rage. So looks like Xforce making the call to prioritize that fight down below.
I like it. They're prioritizing position because they realize there's only 2 zone shifts less in this game, and it's most likely going to be in the wide open if it centers up. So I like that Xforce is focusing on that first, finding that next spot before getting into engagement with Alpha 7. We know that fight's going to happen no matter what. So they're like, what advantage can we possibly get? Let's see if we can take advantage of Federal here and the rest of Influence Rage. Yeah, I mean, they got the sight lines. Klaus is going to throw a smoke right here. Try to get a little bit more intel. But man, these guys are mighty close to each other. Oh, Klaus sees them. Easy eliminations here. Watch out for Rebel, though. Yeah, Rebel on top could cause some problems.
Really could. Maryland on the outside looking in right now as all 3 teams going at it. Influence Rage up against Xforce. Alpha 7 looking down on both of them. Maryland probably content to let this one play out, but they're on the wraparound. Looks like Squash going down south, potentially to backdoor Alpha 7. Now Lil Boy trying to get those sight lines onto Xforce. Man, it's anyone's game right now, except for maybe Influence Rage. They're down to a solo. Lil Boy trying to survive at this point. You know, I like Xforce's position. They own most of the zone here. They need to catch some of these solos and flankers. Try not to get caught off guard here. Squash down on the flank right now. Mafioso taking him down with the mini, Hot Jukes.
Yeah, let's see how Xforce decides to finish this match. You're right. They have so many different sight lines, so much coverage here. It's just about not getting knocked at the right time. 24K gets a nice shot there on the Rebel, just to let him know, hey, don't peek your head out too high. That's going to make him a little nervous. Maryland, I think they are screwed in this circle.
Yeah.
They are out in the wide open, nothing they can do, and they're just getting picked apart one by one.
The heads-up play, though, I mean, from Maryland, they gave it a good try. They saw Alpha 7 working their way up the hillside while Xforce were in the fight with INF, and we saw them kind of send it with the vehicles to get that wraparound like you said, PB. So that was the play. Just unfortunately, Alpha 7 recognized that a little too quickly and put a stop to that. So honestly, looking at this end zone here, Alpha 7, we saw a couple of their squad mates missing some armor, missing some vests, missing some helmets, and now Mafioso bleeding on out. So I'm feeling, and it's easy for me to say here, but an Xforce win, right? I mean, it's hard to bet against them right now. Bold prediction.
Yeah, I love where you're coming from though, Dave. And we called it out, 4 circles ago now. These two teams have been content almost to be neighbors and really deal damage as an 8-man squad against the rest of the lobby. Alpha 7 goes down to 3-man on their side, but they still have one straggler from Maryland that could be friend or foe here coming in behind Alpha 7. He's hiding for the moment, but Xforce really kind of turning things up a notch. And look at this, they get the zone. Alpha 7 will have to come off the mountain, and there's no excuse now not to win this if you're Xforce, especially with the beachhead already established by Klaus and Alim.
Yeah, just hit those shots and it should be an easy chicken dinner. I like the fact that Xforce prioritized position over taking that fight with Alpha 7 a little bit earlier. And now they are just in the driver's seat to win this game here, 7. They have the numbers advantage. They've got all the position in the world. They are very split though. So if one of them gets knocked, that's going to even the fight for them. So right now, if you're Xforce, just play it real calm, real collective. Don't get knocked. And this should be an easy win. I mean, it's Alpha 7, but it should be a win.
Yeah, you still got that Maryland player too. Finally taking some shots. Look at that right there in the elimination feed.
You got 2!
Got 2. Oh my goodness. So this is the time when you want to see Xforce make the push though. I totally agree with you moments ago, like play it nice and calm, but you got to hit them while they're hurting, and that's exactly what they're doing. Fate Klaus going to be wrapping around the low end right there, trying to get the confirmations. Garillo cooking up a grenade, tossing it, swapping to the shotgun, dipping above the ridge and getting taken out just like that. Xforce coming out on top with the winner chicken dinner.
It is Xforce coming in with a winner chicken dinner in our second game of the day, and they've done it by taking down Alpha 7. Camped out next to him the entire game. And gentlemen, I cannot emphasize how great of a pickup Klaus was for this roster. 8 eliminations that game for that man, putting 15 in the column of Xforce as they're going to take home 25 points on this map. Look for them to vault way up in the standings. But again, Xforce, different team right now with the way they've been approaching the game. Their plays have been on point. We haven't seen them making reckless decisions. And Hodge, you called it out. That decision to move off the top of the mountain instead of taking that fight, the only way to do it, in my opinion, to get that chicken dinner. So smart plays, and it will be rewarded with a chicken dinner. We saw straight out of Nepal get into it early on with Jaguar, win the fight, and then the Wolves dropped right onto him, Dave. Started strong, but Wolves ultimately wiped by their countrymen in iNCO.
Yeah, getting wiped, walking away with 5 elimination points when we're looking at the Wolves. Loops with 7 elimination points as they make this pull up. I mean, this is when things start to get pretty hairy right there for Team Liquid. You had Loops come up, trying to get involved, Royals of War, they were thinking about it, Xforce showing up, and then Alpha 7. So we were predicting that that whole time when we saw Team Liquid up there at the top. Like, yeah, eventually there's going to be a bunch of squads looking to overthrow them, and that's exactly what happened. So Team Liquid here, Hot Jukes, only walking away with 3 elimination points.
Yeah, super unfortunate. They just got absolutely sandwiched. I think if Team Liquid would have focused more on just, clearing their backs, they would have had a lot more success. But it was kind of tough because they were just getting shot at like crazy from every single direction. But you know what? You got to shake it off. Hopefully make it happen. It is, of course, Xforce that clutch it up. And I will say, PB, it's about damn time we see Klaus on a roster where the rest of his team could support him and he could really show off his full potential. You have been such a big champion for this guy for such a long time, PB, and I'm so happy to see him here riding on top now.
We're going 3 years back, right? Titan Series Season 0. Klaus was dealing the pain out to other squads, and finally on a roster right now that, like you said, can support, and you see it right here, proof in the pudding. 8 eliminations, over 1,000 damage. Leading the way for this Xforce squad to sit on top of the tables. That is a massive game. Anytime you can put up 25 points in a single match, that is huge for your overall rank in the tournament. And interestingly enough, Klaus with 8 eliminations, no other team in the lobby had that many eliminations. I mean, iNCO matched it, but literally Klaus is a one-man wrecking crew for the side of Xforce. Alpha 7, once again, in second place. They haven't managed any victories yet this league stage, but do they really need it? I mean, these guys are so consistent, so good. Like, we rarely, if ever, see them go out early, Dave.
Yeah, and they got they got all the pages to the book of success here for PUBG Mobile. I mean, they're the ones writing they're the ones writing the journal out here. So you know who needs to read these pages? Who needs to read this book? Team Jaguar, straight Nepal walking away 4 elims, getting involved early on. But these bottom teams, we continue to see them at the bottom day after day, week after week. It's just not a good look here, Hot Jukes.
Not a good look at all. Not a good look at all. Still plenty of games left to go, though. Hopefully we can see some improvement. But yeah, fighting with a pistol off the rip here. This ain't Rondo. It's Erangel, right? Avoid those early engagements as much as you possibly can. Look at that match recap, though. 2,500 damage from Xforce. And the thing I love about the most when it comes to that last game is just how perfectly they played it, guys. I mean, the right decision to avoid that fight with Alpha 7. The second we saw that Maryland player get a couple of knocks, instant push from Xforce. Doesn't allow Alpha 7 to breathe at all. And securing that chicken dinner, it was just cooked to perfection, PB.
Yo, can we send you card to Santa Texa over at Maryland? I think Xforce owes much right to get them down to just Carrillo to hold the line. And let's take a peek at our P4 match. I don't think there's any surprise in this one. Going to be then of the Xforce, 8 eliminations, over 1,000 entire time. Choose
number 1, baby.
Beautifully done, Dave. This dude crushed it.
Man. I mean, shoot. I need some of that hair gel, by the way. I want my hair to look like that. That's looking nice.
That's a pomade, Dave.
That's
a pomade.
All right. Respect. Maybe that's the secret out here. But kind of, all jokes aside, going back to Xforce and talking to Fate from week number 1 to week number 2. I mean, they recognized like they were slipping and they were sliding on the overall leaderboards, and they recognized there were some mistakes, and they tightened up here, Hot Jukes, and they've been looking pretty good after that.
Pretty good indeed, man. I mean, I'm glad to see them bounce back, especially after having that really rough start to Rondo. We saw them get taken out real early. They went for the revives, got caught on that edge play, right? But then now we're seeing that edge play work out in Erangel here, PB. Let's go.
It is indeed. Production says it's textured clay, getting that hair all got to go.
Textured clay.
So,
okay.
Yeah, that is what's up. Textured clay it is. And for me, I'm liking the makeovers. I want to see somebody do the big hair of the 8, what I'm hoping for. So with that, we have crushed our game. Erangel. Gentlemen, do you have any final thoughts on what we saw on our game? Dave?
I got 2 more games. Team Liquid getting that win. Okay, 2 more games. Let's see if I'm right.
Amazing. And Jukes, anything switch up here as we were our second game at Erangel?
Wolves, how you lose the warehouses? You had them locked down, dude. How do you lose them? I don't know, man. Wolves, I'm seeing some silly mistakes from the Wolves here. I don't like it. Come on, get it fixed. Get it fixed sooner than later.
All right. Fair enough. I'm looking at straight out of Nepal. I want to see them win that opening fight up, and they're going to try to do just that. So why don't we go to a quick break? We've got one of straight out of Nepal standing by. We'll hear their story and exactly just how they got here.
Today we're getting to the second half of the tournament, and I want to know what was the biggest challenge the players faced so far in the tournament.
First of all, I think our biggest challenge the first week, I think it's the individual.
So I personally have been playing for a long time. It's been about 7 years and played a lot of big tournaments. But now, recently, we were so close to qualifying and we came 5th place. And fortunately, we qualified this season. I felt very happy for all my teammates. I personally wasn't playing in the lineup at that time, but I was very proud of I like to call them my little brothers, and I was very proud of them. I think we're excited to compete at such a high level. I think this experience is really gonna grow every single player that's gonna be participating, and we're definitely gonna be trying to experience this in a positive way.
This is our first time and we are pretty confident and we do a lot of hard work and we can do it.
So, yeah, sorry, what was the question? I'm sorry. Something for fans, a message for fans. I would like to thank all our fans. If you're watching this, keep supporting us, and yeah, we're gonna make you guys proud, and go Kali.
So I can go first on that. Me personally, I haven't played that much of Rondo, so I'm not that very confident, right? Because we transitioned from Sanhok to Rondo. I'm not that confident, but with a little bit of practice, I feel like we can do it.
I think it's better than Sanhok, I think. Now, in this map, I think we can get a lot of kills. Better than Sanhok, I think.
Well, it is our first time, so the experience is going to be totally new. But we're confident because we've been grinding for 7 years, and with that kind of experience, I feel like we can make something happen, achieve something here.
Basically, this is the first time playing Titan series. Usually I used to play in Europe, so I feel normal.
So I can answer that question because all of us have experience. No matter if we start late or early, KC came in early, and we've been grinding for a minute, but because of our experience, I feel like we can achieve something. So my personal goal, I have been playing for a long time. This could be my last split. So my personal goal is to give my best and do something. We came here for a reason, so the reason is to win, and we're gonna try our best. I'll give my best.
My goal is just have fun, that's all.
All right, we're back, feeling refreshed, and Dave, we are so lucky to be going to Erangel once again. We want to see if Team Liquid can come back with the gusto and take one of these next 2 maps. Dave predicted it. We'll see if it happens. We're back on Power Bang alongside Hot Jukes as well. Guys, we had an epic game 1 of Rondo. We had an epic game 2 of Erangel. And now we got to see how things have been affected. You know, how far did Xforce climb up the standings? That's what I want to see. So let's pull up those overall standings and see just how things sit. And would you look at that? Number 4, 5, and 6, all North America right now. We are gaining on Brazil, boys. Xforce right back in the mix all the way up to number 5, Hot Jukes.
Dude, at least we're not seeing just 6 Brazilian teams, 1 through 6, like before. You know what I'm saying? So I'm glad to see some of our teams up in the mix here. Xforce, especially after that last game, man, are looking so dang solid. I love that play there, Dave. I mean, just no mistakes to be seen. They executed that one to perfection. Hopefully that gives them the confidence to rocket launch themselves up the leaderboards even more. But at this point, Dave, is anybody going to stop Loops? Look at that lead they got.
Yeah, Loops are just on a roll, and even when they get taken out early, they walk away with 7 elimination points, right? So Loops, I think it goes back to just like when you're having good games, it just continues to roll. You know, that momentum is so true for a game like this, because you're just kind of playing carefree almost in a sense. Meanwhile, you got teams like VIP, 9Z, maybe even Team Liquid, who they're playing with a lot of pressure on their shoulders, you know, and that pressure can have them second guessing every single call, every single play, and maybe even their own, you know, gun skills on the battlefield. So I think when we're looking at Loops specifically, 3 chickens this week, they're in the lead. They're just big gaming, you know, they are just big gaming, dominating, and they're just confident right now here, Powerbang.
They're crushing it. Loops setting the example for all of the other squads to follow. I got to give a shout out to United 4 Gaming as well. This is not the team that I thought would be leading the LATAM region right now, but they are. They're sitting in 8th place right now, and they're on the come up. Honestly, they're a team that I picked after the second day of the tournament. They're like, this is a team that's trending up. I feel like they're getting it done. They're winning fights, and ultimately, they're climbing little by little up that leaderboard. We'll keep an eye on that and see if they can continue to deliver. But as we shift our attention to our next game, the third of the day, we're also back to Erangel. I gotta ask Hot Jukes, do you think we're gonna see some back-to-back action? Will Xforce be able to do it again, or are you thinking we're gonna have some other team take the cake? Would love to get your prediction.
That's going to be hard. I think we're going to see another team take the cake here. I think Xforce crushed that one, but it was just all about that zone, their positioning. I think going into this next game, I think we need to see an Alpha 7 win at this point. It's been a little bit too long. We haven't seen one yet here in round 2. I think it's imminent. So I think Alpha 7 after that last game are gonna come back strong. They're a team that gets pissed when they like lose a game by this much. I think they're gonna come back crazy in this one.
An imminent Alpha 7 victory predicted. And the interesting thing about Alpha 7 is they haven't needed to win. They've got dinners. They've somehow still top of the tables with the exception of Loop. So coming to you think when the win here in our second
Arrow game, we got 2 more to go to be exact, and out of those 2, I'm feeling there's a 50% chance that Team Liquid might win this one, or they might win that next one here, PB. So Team Liquid, I'm sticking with you. You had a really good game number 1. That circle last game, beautiful. You just couldn't hold it down. A little, you know, biting off a little too much more than you could chew, but we got 2 more to go. Team Liquid all day here, PB.
All right, Team Liquid, the pick for Dave. We head to our next Erangel game, and we do have our quick word from our tournament sponsor. It is the Infinix GT30 series. That's right, you can level up with the Infinix GT30 Pro. It's built for gamers and made for champions. Speed, style, performance for your next win. The Infinix GT30 series. Outplay the rest. With that, we are primed for our next Erangel action. For this one, I want to see a super Southern Zone, and I want to see a back-to-back victory by the Xforce. That's what I want to see, by the Xforce. I was going to say Wolves. I didn't win. I want to see back-to-back. Let's go Xforce. That's who I'm picking. Maybe they can get it done, Hot Juice. We'll see.
Yeah, I mean, with Klaus getting 8 eliminations, I mean, that it's totally possible for sure. I cannot stress enough how happy I am to see this guy on a championship potential team. I mean, he has been so underrated. He's been the dominant force on every squad he's played on before. So to have 3 other members that can kind of really match that level of play style, I think it's just so huge for him. And he's finally able to show off what he could really do on the bigger stages. But look at this plane path, Dave, going from south all the way to the north.
Beautiful.
We're in the second Aaron Gale of the day. Let's get it going.
Let's get it going. VIP dropping right out the gate here. VIP looking for a come up. They're looking for a military base circle. Heck, military base circle, give it to me. I haven't seen one of those in a hot minute. United 4 Gaming doing the same damn thing out here. Fingers are crossed. So let's see if Papa Blue can bless them here, Hot Jukes.
Yes, good old Papa Blue. Papa Blue's been pretty dangerous here these past few days. About time show a little bit of love to those teams down in Sosnovka. But yeah, Xforce going all the way up to the north towards Stalber, so you know they don't want to see that military circle. Let's see what happens though.
Give me a Kameshki circle.
Kameshki.
Kameshki, come on. Yes. Yes.
All right. Well, hey, this is gonna get interesting. I mean, we've got a nice little eastern circle and an eastern plane path, so everybody already in it. Things could get dicey a bit early right now. Who's going to go away from this zone, loot up, and then come back? That's going to be kind of interesting to keep our eyes on. Take our attention to Milta. This has been a battle in the streets nearly every game, but at least this time, Team Liquid seems to have it to themselves, Dave.
Team Liquid looking for a bounce back after their last game, holding down the military base, or not the military base, the Mount Everest hilltop. And, well, just getting wiped out here.
Yep.
I believe they only had like 3 elimination points too, so really not taking advantage of that. But now they're going to be pretty dead center. You got Milta holding it down. Nepal over there in Milta Power, all kind of separated, and a little toward the north of Povka, we got Alpha 7, Carrillo and Prison, and then the Jaguars near Shelter. So there's already a couple of squads in the mix right now. Not to mention the Wolves. Oh, we got the horse out here. The Wolves over there in Farm. But I'm thinking, I don't know, Jukes. We saw Team Liquid last game. They were dead center for the early to mid game. They didn't really do much with it. I almost want Team Liquid to be a little more proactive here. Instead of being content with their dead center position, maybe even look for some early engagements. I mean, they saw the plane path, they saw the parachutes, they know there's going to be a squad at Milta Power. I would actually like to see Team Liquid kind of gear up and maybe go take the fight here, Hot Jukes. What's your opinion on that?
I don't think it's a bad idea. Like I said, I think their position was so rock solid, but rather than kind of focusing on either the back or closer towards the center of Everest, they just kind of held that middle ground and just got sandwiched towards the end. So, I mean, it's one of those IGL decisions that's kind of a coin toss. I think they look back at that, and Coach Knight especially, so good, one of the best coaches in PUBG Mobile, period. I know he's going to be looking at that game and being like, all right, guys, you got to either stick to this side or this side whenever you're in a position like that. So not a terrible loss for me because it's one of those decisions that any IGL could make. It just didn't work out for them. But I hope they definitely learn from that, go into this game and just prove to everybody that, hey, you know what? We made a mistake, but we're going to crush it right here and right now. Let's go.
We're following along with Carrillo as he's doing some scouting, and he is a wide of his squad. They are looting up still in Lipovka. Carrillo's a good, kilometer and a half out in front right now, trying to get themselves a nice position in the zone. So you love to see it from them. Straight out of Paul, owning the land just a bit west of Milta Power. So good positions from straight out of Paul as well. I'm hoping to see big things from them, but now we've got Liquid going to the high ground. They've been pretty active so far, firing shots at basically anybody driving by. And it's Kayovsky getting into it with Jaguar. And he's not going to be long for this world.
That feels bad.
That's not good. That is not good.
Oh, he got caught wide of his squad. Look at how far away they are. There was no help coming. He was stranded on that island, had to make a play of his own, and just not able to do it.
Tough. I just gave you praise, Team Liquid. Why you gotta do that, dude? Why you gotta do that? Especially Kayovsky, losing him early is gonna hurt. Still 3 players up, though. Anything can happen.
I mean, they got Alpha 7 not too far from them, so I think anything can happen, meaning like they might get eliminated early here. Can happen. Oh, we'll see though. Hopefully not. I got him, pegged to at least get one chicken here today. Game 1 Rondo really set the tone for me, in my opinion here, PB, for Team Liquid, but they really haven't continued with that momentum that they were able to find in game number 1, unfortunately here.
Absolutely. Got an interesting situation brewing at the bridge, too. We got VIP kind of camping it out. United 4 Gaming is approached, but they're being a bit cautious right now on if they should make that approach. So the southern side being camped, the northern side occupied right now by the Wolves. And hoping that one of those traps gets to be sprung at some point. My guess is that we got to wait a couple minutes to find out and see what this circle does. But otherwise, it'll be a long rotate over to the other side, and it does look like United 4 is going to crash it.
Let's see.
Yeah,
Let's see.
Prince is just going to let it slide, though, right?
Yeah, he's going to be like, all right, yeah, it's fine. You guys gotta get the multi-pass across
they see
this.
the vehicle,
Never mind.
though. He can't
Oh,
let it
my
slide
gosh.
Nicely done. We'll see if anybody else is in position to get some shots out on
They're
this
gonna push
group.
him. He's
The
isolated.
reinforcements coming. Yeah, he's isolated and they know it. Good drop off.
Oh, the teammates.
Trade comes in from somewhere.
Oh, Batman. Batman. And Zaman.
What is Lancet doing?
What is Zaman?
I mean, you gotta know if there's one guy standing at the bridge, you should know where the others are going to be, at least a little bit. But the flank here from Zaman off on that angle forces them behind the vehicles for the teammates to just line up. But once again, super isolated. They gotta make a play. Can Zaman do it? Doesn't land the early shots. Now Jaguar with the DBS can't get it done. And Zaman coming through in the clutch. United 4 is just about out of hope here.
What Power is coming for him. Power's like, listen, I'm coming for you. What a very questionable play right there from, I almost want to say both sides, but fortunate for VIP, they only lost Prince in the mix, and Zaman, this alternate angle, really playing dividends over there. As we look at the crates,
look at that.
I mean, Jesus.
The scene of the crime.
Yeah, who's really the winner right there?
Wow,
well, I'm gonna throw my vote in for VIP being the winner of that one.
Okay,
as they have 3 players left alive.
Okay.
Well, no, I mean, they did good, right? They knocked out all the other players.
They lost one of their players, though. I think they were too separated.
It wasn't perfect.
They were too separated.
I think out of both those teams, though, they won.
Alive, then I would have been all on the VIP board, because now they control the military base island, and if the circle shifts down here, they are big chilling. But Prince was up there by himself, really no support. What was the call there from Prince, just to kind of look to see who crosses the bridge? I mean, what was the point of him being there without his squad mates?
Bridge troll.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Hey, we got a bridge zone potentially in play here. It's getting dicey down here. Look at this. We've got a nice little camp job coming from the Wolves, and 9Z cruising into that embankment there by the bridge. Now VIP is gonna probably stay south if it's me. It's it's gonna be packed up north, so they might just hope and cross their fingers for a nice little hard shift south. We take a peek into Milty here.
There you go.
We've got the Wolves. We also have Jaguar moving in with Team Liquid coming in from the north, so Milta's about to get super dicey.
Yeah, and Wolves are rocking like a 2-2 split here, so I want to see if Wolves get a little bit closer to each other in this position. But they have been rocking quite these splits quite often here, PB.
Yeah, we've got like all but 2 of the teams basically in the same city right now, the same little compounds. And they're safe for the moment, but everybody competing for the same turf. And here's Alpha 7 kind of on the flank looking in. Oh, it's getting interesting. They see iNCO calling things out, but not taking the engagement just yet. I want to see what Alpha 7 does here, because they're on the flank.
Playing it slow. Alpha 7 always so smart when it comes to like the choices of fights. They spend so much time just getting intel, waiting for the perfect time to strike. And they know, like, hey, right now, if we get into a fight, we're probably going to get third-partied, so let's just sit down and wait. And if the opportunity opens up to where it's too obvious, we're going to take that fight. But for now, we're just going to hang out.
Yo, Xforce way up north. Remember off the plane path, they went up to Stalber. And they are still just now coming out of the blue zone. But remember back to week 1, VIP Esports tried this same thing, super late rotation, coming into the zone late. It paid off for them as they were able to get all the way to the top of the standings, end of the game. We'll see if it pays off similarly for Xforce here, but they are on their way into the circle. Things starting to crack off right now with Wolves and Jaguar. Baton first to hit the turf.
The splits. He should be able to get picked up though, because Igor should be pretty close to him. Yeah, so he gets picked up immediately. But at this point, I can see they're just trying to hedge their bets. So they got 2 people in Milta. If the zone centers up, then they're going to go towards Igor. If it goes hard shift south, they're going to head towards Coops.
Wolves have been doing this all tournament long with the 2-2 split. And honestly, it's worked out for them pretty well. And I got to attribute that to their communication and how quickly they've been able to support each other. But as they start to extend, you can see Igor's moving all the way over here. This is tough, but look at the position right now.
Baby.
They own that, and VIP going center zone as Zaman has made it across the bridge. That is going to be pricey real estate here shortly. 9Z is going to be looking down there. Wolves are going to be looking down there. But VIP, I think they need to make a move, but they are rewarded for staying south.
Yeah, only if Prince was still alive, man. I would have been saying this would have been a VIP game all day, but getting into the action. Looks like Loops now springing the trap onto INF. They're going to be pulling up onto Law over here. Law right on the other side of this hillside here. Is going to be alive for the time being. Looks like Loop's going to be making the call to pull on back. Jaguars on to Team Liquid. Jaguars known for their aggression. Team Liquid got Mythic. They got Chief trying to make the pull up here. Trying to support their squad mate before getting thirsted. Mythic with a little lean peek action with the UMP tossing a smoke dip and back into cover. They got the hovercraft too, but Team Jaguar. Oh, Ayala with a nice little shotgun pump right there. Team Jaguar, though, very aggressive squad here, Hot Jukes.
Super aggressive. Ayala throwing down that Molotov to just kind of create a little bit of space in between these 2 players. This is still in the circle, so they can definitely spend a little bit more time in this fight. Maybe looking to open it up with another nade.
Did we just see a quick swap to a mini 8X in close
That
range?
was pretty crazy. I didn't say anything because it didn't work, but that was wild.
The confidence, man. I don't even know if I'd try something that crazy. That was wild. You see Intense Game rotating around to the other side of the street in the confusion here. So Team Liquid now has more to deal with. Adrian on the third party taking care of Jaguar. Look at them stealing all of these eliminations. Team Liquid worked so hard for it, but Intense Game gonna take home the spoils.
Crazy. Tense game with a third party right there, just picking them apart. Jaguar, they still got a couple members trying to push it through the doorway here. Yala with the shotgun. It's lock and loaded, trying to connect through the window still. Got him. Can we get the other one? Hey, stand still. Let me get you. Where you at? Go for that quick last second reload. Mythic with the off angle UMP pre-fire here. Looks like Jaguars on the losing end of the stick here, Hot Jukes.
Big time, yeah. This fight was ringing out, and Intense Game, just passed them up, took the dominant position, and now, both these teams in this fight are hurting bad. Team Liquid winning it, but only down to 2 players now. Seeing teams get knocked out all over the place. There goes iNCO. Maryland are going to be stuck in the blue zone, just licking their wounds here. This is still stage 3, so they can eat a little bit of blue here. But they're going to have to get moving sooner rather than later here, PB, as this next zone's about to pop.
It's crazy. I'm looking at this compound right here, currently occupied by Hegors, to play a big factor in this particular circle. You can see the zone does go north, so now VIP gonna have to make a move across with the remainder of their squad. Zaman already has the beachhead kind of established up there. Other than that, everyone else crashing their way in. Loops in a great position. Wolves in a great position. You got Influence Rage just holding on there with Federal in those compounds just south of that road. Things cracking off right now, though. Xforce, Royals of War. Xforce way disjointed right now, not able to provide support. Klaus goes down, and things falling apart for Xforce as Aleem retreats to try to survive, and they will go out as number 12.
Just like that. Trying to do a crazy late rotation and just got beamed out the vehicle. Rolls of War holding down this east side now, straight at Nepal. In the blue still. They are out of position. Just double check it to make sure there's no late rotators, and then they're going to see them finally push their way into this next circle.
Wow. VIP wishing they had Prince still, man. I'm telling you, VIP wishing they had Prince. But they got 4 limbs here, PB. They're going to be utilizing the shoreline here. They know nobody's going to be behind them because, you know, they had that whole southern part of the zone. Still a lot of water in play here. I think VIP just play it nice and slow. Play the edge. Meanwhile, over here, Alpha 7 trying to take some shots at some stragglers on the beach here, straight out of Nepal. Being one of those squads trying to utilize the shoreline for a safe passage. Little to find out, Alpha 7's got sight lines on it here, so unfortunate for straight out of Nepal.
Straight into the grave is more like it. Alpha 7 delivering the pain to straight out of Paul. KC, last one up on the beach right now, trying to get his teammates back. And the fight with Zhao, though, is going to go down for Alpha 7. That buys him a bit of a reprieve here. Gatsby in the foreground as well, holding a nade. He's going to see if he can deliver something.
Watch out.
He's going to try to get the revive here and on Gatsby. Straight out of Paul. Don't count him out just yet.
KC laying down. Should be shooting something. Just shoot in the direction. Give your homie some suppressive fire. Look at that Zaman all the way up there. On top of the bridge.
This is a dominant position. Beautiful
so
sightlines.
high.
Until it's not. Until people see you. And then you can't peek because you can't move. There's no strafing. You know, Dave? It's a fun one to watch though.
Yeah. I mean, hey, you give it your all. You give it your all. That's all you can do. But Alpha 7 over there, just unfortunate. I would not want to be next to that squad right now. They're looking for a win here, guys. They haven't really found a winner chicken dinner yet this week. They have been dominant when it comes to the eliminations, of course, but I think this is a squad that is primed for a win because you know they want to overthrow Loops and take that first place spot on the leaderboards, where we've come to know that's pretty much the Alpha 7 slot, you know, every single tournament over here in the PMSL. So next circle is going to pop here very shortly. The Wolves still alive. They got the whole squad up. No limbs going their way, but pretty solid position right across the road. You got Luke.
Dead center.
VIP, I'm still chilling with VIP. I don't know what Zaman's doing over there. You know for a fact nobody's going to be rotating to the bridge just lanes of the game, but hey, Zaman, you do you. But PB, Loops.
He likes the high ground.
He likes the high ground. Loops and the Wolves. Solid spot right now, PB.
Really is. Nade's out from Adrian here. Adrian's going to have to try to make a play. Flashes in for Alpha 7. They seem to have blinded each other. Revo out.
Nice shots.
Finally starting to turn things around, but the return fire from Silence, they trade. Revo having a bit of an off day so far. I will say this is the first time he has slipped out of the tournament lead for damage. He has led all players, and he's not even in the top 2 right now. So Revo trying to get things back on track. It's not like he's doing bad. He's still like number 3 or 4 in the lobby. But again, based on the standard he's set so far, he's trying to get back to that god tier that he achieved the last week. But here we go. Carrillo. They're scouting out intense game right now, trying to make a play. Alpha 7 on the outside looking in, Dave. They've got to try to find a way to make this approach.
They know that there's a team on the shoreline. They were taking them apart on their rotate earlier on, but thing is, those sight lines, you still got Ayala from behind just being an absolutely terror for Alpha 7.
What a nuisance.
Yeah, I know, and that right there, that took away precious time, right?
Yep.
Precious time for that rotate. So even though he didn't get the knock, he took away the time. And look at that IG silence now on to Revo as well. So that time is what they were trying to utilize for the push. And, well, they're going to lose one of their heaviest gunners on the approach, unfortunate for them.
Again. That's Revo's third knock and done for there. Alpha 7 do get a couple players at least into the fight now. But now they're being gate-hit by intense game. Wazao gonna try to open things up here. Remix over here by the gas station finally catches Zaman. Not able to do it from that lower elevation. But now they're getting shot from the back. They gotta be careful. Oh!
They're trying everything to get that that elimination secured, just giving up the back entirely. I gotta give a shout out to Ayala. of Team Liquid. He's the only one alive up there. He's playing big and noisy and kind of owning the northern part of the zone, just being annoying to all of these other squads. A7 peeks a little bit. He knocks him and forces A7 into this fight now with Intense Game. They're trying to make their way through, but so many angles are being held right now by Intense Game, and the shots from everyone, Silence in particular, seem to be on point. Alpha 7 just getting mowed down. You can see Sunday Leon getting the finish there. Straight into Nepal still into things, and you can see Silence connecting from the window. They're just not missing, and Alpha 7 can't find their way in.
Tough zone for Alpha 7. Opens the door for everybody else on the leaderboards, that's for sure. Alpha 7 dominated round 1. Later into round 2, having a little bit of struggle here. Next circle about to pop. Wolves dead center this whole time. Big chillin'. That 2-2 split really paid off from Ayala with the jukes. Not able to survive. Intense Game doing some work, soaking up a lot of eliminations from this position.
Great position for the Wolves. Look at that. Looks like Loops is going to have to move out at some point. Now the Wolves own that intersection and all of the compounds that surround it. The interesting thing, though, is Coops by himself on the northern side of the street is in a precarious position if somebody chooses to crash that spot. And at some point, somebody just may do that. It's not going to be straight out of Nepal, it looks like. They're still slithering around on the beach like some sand snakes here. But, you know, I props to them for staying alive so long.
Here comes 9Z now, going to be making the push using the smoke wall. It's about time. They're going to have a big VIP out here. VIP, he's going to be tossing some grenades. Remix trying to get the run over, popping out the hovercraft right there. Batman was about to help his squad mate, said, nah, never mind. I'm getting in the Dacia. I'll pull him back. But Batman shot in the back right there, taken down and out. This shoreline is just becoming a bloodbath. Meanwhile, Gatsby with the 6x M4 here, Hot Jukes, was just overlooking all that chaos.
He just witnessed that. Baton, now this is the big defense right here from the Wolves. They put 3 on the south side here. I like that because this is the most dangerous position to hold. It's so easily to push on. And you got Coops up and across the street just to kind of make some noise so that hopefully nobody pushes on up into him. But they're going to still have to make that defense sooner rather than later. There goes Royals of War. We're down to 6 teams. Leon trying to catch Intense Game out the vehicle. Not able to do so now in the 1v1 position. Gets caught. Intense Game taking full advantage of this. And Gatsby, it's really up to him to get these huge knocks for his team.
Padrino's nade from distance. We'll see if he can connect here. He's got almost no health and no heals to patch himself up. He goes down. Intense Game may not be long for this world. Straight out of Paul, trying to get the revive. Hopefully they can avoid some nades coming in from distance. They've got a lot of attention on them right now, but it looks like they'll be able to get back into the fight. KC up. Does he have the meds is the question. Rafa just a bit too far off in the distance. Gatsby knows where he's at. Nade out. We'll see if it connects. It's a little too far and off to the right here, but Rafa does not seem to have the meds to get himself patched up. Intense Game. They're clinging to life right now. Hopes and prayers is all they've got, though, and I'm not thinking they're gonna make it all the way to the end here.
No.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
I'm still surprised that Alpha 7 didn't just push onto straight out of Nepal, though. I'm surprised they went towards the north, but maybe we'll have to analyze that later on, because remember, they were taking out straight out of Nepal on their rotate over here on the shoreline here. They just didn't confirm them and commit to it here. But meanwhile, straight out of Nepal still going to be surviving over there somehow, Hot Jukes.
Yep, they are holding on. They're trying to get as many points as they can. You can see them down in 12th place there. So any good amount of eliminations they can get are going to work for them big time. Meanwhile, you got Loops on the other side here. Dominating. Look at that. In first place, still all 4 players up. And the next team in the lobby is all the way down in 6th. So that gap is about to get even thicker here, boys. Thick gap. And Coops, 1v3 situation for Coops. He's going to have to play this very carefully. He gets knocked in that building, it's over for Coops. Over.
He can go 1v3 here. It's fine.
Think it's fine?
Okay.
Yeah, no big deal. Coops has got it.
Oh my
Here's
gosh, this zone.
Oh,
gross.
9Z is just getting it for free.
Yep.
They're going all the way in. They're going to have the ridge. Center zone. I want to see some shots come in from this direction, from straight out of Nepal, but I think they're going to try to remain quiet as long as they possibly can. see if they can gain any more rank just from these other teams thinning themselves out. I really want to see this, though. Federal, how far is he going to be able to get? The whole squad has wrapped all the way around the position of Wolves right now, but I want to see if they approach 9Z. Here comes the push from Loops, though. They're going into Coops. Staying outside, though, for at least a moment, Hot Jukes.
Coops is holding the stairs. He's making some moves, too, letting them know that, hey, you know what? I'm in here. That can be dangerous. Let's see how long Coops can hold the stairs. Neil Zada's like, could this building be wide open? I don't know if I heard that shimmy a little earlier.
Close the door.
Okay, now he knows. Oh, he's like, wait, is that a footstep? Wow, gone.
Here comes the nades.
No Zada. Come on, dude.
Sneaky Coops. Bounce nade. Oh, he's down. Yeah, he gets knocked.
This is beautiful from Wolves. Coops does go down, but he gets that initial knock, which is crucial. He does go down, but now Igor's on the third-party influence. Rage coming over on the flank, and then Loops delivering some shots onto Wolves. Right now, it's up to Doran and Baton with the high ground right now to hold these guys off. On the rotate, though, is Rafinha. Things getting dicey for the Wolves. A good opening knock from Coops, but now it's up to the last two for the Wolves to make things happen.
Yeah, Rafinha's got a couple grenades to use too, so going to be hitting up that heel real quick, and then maybe look for that ricochet off of a windowsill into this building. It is going to be tough, but we've seen it done before. Meanwhile, INF on the hillside, the duo, they are just going to be tossing in the Molotovs. They are just leaning up right now, and the damage, but guess who got sick of this? Doran's like, nah, I'm sick of you guys tossing Molotovs my way. Boom! Pushing out, getting some eliminations, but from across the way, 9Z, PB.
Finally, 9Z joins the fight and was at the perfect time. Whoa, beautiful play from Doran there. Just pushes out, gets the knock to flick for the second one. Now Loop's in trouble. 9Z completely owns this circle. It is not on the and they lose this game. They can strafe anywhere they want on this coastline. They pop up as a unit and things get for Loops. Now, they do have the hovercraft. As long as they don't push that across the street and lose a man foolishly, they should be fine. But I think they're going to peek up to get a little scouting done and ultimately call out the position of the Loops squad here. But as it sits now, all of Loops kind of contained to a single compound. 9Z stretched out on the coastline, and it's a 4v4. Things out here in game 3.
Let's go. Let's see. Can Loops pull out the chicken dinner out of the hat here? Because 9Z have this on lock. Cold Goat knocking Neil Zada. That's a big punch in the gut for Loops, and Remix with the run over as well. 9Z gonna win the game in style here. Looking too good, Dave.
Talk about just rolling up. Remix with the P90. He's going to win this all day long. Rafinha back against the wall. Remix coming in with the 1-2 combo. 9Z coming out on top with 13 eliminations in the winner chicken dinner power bank.
Too easy. Cold Goat leading the way with 7. Massive performance from 9Z, and ultimately it came down to the coastline, that spot just north of the bridge that VIP fought so valiantly for. 9Z overruns them. They were positioned there from the start, and ultimately they were blessed with the zone. Really didn't have to do much there, but when it came to the end, they delivered the knockout blows when they needed to and convincingly took the game to Loops. Now, for Loops, they finish again in the top 2 with some eliminations, so they are continuing to cruise along here in week 2 play, Hot Juice.
Oh my goodness, yeah. I mean, they yeah, what a second place finish from Loops, right? These guys are crushing it on the leaderboards, doing exactly what they need to do. So the rest of the lobby now has to fight for second place if Loops keep playing like this today, because I mean, they are just too tough to beat. This zone was so difficult for so many of these teams here, Dave. I know they were talking about Alpha 7. You wanted to see that push. I believe it was on to straight out of Nepal, right?
Yeah, and they would have been on the shoreline here, and kind of going back to the shoreline and the importance that straight on Nepal and VIP had, I mean, it would have went either way, right? If VIP would have had Prince, I'm still sticking with that. They might have been able to win the defense up against 9Z, and they would have been in the priority position here to close this one out. So it's just about trying to keep your players alive early game. That way you got the whole squad in the late game, utilizing those numbers for that winner chicken dinner. But 9Z taking that shoreline, making it look too easy right there, and then pulling up casually with the hovercraft and the P90 remix. Look at that. You can see in his eyes, he's like, I got this, guys. He's staring into my soul right there. 9Z getting the win. That's huge for them, PB.
It's massive. You can see Colgo leading the way there with nearly 1,000 damage in this one. Remix coming up clutch as well with 3 E-limbs and almost 700 damage. Big performance from them. 9Z desperately needed this one to kind of vault themselves up the standings. We'll see how far they indeed go. But 23 points in their back pocket off of the strength of a strong chicken dinner here on Erangel. Loops once again. Another great performance from them. Wolves all present at the end, but only 8 points. Only 3 eliminations that game. So a quiet game. They had position, but ultimately nobody really presented themselves for the taking here, and happy with Straight Outta Nepal jumping all the way up to number 5 here. Let's take a peek at page 2. And Hot Jukes, we see Team Liquid down here. They didn't quite get it done. And most importantly, I think for the lobby is Alpha 7 only has 1 elimination and doesn't make it to the final circle for maybe the first time all tournament.
Yeah, Alpha 7 dropping off a little bit here towards the end. Like I said, I still feel like that chicken dinner is imminent for them. Once they kind of get going, they're tough to spot, but they're not able to just ramp that up here, at least today so far, Dave. But man, it's crazy to watch here. The biggest drop off for me was watching Xforce, man, go from that big chicken dinner all the way to a 0-point game. That's going to hurt a little bit.
Yeah, I feel like the positioning of Xforce going all the way up north of Salber and then just ultimately being the last man out of the zone. Every other team had position early except for Xforce, so they had to fight their way in. There was no real estate, nowhere to go, and ultimately they get gunned down on the rotation in. So they're going to go out early in this one. 9Z Globant, though, the story of our second Erangel match of the day. Wolves and Straight Outta Nepal make an appearance as well in our top teams for the region. Influence Rage in this one, only 365 damage in this one, so they underperform a bit, but let's check out our MVP of the match. And I bet I have an idea of who it might be. It's going to be exactly right. Colgo of 9Z. Almost 1,000 damage. If you can do 1,000 damage in a game, you are going to be MVP 95% of the time, Dave.
Yeah, pretty close. Spot on right there. I think right behind him was Rata Boy from Loops, sitting around like 600 damage, but only 4 E-limbs. So Colgo definitely having one heck of a game here. So good to see Colgo showing up, showing face here, as I like to see different players, you know, kind of have a highlightable match here. It just feels good, you know. Some of these players, we know they're good, we just don't see it time and time again when it comes to like the most elims per match. It's always Revo, right? Revo is always the guy. But like I said in the pre-show, Revo's he's been taking a back seat here the last couple matches and allowing other I guess players to flourish, you know, and showcase their abilities here. So
just being generous.
He's being, you know, he's always at the top, right? But you know, it's nice to see other players show up, is my point.
You're absolutely right. So with that, the top of the standings in the damage dealt so far, it's all Loops and all Alpha 7. They occupy all 6 of the top spots in damage dealt. We'll see if that trend continues next game. But first, we've got ourselves a nice little interview cooking. Juancho, our boy, is standing by with Fate.
Today I'm here with my future teammate.
Hello.
Who are you? They don't know you.
Fate.
Can you wait for me to give you the mic?
Force Fate.
I wanted to interview Klaus, but as you can see, he's back there, you know, because the big dog. So I had to get you now. And
I was the second option? Damn, that's crazy.
I still love you, though. I wanted to ask you, I mean, how did you feel, you know? Like, are you now the best team in NA?
No, it's only 1 win. Last time we got a little bit too cocky and we threw the rest of the matches. So, if anything, just ignore it. Going into the next matches as if there's 0 points.
So you were too comfortable before?
Yeah, a little too comfortable.
Yeah, I didn't give you the mic.
Yeah, a little too comfortable.
So what was the strategy for this game? How did you win this very difficult zone in the Everest?
Honestly, it really wasn't too difficult after we saw a bunch of teams fighting Everest. We were reading the kill feed, we were playing Edge, and I had the idea of wrapping around on the right side. Claus agreed with me. He thought it was a good idea. We were able to kill ROW, and I'm pretty sure Loops was maybe down players. We were able to kill them as well, and then we just slowly moved up to control. A7 took the left, we took the right, and then they got basically they got ratted by, I think it was the last MD guy, and just cleaned up after that.
That was a whole lot of yapping. They got stumblers. Got you.
Get rewarded for assisting teammates in ranked classic mode. Earn co-op points by rescuing, recalling, or healing teammates. Reach 100 points to redeem co-op supply crates at any shop and match. Open them to get random supplies. Work with your teammates to claim victory.
Hello?
Okay!
Oh my god!
مرحبا، أنا عبيدة. اليوم رح أحكي لكم عن ببجي موبايل وكيف فزت بالجائزة الذهبية. كنت لاعب ببجي قديم بس ما كنت بعرف إنه في شيء اسمه مود واو لتصميم الخرائط. في صديق إلي اسمه نور VIP، هو مصمم خرائط وهو اللي شجعني إني أدخل هذا المجال. لما قدمت وصرت مصمم رسمي، أول خريطة عملتها كانت عن العمالقة. وقتها ركزت كثير على التصميم والشكل، بس الصراحة أهملت الفكرة، وأعتقد إنه هذا هو السبب اللي خلاني أخسر بهاي الماب. بس بالرغم من هاي الخسارة كسبت منها خبرة. بعد هاي التجربة قررت إني أشتغل على الخرائط بشكل أعمق. صرت أركز على الفكرة مو بس على الشكل. بماب الثاني حاولت إني أدمج بين الاثنين، بس مع الأسف كمان خسرت. مع ذلك ما استسلمت واعتبرت إنه كل تجربة هي خطوة للأمام. بالماب الثالثة قررت أجرب طريقة مختلفة تماما، وبما إني ما بحب استخدم شيء ما بفهمه، صرت أجرب كل الخيارات اللي قدامي. شو ما بيطلع قدامي حاول إني أتعلم وأفهم. بعدها اجت مسابقة عن الفضاء، قدرت اطلع بفكرة مغامرة فضائية مميزة. كتبت كل افكاري على ورقة، وبعدها بلشت اصمم الاشكال اللي بدي اياها. بعد ما انتهيت من تصميم الاشكال بلشت اشتغل بالاجهزة وادخل اكواد البرمجة. صراحة بالواو البرمجة سهلة، بس لازم يكون عندك فكرة عن اي لغة برمجة تانية. لما تكون تفهم اساسيات اي لغة برمجة تانية بيكون التعامل مع برمجة واو سهل جدا. واخيرا بعد شغل دام لاكثر من اسبوعين، وبفضل كل الاشياء اللي استخدمتها وتعلمتها، قدرت افوز بماب الفضاء وربحت الجائزة الذهبية، وكان هذا بعد شهرين فقط من انضمامي لبرنامج واو. نصيحتي لاي شخص ناوي يبدا، لا تقلد حدا، خلي عندك فكرة جديدة وتعلم كل التفاصيل الموجودة قدامك. استخدم كل قدراتك اللي تعلمتها داخل فكرتك الجديدة، طبعا اذا كانت تتناسب مع الفكرة. بالنهاية شكرا لفريق واو ستار على الفرصة الرائعة، وان شاء الله يعجبكم الفيديو وتكونوا دائما مستعدين للافكار الجديدة اللي راح اقدمها.
And welcome back to the PMSL America's Fall Split. And man, I gotta say, Wancho with all the goods, talking to Fate over the break. And I gotta say, I like Fate's approach to the day, right? They're not getting overconfident. Sometimes I wish he'd bring a little bit more excitement and be, amped up about some of their performance, but he's also keeping it real, not trying to get ahead of themselves. And yeah, man, Wancho, the future teammate, apparently. Let's go ahead and see how things stack up on the overall standings after our third game of the day. And so I guess not too shabby right now. Loop's still putting a little bit of a gap between them and everyone, Dave. They got a 30-point lead on Alpha 7.
Yeah, Loop's doing a good job. I think Alpha 7, they were really looking for that winner chicken dinner here this last game to kind of play catch up, and they let that one slide. A little indecision from them to go north instead of south there, in my opinion. But I mean, it's Alpha 7. They're not going to let it phase them at all. So So sitting at 48 total elims here. And shout out to Wancho. Wancho, if he doesn't make it next season to Xforce, there's always a spot for him. I feel like he's going to be a perfect commentator moving forward. He's got the insights and the personality, right, Hot Jukes?
He definitely does, man. I love seeing this man on the mic. I'll tell you what, though, I love seeing him more as a player. This dude is an absolute animal. The fact that he's not, I think, on the battlefield right now is so crazy to me. So I wouldn't be shocked if he is not playing, in the future with under some banner, but hopefully it's under the Wolves, man, because I see this team playing so well in the early game, where I think Juancho really does his best work is in those clutch moments towards the end. And I think that's where the Wolves are faltering a little bit. So hopefully we see him off the mic and on the sticks at least one more time here in this tournament. I want to see it.
Keep our eyes peeled for that, but can anyone stop Loops? That's the question that I currently have right now.
Nope.
We still have half a day to go today, but Loops just looking unbeatable right now. They're so aggressive. They're there in the final circles. They've been racking up damage left and right, and I talked about it just a little bit before we went to break, but we've got the top 6 players in damage right now are either on Loops or from Alpha 7. So 3 from each squad leading the charge right there. And it's Rafinha right now leading the overall damage in the entire lobby. So again, Loops finally catching up to Alpha 7 and what they were able to do in week 1. But they've shown so far, Dave, they're the team to be here in week number 2.
Yeah, listen, every week, and that's one of the beauties of this system. I really like it. There's not just one long tournament and it's just a runaway tournament. It's not like the last day and you already know who won, right? So every single week we get a fresh reset. Of course, every week is important because you get those head start points come the finals, but I think the weekly refresh is like a nice mental reset for some of these teams that might have had a bad couple of days, right? They go back to square root 0. And honestly, some of these squads, they're taking advantage of that here, PB.
Indeed, we are. So with that, we do get ready for another match on Erangel. It'll be the final one of the day, and I'm looking for that military zone on this one. Haven't seen it yet this particular afternoon, but I have it on good authority that the PUBG Mobile gods will send it down south. I don't know if that'll happen or not, but with that, I would love to get some predictions going on for this game. Now, it hasn't been Team Liquid the last 2 games, Dave. Are you sticking by your pick and picking them now? I'm going to pin you down here for game 3.
Pin me down for game 3. Listen, I don't got an option. All right, this is the last game that Team Liquid can get this winner chicken dinner, because we already know Miramar, they have not been showing up. So Rondo, Team Liquid, they came out the gate swinging. They were strong. They were looking good, but they're kind of just losing that momentum. Only 3 limbs going their way last game. Hopefully this game, a different story.
A different story. They got to hope for it. Now, Hot Jukes, what about you? Who are we predicting here for our third Erangel game of the day?
So let's go with Xforce. I think after that interview with Juancho, Fate's gonna realize, dude, I gotta stop yapping. I gotta be straight to the point on my comms. Quick, go this way. I don't need a story. All right. And then now he's gonna go and start crushing it. So let's go Xforce here for the last Erangel of the day.
Okay, I like the pick. I feel like Xforce last game I went with, and maybe back-to-back was a bit too much to ask. But I'm a fan of the yapping personally. I know Juanchito trying to cut him off, but hey, it was good. Anytime Fate wants to talk a little bit, I'm down to listen. So with that, always get humor coming in from the LAN itself. So big thank you for Juancho getting those interviews done. I'm going to make a pick of Intense Game for this one. So Intense Game is the choice. I think they're going to rotate quick, get down to a southern military zone, and hold the fort down. So with that, as we get ready for our next game, we've got a member of iNCO standing by. I would love to hear from him.
Eu acredito que a maior mudança foi a nossa mentalidade. Eu acho que para esse split a gente está com uma cabeça mais rápida para solucionar problemas, coisa que no split passado não conseguimos. Então eu acredito que essa também é um grande ponto positivo para esse split.
Eu acho que foi mais a questão, assim,
dentro do próprio campeonato em si. A gente veio preparado para uma coisa, aconteceu outras coisas que a gente não soube lidar muito bem e desencadeou o resultado que teve.
For me, we have a very experienced roster and we have a very good team, so for me it's this.
Para mim, o fato da nossa coletividade, eu acho que é algo muito forte e a gente tem um capitão que é muito pulso firme, então eu tenho certeza que isso vai fazer diferença dentro das partidas. E a nossa união.
For me, the target is qualify for PMGC. I know we are far in the PMGC points, but with this new structure of PMGC, it's necessary to qualify in the top 1 or top 2, because with the gauntlet stage, it's very important. So we come for the PMSL Americas now to fight to win, and we can do the championship.
Acredito que ou jogando ou estando de fora, o meu objetivo é ajudar o máximo o time, o que o time precisar, para solucionar os problemas, para agregar. E a gente conseguiu o nosso objetivo de ir para a PMGC, ser campeão, e é isso.
Para mim, nesse split tem vários objetivos, mas um deles, que é por ter mudado de time, mudou bastante o jogo para mim aqui. Então é me encaixar com os meninos e ressaltando, o coletivo aqui é muito bom, então é uma coisa que me deixa feliz e eu quero muito encaixar nesse coletivo dentro da partida, que para mim é um diferencial nosso. E eu acho que cumprindo esses dois objetivos, eu cumpro outro, que é chegar na PMGC e a gente quebrar tudo.
Ir bem nesse campeonato e me performar muito bem na PMGC. Acredito para beliscar o título.
A minha é, se eu tiver a chance de entrar, eu mostrar que eu não deveria ter saído e passar para a PMGC e fazer bons números lá também, bom resultado.
In the first split, we do a very badly result, we know this, and we started to check all the points badly for the reason we played very bad. And now we are prepared, we do a good boot camp and we are ready to do some good results.
Não, para mim não, porque a gente tava meio que conhecendo o nosso jogo e tava no Android também, o MS também atrapalhou bastante.
In the Titan series, we played with some problems because we are training the Android, playing with high MS, and of course we can do better and we have the chance to win Titan series. But in these conditions and some problems in game, we can't win, but this is not a problem for us. We are very confident for the PMSL America.
That was iNCO Gaming standing by, letting us know how they feel about their performance thus far in the Titan series, and they're looking forward to hopefully qualifying through to PMGC. And they mentioned it. It's a tough road to get there. The top two from this tournament are the ones who will qualify through to go to the next gauntlet stage at the PMGC. But also, they've got to be basically the top team in the region if they want any prayer of getting that special invite. So with that, we are back getting ready for our next game. The players are taking target practice on Spawn Island with those apples. And we are ready to drop in now. You guys at home can grab yourself an Amazon gift card if you're fast enough to grab that there code. Take it to Amazon.com/redeem. So good luck with that. Get your Amazon goodies courtesy of PUBG Mobile. And with that, heading in to our next game. I want some extreme zones in this one, Hot Juice. Hopefully they can make it happen.
Let's get it on. Let's get it going. I want to see that military island circle. Of course, my hopes and dreams will always be towards Zarky, but that's not going to happen. Well, especially with that attitude, right? Come on, one time towards Zarky. I just want to see it here, Dave.
One time
hey,
for the one
north to
time.
south plane though, on the same exact spot.
Same thing.
Same
But-
spot.
I feel
But
like this
different.
section this way is just not getting any love today. It's
Nope.
all on the right side of the map, baby.
But different.
There it is.
Now Xforce
VIP.
get to go from Stalber. They're like, okay, out the plane quick. Let's go.
Yep. VIP also dropping out the plane real quickly, going Kameshki. So Maryland going to Severny. They're tried and true. But yeah, looking at iNCO, we saw last game 7-8, McGrellin. I mean, a couple of these players and listening to them on the interview, they've been making some plays. They've been making some plays, and it's good to hear that they are feeling good and recognizing that they're still kind of adjusting, you know, to the different environments from being online to at land, but they do seem a lot more comfortable now. And well, they're gonna be dropping dead center, yes, Naya for the most part when it comes to the plane path. But looking at the actual circle, though, if you're VIP, do you regret not going to your Nova drop spot here, Hot Juice?
I guess so. I mean, this is the same exact circle as that we've seen before, so they're gonna be able to loot up quick here at least. Hopefully, they can get on that drive. But yeah, this is a rough zone for VIP for sure. Diego, though, look at that influence rage, getting an elimination right off the rip here. PB,
love a hot start. I think on the VIP note, they gotta be kicking themselves a little bit because again, Novo's a great spot for loot. There's so much available down there, and it's in the circle. Most crucially, in last game, they were probably the best positioned team. Granted, they lost one of their members. Prince went down at the bridge before they made the crossing, but had they had, you know, all 4 members and made their way across, they could have fought with 9Z and potentially won that one. And so now they're going to have to work their way through 8, 9 squads to get their way into zone, starting with Xforce. So again, they got to be kicking themselves a little bit, but that's just the way the cookie crumbles. It's not the end of the world by any means. Most of that zone has gone into the middle part of this island, and that is where 9Z has chosen to play. They are just north of that western bridge right now. You see some shots ringing out, and they're sniffing out Royals of War.
Yes, they are. Royals of War. Yeah, look at that. Full clown car going. Every single play.
Oh, safe.
That was lucky.
Where are they?
Missing those hay bales by an inch.
Where are they even going? Gatka? I guess get some Gatka loot. Yeah.
Gatka loot sucks, dude. It's not good. It is not that great.
Is that where they're going though?
I mean, yeah, David has no vest, so I guess to go find that vehicle. All right, that makes sense.
Well, they got to loot somewhere. Yeah. There's not a lot around besides Gatka, so they're probably going to be ratting out some individual compounds, doing a little split drop action. The other vehicle. Wouldn't surprise me. Yeah, they drop one more off here, go get another vehicle. We'll see what Royals of War continues to do. This is a squad that, they've got to, put up or shut up right now. They were able to secure 6 head start points in our first stage. And that's decent, considering you can get up to 15. They finished in 6th place last week. But they are a team that is on the come up this week, and they need to get it done. So far, they've been outperformed by both United 4 Gaming and 9Z out of their region. So I'm going to be watching Royals of War to see if they can deliver like they did in our first stage. And so another team got our eyes on to try to continue to deliver. They've had a decent second day so far here. That's Team Liquid. Kowski went out early last game. He's going to try to reverse that fate and see if he can last a little bit longer and support the team.
Let's see. Klaus on the horse.
There he is.
One horsepower.
A repeat of last game. I mean, you got straight on Nepal, Milton Power, Lipovka, Alpha 7, Team Liquid again, and Milton, and then Farm. You got the Wolves. The only thing we're missing is VIP and Nova on that bridge over there. So definitely a deja vu happening right now, guys. And curious, based off of last game, I feel like the zone has to be different. It has to end differently. I feel like it has to go to military base island this time around. It has to, right?
Right.
It's in the tea leaves.
Can't have two circles, the same circles in a row. That's just weird.
Weird.
That's what the statistics would tell you, but as luck would have it, you just never know. We might be able to run it back the exact same way. Alpha 7 making a move pretty early to get their zone position, and once again we take a peek at the Wolves. They are getting that same exact position they got last game. They're spending a lot of time at this compound, and maybe this time they can lock it down. Coops had a great opening knock, but unfortunately went down last game, and that was the beginning of the end for the Wolves. But they are currently center zone right now in this one, and you got to think that they're going to be doing everything they can to defend this as we take a peek at iNCO Gaming and what they've got going on up at the shelter, Dave.
Everybody just trying to get their loot here, get a nice little spot, and really play these zones here. The final angle of the evening. After this, we send it to 2 back-to-back Mirror Mars. We are going to be looking at iNCO. iNCO, pretty solid right now. Going back up to the horse action, we saw Fate going to be awfully close to VIP. VIP still doing a little looting strat up there, Kameshki, but now that the zone is going to start to collapse and close on in, it looks like Xforce, they got a trap here, Powerbang. Somewhat of a trap here on the VIP Esports. I don't think VIP are aware either by the way they're freely moving through building to building. Meanwhile, look at the angles from Fate and 24K.
That's nasty. They've got a nice little spot set up, and they've called Klaus to come back, and look at him on the horse. He just looks so comfortable, gliding through the air with ease. They are about to jump VIP. It's going to be bloody. It's going to be ugly. And I see Xforce coming out on top of this one. I don't know how you can if you're able to get the jump. I don't think it's time yet, 24K, to spring this trap. Wait for them to move out a little bit. Get out of cover, otherwise they're going to have to crash the city. But you got Prince and Batman there. You still have Zaman and Animal up north. They have not yet joined the crew, and I would love to see them get a bit closer so they might be able to take care of this full squad. Uh-oh, it looks like Batman may have spotted them out.
Yep.
So the trap, you just got a little bit too aggressive there. 24K popping up, and now all of a sudden, we're going to have a standoff in the blue, Hot Jukes.
That's exactly what it looks like. That's a bad fight for both these teams, though. Honestly, I think one of them need to decide, hey, let's throw a little smoke in the middle, guys, a little white flag. Let's get into zone and fight it out later. We do not want to deal with an engagement this early on, especially if you're VIP Esports. I mean, you're down in 15th place. You need a big win, double-digit eliminations to kind of get you started here. Early engagements, super late to zone is not going to help you out, Dave.
Batman.
It's
an inner...
Where's
the red dot zooming down range over there. Both teams here really deciding to play this one out. Klaus behind the boulder. You got all the angles. Here it is. Finally going to start to let some shots ring on out. Klaus with the scar prone over there. Finally taking some shots over there up in the north.
Man, this looks familiar, does it not?
Man, this looks like a very different circle.
9Z moving up. This time it's UT coming here. You got Wolves on the defense, so interesting. And then all the way up north is where this is going on. So this is going to play out for a little bit. Everyone else making their way to zone. And I will say, Xforce has all of the angles covered right now. It's going to be very difficult for VIP to get by. Klaus, as long as he doesn't go too far up the coastline here, he should be good to go as far as keeping these guys from getting to zone. Alim is the safety valve up there, really making sure that VIP can't go anywhere. And interestingly, Zaman and Animal, they're leaving their teammates in that compound, and they're rotating an entirely different direction. I wonder if they're going to be taking a different angle on this fight or what, but they are not coming down that road towards Kameshki.
Oh, Federal getting knocked immediately after getting that thirst. Oh, from a different team, dude. That's iNCO. So Influence Rage gonna lose Federal early on. Yep, they are gonna leave their teammate, find a better position in this next circle. This is kind of game like this here, Dave. This is a coach's dream, right? Because you know you have the same exact zone, same positioning for so many squads. This is a good like no excuse game because it's like, hey, you just did the zone. You know what you did wrong. You should be able to fix it in back-to-back matches. So it's a big opportunity, I think, for a lot of teams that didn't have so much success here in the last game.
Yeah, good point, because on the breaks, a lot of teams, like you said, with their coaches, they go back, they quickly skim through the zones and do a little bit of auto review on the fly, you know, just to kind of see what happened that game. So with that in mind, like we just got done with a very similar circle, a very similar game. Everybody should be aware, fresh in their minds, where their opponents are here, so they could be really selective on their fights as well and their surroundings. So we'll see what happens here. The Wolves we saw last game kind of get picked apart from multiple angles there. We'll see if they can tighten up, learning from their mistakes. But out here, Fate in the blue, still going to be taking some shots down range onto Zaman. Zaman going to be traded out by Klaus, still behind the boulder with the horse out here, just making plays happen, boys.
Yeehaw.
This was so clutch by Klaus. He was all the way on the coastline, if you guys remember. He rotated behind the rear of Xforce up to the mountaintop and he caught Zaman and the VIP crew setting up a trap of their own on the cliffside. He was able to radio down to his boy Fate, and they are able to spot out the VIP crew and go ahead and deliver the punishment. And now Elim is going to rotate it over, and VIP down to just 2 more members. This is tough going for them. Animal and Batman have chosen to just retreat all together, and it looks like Xforce will win this engagement, but they are both out in the blue, taking quite a bit of damage.
Next circle, identical zone shift here. Identical to the last game. And now you got Coops knocked identical to the last game. He needs to get picked up, and the Wolves need to make something different happen here because they are dead center once again.
And they get him up. Okay, they got him up. Gonna be dipping back into the cover. We see Alpha 7 though. This goes back to what they learned last game. They learned the shoreline was the play. It looks like they are gonna be spending just a little bit too much time on this rotate. We'll be losing not 1 but 2 of their squad mates. Unfortunate for them. We're gonna have a duo alive. I mean, they tried to thread the needle, but United for Gaming, they were there just a little sooner. Here comes Team Liquid though with the pull up onto the Jaguars. We keep seeing this fight time and time again here. Koski checking the bathrooms, checking the corners, tossing on some smokes to block those angles to give them some breathing room, because it looks like the Wolves are trying to third party this one right now, Hot Jukes.
Yeah, I'm about to say, when's intense game gonna cross this fight right here? This is looking all too familiar. Let's see what Chief can do. Chief throwing out those smokes, trying to get Mythic back up. They're trying to keep everybody up they possibly can. Doran gets a nice knock onto that player from iNCO. And it's a party in Milta, boys. Rebel getting Igor on the other side. So now Wolves dealing with a little bit of a pinch situation. Got to start playing this a little bit more carefully.
They really do. You know what I'm feeling like Alpha 7 learned is that maybe the last game's rotation was the one to take, and they just needed to shoot better and win that fight on the way in, because they got gunned down on the beach ruthlessly.
Yeah.
Interestingly, though, you can see from the aerial shot here, Wolves have moved into Milta this game, as the zone does go a little bit further east than last time. It's not quite centered up above the bridge right now like we saw last game, and this time 9Z has moved into the compound that Wolves occupied last game at that intersection. They are just a bit north of it, and Royals of War actually has moved up there as well. So again, everybody's shifting slightly, but now we've still got this fight continuing out in the middle of nowhere. Finally, VIP goes down, and Xforce will live all 4 members alive. They've got 4 eliminations right now, leading all of the teams.
Saw that the guy he threw one final grenade before going out to the Blues. It was like, take that, and then he went out right there. So that fight was so long. I don't even know if there's truly a winner. But looking at winners and losers, Chief got 2 grenades. We're looking to push up the stairs.
Got him.
Oh no, AKM to the face. Team Jaguar eliminated.
Gone. Next zone.
On the northern side just now, Hot Jukes. Intense game is gatekeeping this action right here. They just took down 2 of Xforce's players. So Xforce goofing around out there for too long. They're paying the price. They're down to 2 members. But clearly, this spot right here, the hot spot on this map, everyone trying to get into Milta. We still have a few on the outskirts. One of them is stage leader Loops over on the western side right now. They're going to be looking to take care of the stragglers from Xforce. Just a couple people left, and Loops trying to lick up those scraps, Dave.
Sometimes all you want are the scraps, right? Just keep them coming. 1 point here, 1 point there. There goes 24K eliminated. Here comes the push. Now Zada with the grenade in hand. Klaus like 1 HP. You look in his direction. He's going to be on his knees, knocked out. Rafina right there with the M4. And there goes the Xforce. Like you said, PB, out. The scraps out. Loop starting to ramp up here on the final Aaron goal match of the evening.
Sometimes leftovers are the tastiest. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah. I love cold pasta.
They're able to pick them up.
Cold pasta in the fridge.
That's what I'm talking about.
Oh, that's the best, man. Spaghetti, mom,
you can
spaghetti.
even warm it up again.
After. I don't warm it up. I eat it cold.
Well, you're a psychopath, but hey, I like it leftover as well. And I say, intense game starting to work their way in. They've got an interesting split going on. A few players have established a beachhead in the zone, but they still have Pedrinho on the backside, firing onto Loops. iNCO has dove in across the street from Wolves as well. So this is interesting. They've got a nice little wall to hide behind here, but look at how close they are. If Baton has a nade, it could be serious trouble for them, as Maryland on the eastern side of this zone, they're trying to make it very difficult for teams to work their way in as well, Hajux.
Oh yeah, just popping some shots, just saying, hey, we're over here, don't come near this direction. Straight out of Nepal, decided not to take the beach this time, going towards land and not in the best position here. You should be able to get this res though, so they should have every single player up. Intense Game took that compound right across the street, that real dominant one, just north of Milta, so they had a free and clear rotation into this next zone. So Intense Game are set up for the late game as well. But here we go, guys. This is that planning phase. Right now, you should be talking to your IGL, figuring out where you're going to go if that next zone pops in the opposite direction. And we're going to get into some crazy action here in the next 1 minute and 30 seconds.
Start the timer.
Look at the control that an Intense Game has here is pretty impressive. They got good sight lines.
It's free too.
They can see every direction. Now it's crucial for them though that they don't get knocked, because they're not in a position where they can really afford to help. They might be able to get a revive, but they're going to give up so much control and oversight of the rest of this circle if they do in fact go down. So they've got to be disciplined here, not peek their heads up. I'm really curious to see if Loops is going to try to rotate in through their position, or if Loops will continue to play edge and try to work their way in maybe further north or down south. My hunch, they watch for the zone and see what happens here. We've got 28 seconds, Dave, until it comes in.
Yeah.
And then it's about to get crazy.
Yeah, I think Loops just staying near their vehicles, in their vehicles, waiting for this next circle to pop to really make that call. But like you guys are both saying, IG got some pretty good sight lines in this area. There are some dips and different elevations to the terrain, so Loops, they have some room to work with when it comes to cover. But if Loops don't get this next circle going their way, it's going to be a challenge pushing into Milta. So right now we got about 5 teams in Milta. New zone is up. I'm looking at Worlds of War down there in the south with their little 2-2 split on the shoreline. But Hot Jukes, what's standing out to you?
9Z, they're like, yo, where's our shoreline? We want it back. Give it back to us. But they're gonna have to push through Worlds of War in order to get it. Wolves completely have the most dominant position here. I don't want them to get too greedy though. They're gonna have to really focus on one side, and honestly, that should be the shoreline. Nobody's gonna be pushing across the street dead center at this point. So Wolves need all their attention on teams that are gonna possibly push up from that shore right behind them.
United 4 is in a decent spot as well here, especially if the zone continues to kind of go towards the east. Here comes the crash, though. Intense Game trying to take over the position of iNCO right now. They dive in, but unfortunately, they have bit off a bit more than they can chew. They also crash into the Wolves on the other side of the street, and things are getting dicey. They're paying the price, Dave.
Yeah, that was absolutely wild right there. They deserve to get eliminated. They went 2 separate directions there, Hot Jukes, and reached 2 separate squads. Here comes Loops following a similar play. Skirt! They were about to make that push, quickly pulling off of that one in the nick of time, finding a warehouse. So Loops still gonna be alive right there. Unfortunate for Loops, timing was key because the Wolves, they were healing up. But popping over here to Alpha 7 onto United for Gaming.
Here they go. Rebel on the push. Jump shot. Oh, the shotgun too strong. Alpha 7 sweeping the land here. Rebel leading the charge up in close and personal. He spotted him. Boom. Goodbye. 4 eliminations. And now Rebel started to get heated up here. Unfortunately, they did lose Carrillo and Mafioso early on that rotation. But these last 2 players here, PB, soaking up some points here at the end.
He's back. Revo has taken a match or 2 off, and now he's feeling like he wants to turn up the juice a little bit for old Alpha 7. They are cruising along once again. 4 eliminations so far. Igor's from Wolves looking out the window. They did lose 1 on the push, and now they're going to have to defend against 9Z. It's only Igor's, though, at the building. He's got to come up clutch here so far, getting a little damage. But still alive are 9Z on the push. Surely the nades will follow, but from the backside, Team Liquid doing Wolves a favor. They take down 9Z and knock them out of the lobby, Dave.
Ooh, Team Liquid sitting on a couple eliminations, couple chicken tenders is what I'm calling that, and the whole squad alive. So Team Liquid looking a lot primed and ready to go here. for a nice game here, a nice finish here. They're going to be the only team in the north side of Milta too, actually. So if they get a nice little circle shift up there, this could be a Team Liquid game here, Hot Jukes.
Totally can. Let's see what happens though. Rules of War. Yep, PB right there on the south side. They're gonna have this entire beach. So if the zone does go down here, they're gonna be sitting nice and pretty.
They got great sight lines all the way down that beach, all the way up north.
Yes.
Zone goes up a little bit, so they'll be able to get that little beachhead established right there on Victex, but not a bad position right now. You know, if you're Loops, you've got to be happy with your rotation in. And I loved how they kind of like stuttered at the Wolves' comp, and they're like, nope, next one. We hear some footsteps here. So they are able to avoid the immediate danger and get to that safe warehouse in the middle of Milta. They've got great sight lines on both sides. They still have Team Liquid pinned up to the north right now. So interestingly enough, good zone control for Team Liquid as well. They're the only ones really north of the street that's at any decent strength right now. Maryland's clinging to life up there as well.
Yeah, definitely heads up play right there. It looked like Loops were thinking about taking the fight, and they pulled right up to the compound and immediately just kind of shifted gears and prioritized that warehouse like you mentioned, PB. So beautiful play from them. They're going to be all back alive, healed up after their risky rotate, setting up for the late game. Rose of War still live on the shoreline as a 4-man unit. It might clash with the remaining members of Alpha 7 here shortly, but I'm really feeling Loops. I'm feeling Team Liquid up there. I think Rose of War are going to have the biggest challenge right here, especially depending on where this next circle goes. But the Wolves only down 1 member, Baton here, Hot Juke, so they only lost 1 so far.
Yeah, they're going to have a hard decision, though. Like, what do you do if you're the Wolves? Do you start focusing more towards Central Zone, or do you keep on holding this backside? And honestly, I think making sure that your back is clear first is going to be a huge priority. They're rocking a 2-1 split because they don't want anybody to just randomly push to Higor's position. I doubt that's going to happen, though, because that is too bold. There's too many different teams looking in every direction towards them. And yeah, I see Resilience even looking in this area gets knocked immediately. And now you got just Molina all by his lonesome for Resilience.
Gotta say, it's a pretty even match, top to bottom right now. Basically everyone with 4 eliminations in the lobby. No one really truly standing out right now. Team Liquid leads everyone with 5. And they're primed to get more, honestly. They've got great zone control right now, but they're all by themselves on the northern part of this road. So they're gonna have to like look for punishment to deal out, or be super patient and hope the zone comes to them, because every other team is basically in the southern part of Milta. You can see them from Team Liquid's perspective here. Just everyone over there. The closest team to them right now is Maryland, who is occupying the far eastern part of the circle. Zone shrinking up. We've got about 40 seconds until the next circle reveals itself, Dave.
Yep.
And I got to think that if Team Liquid does get zone here, they've got to be the favorites to win, especially with that high ground position on the roof.
They have to be. I mean, these circles keep just going your way. You're bound to get the win. You just can't overextend. You know, you can't risk getting one of your squad mates thirsted here and really setting you back when it comes to having the numbers, because we still got a lot of players, a lot of enemies alive. So even if you get the zone, you got to stay alive. You got to stay alive, because the CQC, it's going to be a challenge when these players are forced to fight. When we get to like zone 8, zone 9, it just centers up. So Mythic Ayala still in play. Mythic and Ayala still in play over there. But really, Hot Jukes, I think Loops the victors in this new circle.
Oh yeah, they're big center. I think Wolves had the biggest worry, because if the zone shifted more toward the right, they knew iNCO was going to be pushing any second now. But with this circle, PB, I think iNCO might have it, like, they might just chill across the street there, because they're still in zone, at least for now.
I think you got to. It's defended, right? They know they have people to their south in Royals of War. They know that Wolves are parked up across the street, and we saw what happened to Intense Game. When they tried to crash, it just did not work out for them. And iNCO took care of a couple members, and then Wolves taking care of the others. But yeah, I think you chill. If you're iNCO, and Wolves, they have a pretty difficult position to actually cover. They're down 1 man, and they're split. So if they do get crashed on here, they will have a hard time supporting one another. Whereas when you look at Loops, they're a bit more clustered, and I feel like they have an easier position to try to support And interestingly enough, Alpha 7 on your screen, they're still a 2-man. They do get popped by Liquid. What a crazy angle that was. Liquid all the way across the street finds him through the window, and that'll open up the door for somebody to crash this. I think Influence Rage may be taking advantage of it. You see them getting ready to roll up in their cars.
The Texter grenades gonna start tossing these over here. Everybody trying to get a piece of the pie, trying to take out Alpha 7. Looks like they did get the pickup, but doesn't even matter. INF also in the area. Diego Law laying it down right now. Revo in the bathroom trying to avoid the slugs from the shotgun. Trying to get the confirmation, but the teamwork right there from Law able to save Diego's life. Diego going to be crawling into here. Should be getting picked up. Meanwhile, on the opposite end, we got Rules of War trying to get a taste of the action here.
Rules of War did a perfect job capitalizing on that position as well, Hot Juice. You saw Influence Rage jump and take out Alpha 7. Royals of War pounced at the exact same moment from the other side, but they were content to let Influence Rage have that fight, and they posted up outside. They kind of own the southern part of the zone now.
They are rock solid here. So many sightlines. Look at this last circle here. The zone does push on over towards Milta. Now you got Wolves going to have to cross on over to Igor, but you got two teams looking dead at you to see if you're going to leave that building. So now Coops stuck with Doran. And iNCO are going to have to push across the street as well any second now. Yeah, here come the smokes. The util. Actually, never mind. They're trying to throw some nades. They want this knock. Vitali actually gets across the street. That's huge.
Beautiful little smoke wall right there to allow him to get even closer within grenade range. There goes Doran down. This is going to open up the push. Fatality now going to be breaching the compound, getting that confirmation, pre-firing the smokes. Probably calling for his squad mates to come and support him here. So the Wolves, Hot Jukes, they're just getting picked apart right now.
Yeah, they're getting dominant positions, but they just can't hold them. They just cannot hold them to save their life so far today. They got to get that figured out. Now we're going to see Igor get on over to his team, but it's a little bit too late. He was not in a position at all to help support this fight. Now let's see if he can get lucky with this nade, though. It looks good. Got one.
Ooh, nice.
There's 7. Can he pull off the clutch 1v3, though? Let's see. That nade. Pieces up Vitaly a little bit. 1v1. Jump shot. Got him.
Hey. Igor is clutching it up there, getting it done. That moves the Wolves into the top 4. Elsewhere, Loops has just been big chilling. They haven't had to fight anybody. Royals of War still full strength in the south. They have taken position in the eastern part of this southern zone. And now we have Team Liquid coming in from the north. So again, 3 full strength squads. And then poor Wolves just with 1. That's what I was worried about though, Hot Jukes, with the Wolves earlier. They only had 3 men, and they just weren't in a position to be able to support themselves once somebody inevitably crashed on them. It ended up being iNCO, and once they lost their opening member on the knock, they were kind of screwed, honestly. There was nothing they could really do. So ultimately, I would have liked to seen them consolidate a bit earlier to support themselves, but hey, they clutched it out, got some points. So props to him on that, and now Mythic opens up the knocks onto Loops, and they're going to be trying to desperately cross the street.
Here they go in the open, and Loops are like waiting for him, licking their lips at this point. You can see Team Liquid trying to make some magic happen. Mythic in the smokes. Rattle Boy, though, focus on the other direction here. Worlds of War is now the biggest threat.
The MG3. There goes Team Liquid. Yeah, Team Liquid crossing that road. I mean, we're in stage 9. It's centering up. It's closing in. And then the solo from the Wolves kind of just playing spoiler right now. So Loops, they are going to have one of their squad mates done and dusted. Igor pulling up with the UMP on the opposite end of the Loops. You got Rose of War still healthy enough with their grenades to potentially get this win here. But Igor going to be tossing these smokes, trying to get a little bit closer right now, PB.
One more grenade in the backpack of Igor's as well. I'm curious to see what happens because these two squads are thinning each other out right now. Loops down to 2. Royals of War with 1 on the turf as well.
Wow.
Loops down to 1. And now Royals of War with 3 are in firm control. But if Igor's can win this fight, he's going to secure He's not going to secure. Loops will take second place in this one, at least. If Rafina could clutch here, which he can't, he goes down to the zone. Royals of War take the victory, and we just talked about them in the break, and they have delivered in a big way for Latin America, Dave.
Yeah, we saw him last week. A couple solid games from Tonka, Vitex, David. Yesterday, they had like one good match, but I think as we head into those next two Miramars, this is a perfect time as we head into like the second half of today to start to kind of crank up that heat, while other squads might be a little fatigued, right? As we progress with the evening, some of these players, some of these teams start to slack a little bit. So Rose of War could truly take advantage of this newfound confidence and momentum. But talking about a extremely consistent team here this week, Loops, once again, showing up in the late game, walking away, not with the win, but 8 elimination points. There's nothing stopping this squad here this week.
There's really not. This was a game where no real point sponges existed. Everyone kind of getting 6, 7, 8 eliminations. You heard what I did there. But essentially, Loops getting it done and crushing it once again for the squad. They are primed to snatch all those 15 head start points if they can keep this up. Alpha 7 falling a little bit short. Maybe open up a crack of daylight for some of these other squads. Wolves surviving all the way to the end again. And I got to give a massive shout out to Higors there. Not only did he survive and get all the way up to third place, but he was taking points off of Team Liquid trying to cross the street and being aggressive late and making that survival that he was able to achieve make it worth some points, Hot Jukes.
Yeah, take all the points you could possibly get. I'm still a little bit concerned, though, when it comes to the Wolves. I mean, I think they're taking really dominant positions, but they're just not able to be able to finish strong as a unit. And the thing is that when you only got 2 teams moving forward, you got to be at your peak. You got to be at the top. No mistakes. So I hope they fix this sooner rather than later, because come finals time, this ain't going to cut it if they want to move forward.
It's not. Dave, Team Liquid. They didn't get it done. They were close. They got towards the end of the game there. Had some decent eliminations. They were rocking 5 towards the mid game there, leading every team. But they just couldn't make that street crossing towards the end. And I think it was a bit of great position for Team Liquid, but they just didn't get the zone kind of going down to that southern. And they had to try to cross the street. And when you're up against the guns of Loops, how hot they are right now, that's just a tall order.
Totally agree. I think if that final zone, well, I guess it was the dead center, right? But I think if we had like a little more time for Team Liquid to set up that end game, they would have walked away with the win here. They still did it good, though. I mean, 4th place, 6 limbs, pretty solid. Much needed points. Not the win I was looking for, but regardless, a step in the right direction, Hot Jukes.
Yes, sir. I'll tell you what, man. When the heat starts getting cranked up, there ain't no better place to be than on the beach, baby. And I'll tell you what, 2 times we saw this circle, 2 times we saw teams on the beach and had success. So coincidence? I think not. I think that is now the best spot when it comes to any zone like this. So Rolls of War clutched it up. I love to see it.
You know, one player that we have to mention too, that game, we've mentioned the team, but Rafina from Loops. This is a guy that put down 7 eliminations, loads of damage once again. And he is he's jumped all the way up to the top damage in the entire lobby for this League Stage 2. Rafina is saying, yo, y'all are on notice. I'm here to deliver the pain. Not only is he tops damage in the lobby, he's also tops elimination right now. So he's kind of setting the standard that all of the other players need to live up to if they want to have a shot for their team to secure those 15 head start points. But Loops looking super hot as we take a look back at the action here from game number 4 today, Hot Jukes.
Yeah, dude, absolutely craziness. Rafina, 22 eliminations so far. That's crazy for this league. We look at this side of the position here. iNCO was coming. We knew it was only a matter of time, and unfortunately, the Wolves were not able to hold them back. But what a crazy game towards the end. I mean, 2 Milta circle finishes, almost in the exact same position. You don't get to see that too often there. David, I cannot believe he actually jumped through that window. Took full advantage, got the knock. And then Rafina said, yep, I am crushing it in eliminations. You ain't taking me out. The blue zone will.
Absolutely. We take a peek at our winners here. It's Royals of War. They're going to pick up 7 eliminations this game as Victex needs to turn the lights on over there. My man hiding in the darkness, but not a bad performance here from the whole squad. It looks like pretty even distribution of damage across the squad as well. Victex, a little bit of a damage sponge there that round as well, taking a lot for the team. You appreciate it, and not a bad performance, though, from Royals of War. I said they needed to rebound here and kind of establish their dominance in this region, and they've done just that, Dave.
Yeah, Royals of War, really nice game right there. And that replay, definitely going back to my point with Team Liquid. I think they spent a little too much time on the opposite end of that road while the circle was closing on. And I think they were waiting for another team to maybe take the fight to loops and then make the push across the road. But that just wasn't happening. So that forced Team Liquid to be the main center of attention, and all eyes from loops were kind of looking at them with target practice, essentially, from their second story vantage point. But Royals of War walking away with a really solid game, and we keep saying this, but loops so consistent here in week number 2, Hot Jukes.
Yes, sir, indeed. 14 points is more than enough for what they need to do in order to maintain that first place. I mean, they've already probably done enough to where all they got to do is put some decent games up, and they are going to have all of those head start points here for round 2 to their name. So Loops crushing it so far. Good to see Royals of War be able to get a nice chicken dinner as well. But now, boys, it's time to head to Miramar. Things are going to mix up big time here in a little bit here, Dave.
Mixing it up, and hopefully for the better for teams like Jaguar, for teams like BIP, for teams like Straight Outta Nepal. They need a mix up right now because they haven't been too hot here. Got to give it to Team Jaguar, though. I mean, they constantly show up. They're constantly in the mix, trying to get involved, trying to get some points underneath the belt here, PB, but it's just not working out for them. So hopefully with 2 more games to go, Jaguar can get a couple more points for the overall leaderboard.
Got my eye on him for sure. M2M from that squad just had a heck of a tournament so far. We'll see if it can continue, but this is your match recap, and we're going to take a peek at our MVP and see if it is indeed from the side of Loops. It is Rafina with 757 damage, dealing 7 eliminations to the opposing squads. This man is on a mission to get his team to the top of the standings for League Stage 2 to secure those 15 head start points. And I gotta say, Loops took 8 head start points out of our Stage 1. And if they can take 15 this week, that's 23 points going into the finals, and that's a mighty nice head start, Hot Jukes.
Oh, yes, sir, indeed. These guys are going to be big chilling here. So I just hope it's not like a flash in the pan for this team. I want to see them continue with this dominance going forward. I only want to see the best of the best in the big shows coming up. And Loops are showing that, you know what? We got what it takes here, Dave.
I'm a little confused, though. He's telling me not to talk, but he's like, well, I can't hear you, though, right? So don't talk, but then at the same time he wants to hear me. He's confusing me with that one, man. I'm not gonna lie.
I think there's an order of operations required, be quiet and then I can't hear you. There's something, because it wouldn't make sense to say I can't hear you first and then shut up. I don't know. Might be looking too deeply into this one. Right? Last little point, though, on Erangel. I will say that the team that took that coastline in both games was the winner. So I'm looking at that spot in the future as we move into tomorrow. We'll see if we can get there. But that wraps up our Erangel play for the day. 4 games in the book right now for PMSL America's League Stage 2. And I'm so excited to see what happens in our final 2 games of the day. We've got Miramar coming up next. It's my favorite map, and I cannot wait to see what kind of action unfolds. We'll see you guys in just a moment. Don't go anywhere.
I raised my shield to stay alive, but the hurt still rained down from the sky. Now I got a tattered soul, but still I fight. Two jungles race, left foes behind. Yet cruel misshapes still stalk my mind. My perfect form fears tire marks, but nothing stops my forward sparks. To life, I risk it all. A stupid fate may call. To life, I risk it all. No surprise can block my will to rise. To life, I'll risk it all.
haymakers! Oh, get us back to a rainbow. No, bro, we got it. No! Oh my god, that's so scary.
Fena dalga geçiyorum ben, fena dalga geçiyorum.
No! Why, bro? Oh, yes you did, I found you!
And welcome back to PMSL America's Fall. We're here with the overall rankings after 4 games of play today on our second day of League Phase 2. It's Loops extending their lead. Once again, they're up to almost 40 points ahead of second place. They're looking really solid. Influence Rage up one spot. They leap over Alpha 7, who is still looking for their first chicken dinner. Got Wolves in fourth, who have closed the gap pretty significantly. And iNCO still holding on to fifth. Hot Juice, what do we make of this?
They're holding on. They're holding on. Loops, obviously, with a 36-point lead, are big chilling right now up on top. So when's Alpha 7 going to get started? I mean, it's got to be here in Miramar, right, Dave?
Yeah, Alpha 7 looking for that winner chicken dinner to reclaim their first place spot here. They do still have tomorrow, and they do already have those head start points heading into the finals. But of course, you want to get as many head start points as possible. But honestly, with their performance here today, it's opening up the floodgates for Loops and Influence Rage here, PB.
I'm looking at the bottom of the tables right now as well. Anybody below 50 points at this point in time, I'm putting you on notice. It's time to show up and go after it. Aggression, eliminations, it's all necessary as we move into our final 2 games of day 2 of our second league phase. And man, it's time to put up or shut up right here, right now. If your teams like Team Liquid, Straight Outta Nepal, Team Jaguar, VIP, or Resilience, everyone else, you just need kind of one chicken dinner and you're right back in the mix of it. Again, 15 head start points on the line as we take a peek at what's in store for us to close out our second day here of League Phase 2. It's Miramar, Dave, and if you had to make a prediction as to who is going to take the victory, I'm coming to you first. Do we think it's going to be one of these Brazilian squads that have been so tough on this map, or is it going to be somebody else?
I think an easy cop-out for me would be going with Loops. Loops have been the most consistent team here this week. So for them to get 2 chickens in one day, I think is definitely doable. And looking at the top teams of Miramar, I mean, it backs my prediction. Loops, they're going to be up here, PB.
Well, that's a great choice. Hot Jukes, I'll come to you for your choice. Any of these teams looking like they might be primed to win?
I think if the zone heads towards El Pozo, we're going to see Alpha 7 win. That's what I think for sure. If it doesn't go to El Pozo, I'm going to go with Team Liquid. That's right. The opposite direction. Struggling in Miramar. Dave couldn't get it done. In Erangel, I think it's about their time that they, I think Coach Knight gave them a good old talking to, and we're like, you know what? You guys got to pick it up in Miramar. Let's see if they do it.
It's my prediction that Team Liquid goes out first on Miramar. Based on what I've seen so far in this tournament. But yeah, we'll see if they've changed their ways and if iNCO wants to give them a pass on the hot drop here. I am going to go with the Wolves for this one. They've gotten close. They haven't been able to put it together on some of the buildings, like on Erangel and holding these compounds. But in the open field and having these sidelines, the Wolves have been some of the best to do it so far this tournament. And I look to see that coordination make a return here for our first game on Miramar today. So we've got Wolves, we've got Alpha 7, and Dave, who did you go with?
I went with Loops.
We got Loops. So, and I guess a sidecar bet of Team Liquid as well, Hot Jukes. Apparently you get 2 choices depending on zone position. I'm not gonna lock it in quite like that, but keys to victory here on Miramar. You know, we've seen pretty central zones for the most part. What do you feel like these teams need to do, Dave, to get it done?
I feel like they need to avoid these silly fights here in the early game. I think they need to claim this Amazon gift card because, you know, you need those finger sleeves. You need to make sure you got the proper charger for the phone. You need to be juiced up out of your mind here as we get into Miramar. Power bang.
All right, well, we're heading in. Game 5 starts now. It is time to put the boxing gloves on because it has been gloves and knives out to the start of every game so far on Miramar. And we got a southern zone this time. So finally, we may be able to avoid the chaos at this particular compound. This has been where all the action has gone down so far this tournament, but it is a pretty far jump. Every other tournament or every other game, we've had the plane going right down the middle. So maybe we get a little bit of a different look this game out, and Team Liquid might actually have a chance, Dave.
Team Liquid, I've been cheering for them all day. Rondo, they did amazing. Then they kind of let their foot off the gas just a little bit during those 3 air rolls. But now that we're heading into 2 final maps of the evening, Miramar This could be Team Liquid's time to shine and really climb up those overall leaderboards, Hot Jukes.
Yes, sir, indeed. Super southern playing path. Not what these players want to see at all. The south side of Miramar is always so treacherous when it comes to these roads. So many different hills. It's difficult to drive down. It's not fun. Let's leave it that way. So I think all these teams are kind of hoping for a northern circle here. Alpha 7, I think especially, and they got it. Wow. Okay, so Alpha 7 gonna hop in some vehicles, head straight to Oposo, and you can see iNCO and Team Liquid not hot dropping each other here on this one.
They might still go for that building. I'm scared. I'm watching for it. They got to protect what is theirs. They're skewing to the right. That's bad news. They're going for vehicles. My favorite, though, was the defense of, like, we really wanted to get that vehicle. I'm like, you know there's, like, 200 vehicles on this map, right? You don't have to go for that one. But
Xforce.
Here we go. Hot drop between Maryland and Xforce.
Oh, the knife. Oh, he got him.
Got him.
Stab.
That's good.
24K. Shut him down. Up close and personal. That rallied the troops. I'll tell you that right now. Alim's already got that M16 locked and loaded. We are seeing a Winchester at play, though, Dave. That is the gun you got to watch out for.
Winchester, you got a couple of Uzis out there. The thing is, Xforce, they're going to have the numbers advantage now. So Xforce, just full commit to this. Full commit to this. Nice little shots across
This is on the island,
here.
dude. It's crazy. It's so south.
Did not expect a hot drop here, that's for sure. And I don't think these players did either, quite honestly. But that's neither here nor there. They're going to have to deal with it. Gleeboy trying to stay alive right now. They've already dropped Sanab from the squad. Down to 3 members in Xforce looking for heals to get Fate patched up. You know they haven't had time to really get that medicine in the backpack just yet. So they're going to try to keep them alive. But good news for Xforce is they've got these guys pinned down and quarantined to a particular building.
Ooh, a little explosive tippo out here too. So Fate going for the on foot wraparound approach here.
Wow, sneaky.
Sneaking up, look for the angles to the windows here.
You see something? Nope. Out of there. Watch out for that Winchester, dude. That Winchester's deadly.
2.7 times scope.
You know,
Dave,
you got that postal zone you were talking about, Hodjukes. Alpha 7's game all game long right now. So we'll see if they're able to capitalize on this zone bless.
What's the trap?
Extra spicy. Yeah.
Spicy.
Not regular.
Extra. That costs extra too.
Yep.
But it's worth it every time, Hot Chicks.
Pay for it. Pay for it. Alim, just so focused right now. Dialed in. Checking the roof work. Making sure it's stable. And it is stable.
So
being
stable.
Like, how can I be in a fight? Yeah, how could I be in this fight? That's what all these players are thinking.
Yep.
I mean, out of all the places we drop here, and we're to battle out the rip. Fate's going swimming.
He's swimming. He's having a good time.
Can we pull up the map really quickly? There's an interesting little development happening.
Pull it up.
Okay.
You see this little action down here?
Yeah.
We've got a couple members coming this way, and we've got some headed here. So we might see a little camp action if they get close enough to hear these shots. Not what I would have thought with the zone so far north. This is kind of crazy.
They saw the parachutes.
Third party in Partona.
Little bow and arrow action, running out of arrows.
Just hopes and dreams.
Yeah. Mark here.
This is rough. What's Fate up to? That's always my question.
Yeah,
what is he up
Fate
to?
Leaving this kind of makes us a 3v3, right? I mean, Fate's
he came back.
Fate's far.
He's looking for
Fate
some
has
loot.
come back.
Fate.
Oh, he's back? No, he's
he
still
came
far
back
away.
and he's on the island.
Okay.
Oh.
Like he was swimming, but he went back to get loot.
I don't know though.
Oh, he picked up an AUG. That's okay. That's fortunate. Running in the opposite direction of the fight, though.
He's on the island, but is he really on the island?
Yeah. What are you even looking at this direction for? You can't see nothing from that far.
He's trying to find a vehicle, maybe. Maybe if he looks closer through the scope, one will appear.
Aren't we all
Perhaps
on
a
the
horse?
island if you think about it?
Yeah.
If only you had a horse.
Not here though. Laser focused. Love the player camps too. I mean, it gives you like a good little insight from their perspective here.
This is the thickest of thick rotations.
They are staring at their phone. Wonder what he's looking at.
Here comes the blue zone.
This is an intense game, and they are being cut in half right now by United 4 Gaming, rolling through. Kind of saw this one developing, and United 4 has turned around, taken the compound on the corner, and they are right underneath Intense Game on 2 sides of them, and Team Liquid that's right above them on the other side. So choosing maybe a bit of a precarious situation here, and iNCO is coming in to this spot as well. As we go back down south to this fight, which is still not concluded, and they're going to be in this blue, taking damage now for some time. And I don't know how you kind of eject from the situation. They got to just leave. They got to make a decision here.
I think
knocked to blue.
Fate with the off. Who got knocked? Oh my goodness! I was gonna say Fate with the off angle. Now it's time to make that collapse. Spending way too much time out here. Looks like now 24K gonna be making the push up. Fate on the high ground over here, looking through the window, just pre-fire. I think pre-fire the windows and just have your squad mates push and flush the corners one by one here. That's the play.
Yep.
Nice molly.
Klaus now gonna push easy 2v1 situation. Take the fight though. You gotta start moving, guys. Gotta start moving. Found him. That's it. Here they go. Maryland, good luck.
Yeah, right? Looks like Weeboy had already set his phone down and headed to the bathroom.
Out of there. Is Blue Zone gonna take that last elimination though? That's the question. Can they get it? No, they're not gonna. One elimination gone to blue.
Smart play actually from Maryland to let it go like that, not giving Xforce the points. Xforce sitting number 6 overall right now, just 8 points out of 5th. You know they would have loved to get that one back, but you can see them still way down here in the south. VIP has gone north. Everyone else in the zone right now is Xforce finally finishing off the fight and dropping some bullets here to show how dominant they are.
I hope they do this next game too on Miramar.
Yeah.
Run it back.
See, they're so out of position. It's crazy.
Run it back. At least they got a couple.
They're going
elims.
Further south right now too.
Yeah, they got.
That's true.
They got 3 elims. Hopefully, they got the meds though to survive. We see them. Oh, there goes the knock to Papa Blue, and so it begins.
The battle for meds. Throw them in the trunk. Throw them in the trunk. Get driving.
That's right.
See,
love that feature.
Let's see if he's able to make it over here. Taking a look at this. Look at iNCO. Keeping an eye there on the Influence Rage. Little gatekeep action. Influence Rage did not have to take this fight at all. And yeah, they're just gonna hug the circle. Great play there from Influence Rage. Sometimes you gotta avoid those fights.
I like the avoidance here, Jukes, for sure. But as they go across the street and up into the mountains, that's where it's gonna get a little dicey for them. There's a lot of teams that are kind of camped a little bit further south of them. So we'll see if they're able to find a position and actually find some cover. We take a peek at Royals of War. They're over on the eastern side of the zone above San Martin, and they're collapsing on top of Resilience. They've got Jaguar off in the distance as well if they're able to make it through this squad.
Should be a good fight for Royals of War, especially after coming off their last match here. Looking to continue that momentum here on Miramar. They do need to avoid the sightlines of the M249. Oh, my guy here. Here's the vehicle trying to make its way up the hillside here. It's like they're gonna be
Doesn't
losing
he
one of
wish
their
he could have got
spots.
that high ground?
Right? I mean, both teams having a difficult time getting up
Emergency
there to the
break.
top.
Molina from Resilience. Holding it down, holding this angle down. Ooh, nice little nade there from Rolls of War. Just barely misses. Now David. Oh my gosh, straight out of Nepal
over there,
catching him,
strays.
slipping.
Somebody from straight on Nepal lost their helmet. Just like that, Royals of War able to take them down, and they look to be adjusting right now, but they're not trying to force any of these fights. They're really prioritizing zone position. trying to run it back to back. And interestingly enough, down south, Xforce still on the island. They went further south to loot the city on the southern tip of the island. They still have not even started to come north. So, interestingly,
I think it's a great play.
Finally. They're finally. I mean, at this point, I mean, you're down there. You just better get some meds and hope you can survive the blue.
Listen, PB, this is all according to plan. We heard it from Fade earlier. They said they're going to be playing Edge. We didn't think it was going to be this much Edge. You know what I'm saying? But this is just according to what Fade's plan was. See if it works.
Loop's in a great spot once again.
Super
they have,
Edge.
Taking the power grid.
Extreme.
And yeah, this is the extreme Edge. This is.
I'm just looking at the health bar.
Dude.
So
Over the
they're
edge.
still hitting the bandages. So they're just making pit stops from building to building, and obviously trying to get within the play zone as quickly as possible. But they are still surviving. At least all of the squad mates a little underneath 50% HP. But they're making it. I think the whole squad makes it in, guys. I do. I feel like they're gonna make it in. The thing is, by the time they make it in, everybody is just gonna be so set up, and Xforce, they're gonna be so behind the ball that they're not gonna have any options when it comes to looting anymore. So they're just gonna be showing up with like 20% HP and a couple of bullets, like, "Hey guys, we're here. How's it going?" type of deal. So it is gonna be a challenge for them, but hopefully next game they are a little more proactive, honestly.
Got a lot of teams on the rotation right now. iNCO crashing their way in. They're the only team in San Martin right now on that northern part of the road. You got Jaguar in the apartments down south. But other than that, San Martin, a ghost town, pretty much. Everyone kind of opting for the cliffs and ridges. You can see Team Liquid up on top of that one, along with Influence Rage here. And then you've got United 4 Gaming in the foothills of this same little mountain complex. And so that's one side of the street, and on the other, you've got Royals of War, Resilience, and Straight Out of Nepal.
I want to look at Xforce. They just made it into the zone. They have like 10 HP each of them.
The Edge.
They're rolling right up to VIP right now. And they're actually getting the better half of VIP.
Let's
who
go.
were completely full health.
The Edge.
They were full health. 3 members of Xforce are down. Klaus, the last one, with the mini in the shack right now, trying to avoid their grenades. The Edge play not going their way here. Klaus
Ultra
really
Edge.
low in the health department. Hot Jukes, the heals little to none at this point. And there they go with 5 limbs.
The blue zone does hurt after a little bit, especially when you get naded and you're on the ground crawling around. Anyway, Xforce out of here. It was fun watching them loot for a while, though. That was an interesting strategy. Did not pay off this time, but we take a peek at the map. And this is what I was talking about. The San Martin area, pretty empty. Like, no one's going to the city. Everyone up in the hills right now. It's either this complex over here, which seems to be the move, or over here. And then on the southern side, you're going to see 9Z probably rotate all the way back up north. They just got to that spot at San Martin, and now they're probably going to have to rotate all the way back around. Alpha 7 trying to dive center zone right now, and they are full sending it right on top of United 4. This will be interesting.
Here they go. Guizao up close and personal with a shotgun in FPP. Gets the knock and the finish. Alpha 7 getting the better of this fight here. Revo does go down, though. Carrillo super low. Mafioso looking, I mean, everybody's in a blender right now. There's getting shots all over the place. And Mafioso said, okay, let's slow this down. Throw the smoke down.
Alpha 7 getting chewed up. This is, again, another game that they're not going to win, Dave.
Yeah, they lost 2 of their squad mates on the push, kind of running into that wall on the aggressive pull-up, set them back a couple pegs, took out a little bit of health and slowed them down, too. But looks like Mafioso going to be tossing out some smokes, tossing out some grenades, trying to put a stop to any potential push to buy him some time to get the heal. But that grenade almost bouncing off the door. Almost making it in here. Here comes the Molotov to just burn them on down. And United 4 losing a couple of their squad mates on the defense, but at the end of the day, taking out Alpha 7.
I don't know if you saw on the approach, Alanzin from United 4 was just sitting in the car. Like the whole time they were on the approach and he was just chilling there and finally made his move, but gave Alpha 7 the jump, but it didn't matter. United 4 defends successfully. I didn't expect that, to be honest with you. I thought Alpha 4 was going to be able to win that fight. They did not, and now Wolves getting into it with Loops. On the edge, Loops finding their way in from Power Grid, and not successfully so far. Wolves have got into it with Royals of War. They took a member of Royals of War down, and now trying to gatekeep Loops, Hot Juice.
Yes, they are. Let's see what they can do here. We got Wolves now. We're looking at them. Keeping an eye on Loops, like you mentioned, Baton. Up close and personal. Rafinha. Loops, I mean, they're so high up on the leaderboards. They can play this slow. They can take their time here. And there's still plenty of real estate to be able to move into the next zone. VIP, though, oh, on the drive. Getting popped out the vehicle by Intense Game.
Unfortunate for VIP. There they go.
Gone.
There they go, just like that.
That's a nice car.
The good old standard.
Try to put her into the zone. So, Intense Game. They're taking up a spot on the ridge over there. They'll be all alone. Having good sight lines pretty much everywhere from that western side of the circle. Now on the bottom, you got Wolves battling it out with Loops. Loops has found their way in. They're safe for the moment. All these ridges give so many places to hide on Miramar. Really allows squads that are not in the greatest of spots, you know, find a way to survive and live to fight another day. Here's the map. We can see the city kind of occupied right now by iNCO, United 4, and 9Z did make that rotation back to the north. They'll find their way into the city, and that might be the goated move so far to not try to take those fights up there, but it goes all the way over. Team Liquid in a great spot, along with IG. Look at the split here. You've got IG here and here. We'll see if they can make some moves here with this 3-1 split. Pedrinho looking to find an opening for the rest of the squad down south.
Ooh, big fight. INF pulling up with the hovercraft, trying to overthrow Team Liquid on the defense. Law popping out with the M4 3 times, getting a couple nice shots. Federal, his squad mate with the DES, laying it down. Big dog. Mythic trying to avoid those shots. Federal, little lean peak action over there. So it looks like Team Liquid, Chief, kind of a little too split from his squad mates to properly defend this here. This pull up from Influence. Now Chief going to be tossing out some smokes, trying to get this heal off just in time. But Hot Jukes, INF really getting the better part of them. But here comes the Wolves, I believe, also trying to pull up on the low ground with the potential third party.
They heard this fight going on and they were like, hey, there's some easy eliminations right here if we can get them. But the fight has now settled, so the third party is just a little bit too late from the Wolves.
It's not too late for 9Z, though. They're coming in from the north strong right now. This is about to get spicy.
Jaguar? Okay.
Yeah.
Wolves gone.
They're gone, dude. Unfortunate.
By Jaguar, right?
They got two left. Doran and Hegors are still up down low. Straight out of Nepal was able to clip them with some grenades, but Wolves hanging in there by a thread. But we've got 9Z now on this ridge. They're on the north side of Team Mythic. Or Team Mythic. Team Liquid. As I look at Mythic's name. We've got 9Z there on the ridge line, and then you've got Influence Rage kind of just a bit south of that. So Liquid is pinched right now, and Pedrinho still on this off angle, trying to peek his way in, getting something going here for Intense Game. It's a wild 3-1 split from them. And Milos is about to sniff it out, I think, from 9Z.
There goes Ayala. So, yeah, I was looking to see if they were going to try to get Ayala up, who's bleeding on out, but Ayala just couldn't crawl to cover in time. Team Liquid not trying to give up their position, so they're going to be turtling up for the time being. Turtle! For good cause, too. Good reason. There's INF to the south and 9Z, like you said, PB to the north, and everybody just looking to get a piece of Team Liquid. So that's going to be hurting their odds for that winner chicken dinner here. Unfortunate for them. Looking at teams who still have the whole squad alive. Loops, once again in the south, doing Loops things. Loops early in mid-game, they just They just play the edge. They relax. If they get a center position, they're just holding it down. They're relaxing. They're not really overextending. And then towards the late game, they show up with the whole squad live, just geared out of their mind here, Hot Jukes. And it's been working out big time for them here this week.
Yes, sir, indeed, man. Loops are big chilling. And it don't matter. If they just get a couple eliminations, they're good. Because they are so high up on the leaderboards. But they are always finding themselves in these end games with all 4 up. And I got to contribute that to that. Just their old school grouped up play style. These guys are playing so well together. They're not trying to do any kind of interesting splits, nothing crazy. And it is just working out for them. Let's see how they do this push, though. This is always good to watch. Let's see how the top team in the lobby for round 2 makes this transition. Because they are out of position here in the zone. Looks like they're going to try to hug it. Uh-oh, they are getting shot up, though, by Intense Game. They do lose 1 player on the rotate. Oh, my gosh, probably going to be 2. Oh, wow.
Somehow, some way, they make it across this street. How in the world did Intense Game not stop that UAS from making it across? No one will ever know, but the nades are about to rain in. You're going to see straight out of Nepal probably join the action as well. Leon pops Rafinha. That's not good for Loops. They've got 3 down. It's up to Rattleboy now. He gets 1. Can he get more? He does. Rattleboy getting the confirms here as well. Look at this. Adrian peeking up north. Oh, he connects with the first shot. He's out of ammo, though.
Reach for the
He's out of ammo. Almost gets it done. Really impressive stuff there from Rattleboy. And Intense Game will live to fight another day. They'll defend that push. Just barely, though, Dave.
That was crazy. Adrian is a clutch player from IG. Adrian's been clutch this whole tournament here. So Loops, though, eliminated. This is their worst game yet. Only 1 point going their way. So it's going to open it up for I and F to potentially play catch up here. Maybe even look for that winner chicken dinner. Federal Diego already going to be flexing out, trying to get some type of vantage point onto IG. So we'll keep tabs on them as Resilience Esports. Cardi CZZ is going to be knocked out over here. But they're not done yet, Hot Jukes. They're fighting. You know, they're defending their land.
Come on, Resilience. You're in last place. Make something happen here. Tons of players, tons of teams surrounding them. They're going to have to fight their way out of this one. Got iNCO Gaming as well with some great sight lines of these apartments. Oh, and down goes Resilience just like that. So iNCO Gaming securing the apartment complex. Next zone, though, is going to pop. Most likely going to center up. They got to find a way into the next circle. Putting the pressure, though, on everybody rotating.
Jaguar had checked into that hotel a long time ago, and now it's checkout time. They've got to find their way to the zone, and it looks like they will be successful, at least for the time being. All 4 members alive. They take some shots. We got a little dip to work with here, but Adrian from the top of the hill, from Intense Game, lobbing in some shots, and he does not connect, at least for the start, but Silence knows where they are. They've been marked, the grenade comes in, but will it connect? It was great, but the car moves at the last second, and Jaguar avoids imminent doom.
Beautiful, beautiful there. Let's see what Adrian can do. You said it, Dave. Man's been so clutch for his squad. Now let's see how they're going to do on the south side. That huge split working out for them still. These 2 players from Intense Game have just been applying so much pressure from this position. And Jaguar is the only team really in their way at this point here, Dave.
Yeah.
And they're going to have to make this move, though, right now. The zone just popped. There's 40 seconds left on the clock. You got to push.
Yep.
Adrian,
get in the
play.
Van. Get in the van. Get in the van and just go try to run them over. They won't even expect it. They're going to be tossing some grenades. Silence Adrian. They are prepping it. They are looking for the push. Silence, only 1 grenade. He's tossing it. That's money. Not getting the knocks, but the Molotov will be applying the pressure here, Hot Jukes.
Send it. You gotta push. I know you're waiting for that opening. You're not gonna get it. You have 15 seconds on the clock. All y'all are getting eliminated anyway. Silence gets naded, and now it's up to Adrian to make a play.
Adrian's got this. It's a 1v3. Shots are out a little bit. Doesn't connect. Trying to get 1 to land to start the action here. He's literally weakening them all up right now with that shotgun, but it's not going to be enough. They get wiped. And now it's up to Pedrinho up in the north. He was the only player not part of that main group. He's been eyes on to influence Rage this entire time. But now 9Z trying to slide in. They are next to Influence Rage. Both of them have a full squad, and these two teams from the high ground are the ones that I think are going to have to battle it out for control of this zone, Hajux.
Yep, let's see what happens right now. There goes Pedrinho, and the split not working out for intense game, but now you got Influence Rage going up against 9Z. It's a battle of the North. Who is going to be the king of the North here? One of these teams, and whoever is probably going to win this game. But 9Z focusing a little bit too far inwards. Yeah, now they realize, all right, the biggest threat is Influence Rage. That is where all of our focus needs to be, Dave.
Yeah, totally agree. Looks like they're going to be pulling back here. They were taking shots down south onto United and iNCO. And going back to the iNCO conversation, McGrellin right in your face, taking out the Jaguar. So iNCO, they're going to be claiming the southern half of this play zone. Diego was tagged out by the hands of Remix. Milos with the M4, plenty of ammo, so he could just pre-fire for days. Little boy Diego should be thirsted here. Remix also bleeding on out. This fight is going back and forth, but now Law need lots more alive here, PB.
Law trying to hold it together for the squad. Influence Rage just a little bit slow on the attack onto 9Z. Honestly, both those squads kind of teaming up on everybody else, lobbing shots. But the one team I'm looking at right now is United 4 Gaming. They defended the crash from Alpha 7 a while back and have just been quietly hiding down there in their building this entire time. Now, will they have to move and actually get to this safe circle? They're a little bit outside. They're going to patch themselves up, but they still have 5 grenades and 2 on the other player, so 7 grenades total. We'll see if they can make an impact here as Influence Rage still suffering at the hands of 9Z. They're down to just Law, and Law's got to try to make something happen here as a solo. No full squads left up, Dave. It is iNCO and 9Z with 3. One of those teams has got to have control after this little stint, but United 4 might be my dark horse pick to win this thing.
Yeah, United could definitely be the surprise factor here. I think iNCO being all the way down there in the south might have a challenging push across the terrain, especially with United right there hugging the edge. So really here, Hot Jukes, I'm favoring 9Z as long as they can take out Law, who is really the thorn right now to their side.
Oh, yeah. But this is the final zone, folks. The zone ain't shifting anymore. We're about to go to the dead center of the circle. You can see everybody's trying to get a little knock right here, right now. Would definitely help them out, especially if you're like 9Z or iNCO. But they are throwing nades in Law's direction because they're like, yeah, that's the third party we do not want to have to deal with.
Oh, big hit there on that grenade. Yeah. That connected with Law. He's going to have to patch himself up. Interestingly enough, iNCO has finally discovered United 4 Gaming. At first, they were shooting the smoke, and I was like, they had already made it across. So I was wondering if they were able to sneak out successfully. It does not look like that's the case. They've been discovered. Law hanging on to life for Influence Rage. It's going to come down to iNCO versus 9Z, both with 3 men up. A chasm between these two squads, so it's going to come down to long-range shots as the zone is at both of their backs right now. Colgoat dropped by Brunison, but McGrellin gets dropped by Law, and this is going back and forth. It could be anybody's game, Dave.
Yeah, it's getting pretty dicey over here. Looks like Milos is going to be trying to get the pickup on a Colgoat. They do have this little tiny tree for cover. Reyes with the lean peek. Got him. Taking him down and out. Meanwhile, United 4 Gaming, they have been big, chilling behind that boulder. They're now looking to make the push. They got their grenades, lock and loaded. They're tossing out. Here comes Papa Blue to apply that pressure, that damage. Let's see if these grenades can connect, Hot Jukes.
Oh,
one
got
of
the
them
does. 2v2. They got the flank. Joaco goes down. It's up to Hate now. Hate versus Colgoat and Milos. Colgoat on the push, drops down low. Nate is out. If this can connect, this could be absolutely massive. He sees him. The throw is long. He gets him. It's now Colgoat versus Hate. 1v1. Hate with another grenade. Those nades coming in clutch for United 4. Another out. There are the bullets, and he goes down. It looks like it's United 4 Gaming taking the chicken dinner in surprising fashion.
Hates clutching it up there at the end. 1v2 situation. The Rock held him down, Dave. What a finish.
There it is. Big clutch right there. You can see they are relieved after getting that winner chicken dinner. And I was questioning their passive decision making towards the end right there. They were kind of like in the middle of the two fights, iNCO and 9Z on the high ground. But I think they just waited to see who would be the victor. Then once when one of the sides won, then they made that push. Then they made that call. And out of all those squads, they had all the utility ready to go. They had so many grenades, and they let the grenades do most of the damage for them here, PB.
You know, I counted their grenades when they were sitting in that house because, like, how many will they have as they head out to this final zone? They had 7, and I think they used 6 of those 7. There was 3 up on the ridge, and Hate at the end lobs 3 over to the opposition. He connects crucially on Milos, which was the backline player to start that fight. And as long as he was able to get that to a 1v1, I was like, he's got a chance here. Granted, he's going up against the 2024 MVP and Kolgo, so this is not a great matchup. It's not somebody you want to face, but Kolgo's standing in the wide open, and Homeboy's got a rock to hide behind, and that was all he needed, a rock and some stones to throw, and Hate gets it done for United 4 Gaming. This is a team that's on the come up. They saw their their fellow region mates in Royals of War win last game, and they're like, listen, no, you're not going to be jumping over us. It's us that deserves to be the top team from the region. The Hot Jukes, they got it done here for LATAM.
Let's go. Take it to the bank. Once you said that they had like 6, 7 nades, I was like, oh, it's automatic victory, baby. So beautifully done from them. What a match. I mean, I don't think they really had a choice when it came to like trying to push either other team. They were stuck behind that rock. They were just going to leave it to the end of the game to kind of choose it for them, and they were able to clutch it out. So beautiful game. Crazy early game here. Yeah, Xforce with the hyper over ultra edge play. Not working out for this game, David.
Yeah, the hyper ultra mega edge play. You love to see it. You love to see these new strats coming in here. IG Adrian, this was that play we were looking at. Adrian from the hilltop just laying it down. Rataboy with the DBS. Little DBS battle going on right here, but Adrian with the strafing back and forth, just getting the job done and allowing his squad mates to push a little further. See, right here, this was the play though from Adrian. I would have loved to have seen him just popping that bus and just straight up YOLO into that little ditch that the Jaguar holding. I think let the bus do most of the damage for you and then jump out and get that surprise attack, you know. But closing the gap too, right? It's always easier to close the gap in a vehicle, especially in a scenario like that compared to running across the open field. But look at the high five. Look at the force. It's like, yes, we got the win. Super pumped up right now for United 4 Gaming here at Powerbang.
Absolutely. We'll see if that theory craft earlier on the 1,000 damage rings true, as Joako picking up nearly 1,000 by himself that game. 5 eliminations, massive performance. And I gotta say, United 4 Gaming, they had to ward off Alpha 7 on the hard charge towards the end, and then they played that final circle with just 2 members, and it was just Hate and it was Joako, and they managed to get it done. I'm so impressed with this squad right now because this was not a position that was incredibly strong. They had it was iNCO that was just beating them with I mean, dude, they should not have survived there, but they did. And you can see my guy in the middle here, super happy that they were able to come out on top. And look at that, 2 Argentinian flags, top of the tables here for the first time all tournament, Hot Jukes.
Let's go. Let's go. I love to see it there. 9Z had a great position in that game. Unfortunately, just weren't able to close it out. But United 4 Gaming, they got a chicken dinner they so much desperately needed. So, I mean, you got to be hyped for both these teams in Miramar. Miramar, again, I think was a plague for so many of these other squads. We'll take a look here at the second page. And one team in particular, man, Team Liquid. I think they had a good, solid position in this circle, but their team fight and just trying to be able to handle a fight that should have been, I think, simple for them just seemed to fall apart. So I don't know what's going on with Team Liquid. Hopefully Coach Knight with some of this shape come tomorrow, Dave, because they definitely need to see something different.
Yeah, it happens. I mean, today, pretty much a wash. Best case scenario, a winner wear chicken dinner, right? In this last game of the evening. That'll definitely help keep the morale high leading into tomorrow, because after tomorrow, we're already done with phase 2, right? And then we go into the finals, if I'm not mistaken, with those head start points. So Team Liquid looking for one more game here to try to get something done here at Powerbang.
You are indeed correct. Friday kicks off the finals, and we've got one more day here. It is our MVP, Joako. He is picking up 5 eliminations, almost 1,000 damage. That is the key indicator that you've had a stellar game, and he has done just that, leading his team to a chicken dinner victory. And I will say, we had a third-place squad there in iNCO that has flown a bit under the radar today, but I gotta say, I've been impressed with what this team representing the North American region has been able to do as well. They are hovering around the top spots on that leaderboard. We'll see just how hard they're clinging to their position after the break, but man, great performance from United 4 Gaming, and I got some sweet jerseys as well. I gotta say, I like the black and gold, Dave.
Black and gold, always a classic. Always a classic. United 4 Gaming. Now I'm trying to figure out what's his pose here. Is he smelling his bracelet?
No, he's saying be quiet or I'll punch you.
Oh, you don't think he's talking on his watch like big copy 9 or 10-4?
Oh, that's true.
I got him.
I think it's the moment before the smelling salts hit that he has dipped his bracelet in. That's what I think's going on. Just getting hyped up to play that game. But that is going to do it for our first Miramar match of the day. But the good news is we have one more of those coming up in just a moment. Oh man, is it going to be United 4 again? Or will some other team kind of show up and get it done? Good news for you guys is while we take a quick break, we've got Juancho standing by with Remix.
Hello, today I'm here with
Remix.
What team?
9C.
Okay. How do you think Cherry's feeling after that win? You know, since, yeah, weren't doing the best, and he was kind of stressed out since I was sitting right next to him. He was kind of How do you think he's feeling now?
I'm thinking he's feeling great because he talked about so many times about playing together. We have a skill, but the thing is we playing lonely, individual, and then we know playing with teammates. We are teammates, and then that's why we lost too many matches, and then we win this one because we wait the best time to be the best team in the game, in the match, and then working the teams in team.
So you were waiting?
Yep.
The entire game?
Yep.
Whole lot of waiting?
Yeah.
So you were camping?
Maybe.
Yeah, nice strat, Cher. Cher is the greatest coach from Latam, Brazil, NA, all this.
You are the best one? Or the second one?
He's the second best one, actually. Yeah, he just reminded me. Okay. I forgot that's my third job. Player, coach, interviewer. Yep. Bye.
Bye.
Welcome back to PMSL America's Fall Split. We've got league stage action. It's our second league phase, and the Loop squad is trying to put their exclamation mark on their dominance for this round. They've got one more match to try to do it again. They've got 3 chicken dinners to their name so far, and they look dominant again once again today. Dave, welcome back. We have our overall standings to jump into, and I want to see just how big the gap is right now, and also if there's anyone closing. And it looks like Influence Rage has narrowed that gap some, and iNCO Gaming has shot up once again to 3rd place. What do you make of this? I gotta say, I'm pretty impressed with iNCO and where they're sitting right now.
Definitely impressed with iNCO. A little bit surprised with Alpha 7. I'm sure it's not really phasing them at all. Alpha 7, it's a team. They're comfortable regardless of where they are at in the overall leaderboards. They got the skills to pay the bills. So looking at tomorrow, definitely going to be an Alpha 7 day as they look to reclaim that top spot and get as many head start points as possible. I know it. But the thing that's standing out to me here, guys, Jukes, the Wolves and Xforce, man. They started the day strong, dude. Where are they at now, man?
Yo, you know what I want to see? I want to see Juancho interview the Wolves, dude. That's what I want to see. That's an interview I would pay to see. Please, production, make it happen. Be like, hey, why did you guys not do too great today, PB? Wouldn't that be great to see?
He actually did do that yesterday. It was quite funny. He was rolling around. I think he had an interview with Baton himself, so that was an interesting interview for sure. Maybe we'll get another one if Wolves have a performance that warrants it. We'll keep an eye on that for sure. Influence Rage, though, in 2nd. iNCO Gaming 3rd. Alpha 7 still was in 4th. Wolves wrapping out your top 5. Now, with that, some of these teams on the bottom right now, they just didn't quite deliver the goods here. Again, they're still on notice for this time, but they're peaking head start points. Every session that you move higher on that leaderboard is another potential point you can take with you into the finals. And I can't how important that potentially is. Times have we seen these tournaments come down to just a couple of points.
Yeah, I mean, just a couple of points is what it comes down to always, Dave, right? I mean, it's wild. How many tournaments have we seen where you either make it or break it by just one single point? These players don't want to be in that position, so if you can get those head start points, you got to get them right here, right now.
Yeah, and the head start points too, by the way, I think I'm looking at it from the lens of like it provides you a little bit of a cushion, right? A throwaway match. Of course, you don't want to use it, but if you have like 15 or 20 head start points coming into the finals, say you do have one bad game, you don't have to stress too much about it, right? Because you got those head start points to kind of cushion it just a little bit compared to like coming into that lobby with maybe 5 points in total. Obviously having a goose egg 0 points game, it's going to hurt you a lot more. So these 2 weeks extremely important when it comes to the finals, when it comes to trying to qualify for that next stage, and when it comes to at the end of the day, while we're all here, make that cash money, baby. Yeah.
You'd love to see it. This tournament's got some cash money on the line for sure. Teams are going for that and also trying to qualify their way through to the next stage at PMGC. The gauntlet stage awaits. The top 2 teams will move on. And as we head into our final game of day 2 of League Phase 2, we have another Amazon gift card for you guys. Check it out. Code on screen. You can redeem that over at Amazon.com/redeem. And while you're doing so, Hot Jukes is going to hit us with his hot, spicy predictions here for Game 6.
Vamos, let's go. What is my spicy prediction for game number 6? I'm trying to think who needs the points the most. That's who I want to see win. And then there's some teams on the second page that desperately need it. Oh boy, I'm gonna go with none other than Xforce, the Hyper Ultra edge play. Come on, baby. Let's see it work out. They're out the plane early. They said we don't want nothing to do with Partona at all. So let's see if it works out for him.
All right, Dave. Force has been clocked by Jukes. Who do you got?
Clocking it in. I am looking for the extra spicy pick here as well. Xforce. That's a good one. That's a good one, Hot Juice. I'm not gonna lie, but I'm gonna do one better. All right, I'm gonna do one better. When you tell me, yo, Dave, I like spicy, but for this one, make it a little extra spicy. I'm going with Maryland Esports, baby. Maryland Esports, baby. They had a couple good looks here tonight. Couple good individual plays, but they just haven't been able to bring it together here at Power Bing. So maybe on this final game, we're talking extra spicy. Maryland Esports can bring that heat.
I like the picks, and for me, I feel like LATAM's had a bit of a resurgence today, a little stronger than they were on day one. It makes me want to pick a Jaguar or a Resilience, but I'm not going to do it. I just haven't seen anything that gives me any faith that they can finish on top of the table. So, you know, I will stick with LATAM, but I'm not going to go with one of those two teams. I'm going with 9Z. We'll see if they can get it done. They're on the southern side of the zone right now. But they'll have to fight their way tooth and nail, and maybe they have to fight their way right through VIP or right through Jaguar. But I'm going to say 9Z for this one.
I like it. 9Z crushed it the last game. They could have won it. They were real close. So not a bad pick at all, at least in my opinion. Let's see this, though. United 4 Gaming getting into the action early on. Hate having to make a play now. Rolls of, oh my gosh. Not looking good. This is the worst case scenario, Dave. The momentum meter.
Yeah.
The complete opposite, or more like
mega momentum.
Hey, good news.
Later.
Hate is still alive. There is a chance he could clutch the whole lobby and win the game.
Good news. His teammate went back to the hotel. He's like, I'm out of here.
I'm out of here.
I'm not gonna watch this. I'm out of here.
That's right.
I'm gonna go get some pan de queso.
In the books. Y'all have fun. I'm gonna go get some dinner.
All you can eat bologna buffet.
Whew.
Oh, no,
the Brazilian tradition.
Exactly. That's a Monday night right there.
That is a Monday night dinner right there. David.
What you guys eating tonight?
Smoke that bologna.
What you guys eating tonight?
I had some pad wound scene. That was delicious.
What the heck is that? What?
It's Thai.
Okay.
Glass noodles. Delicious.
Glass noodles. There you go.
And it was hot, not cold, Dave.
What is my dude? Is that what he's doing too? He's eating them glass noodles right there in the corner. What is he doing?
The tomato.
His boys left to go get dinner. He's like, you know what? Good idea, boys. I'm coming with. Set his phone down. And
so
there we go.
What about you, Power Bang? What are we cooking in the PB house?
I had spaghetti on the menu, and I don't know if that's a thing. That was I was so excited for it, and then my kid just came in about 10 minutes ago, and he's like, "You want Panda Express?" And I'm like, "Sure, I guess if that's what we're having." So here we are.
Happened?
That's what we're eating.
What happened?
I don't know, man. I would have taken all that talk of pasta earlier, Dave. I was like, "Oh yeah, boys, I'm gonna have that. I'm gonna have it tomorrow too. Get them leftovers."
Yeah, I needed you to do it too because I saw a couple of people hating on me, guys. And I'm just gonna put this out there: like cold spaghetti and meatballs from the fridge the next day. It's good. It's really good. That is where it's at. So let me know in the chat. What do you think? What do you think about that? What do you think about that?
We'll see.
Well, you're not gonna see because you're not getting it tonight.
So, you're not getting it.
Probably not. We'll push that off a couple of days. We'll see.
Cold spaghetti is the best meal you can eat the next day cold, man. There ain't nothing else like it.
You think?
What about pizza?
I think so. Nah. Depends from where, but
cold pizza is pretty good.
Cold pizza is good, but
wild takes out here in the NA chat.
I mean, a cold quiche, you can never go wrong with that, right?
Ice cream?
Cold ice cream. That's a wild take as well.
True.
Wow.
True.
All right.
Some facts right there.
Gotta mix it up.
Mix it up.
Team Liquid is just look at the loot at Hacienda del Patron. There's so much. I mean, they're just stacking it. We got Carrillo on top of the hill. Look at the sight lines here for Alpha 7. I dare somebody to drive by down below.
Dude,
especially with two of them up here.
Wishes he was here.
Zawman. This is Zawman's spot all day. All day.
Carrillo, though. Ooh, sending it off. Look at that. Oh, my gosh. It's the drift, too. Protecting the buggy. Purposeful, guys. Purposeful. Just driving in style. I mean, I really like seeing Gear 5 Carrillo here. I want to see him really pop off come finals time.
Yeah, we'll check it out. Well, hey, good news. We got an interview with Hate. We saw him standing, survive him just a second. We'll check out this fight, see how it wraps, and then we'll go hear from him at United 4. But right now, it looks like Bruno's getting into it with Resilience, and this is why I said I just don't have the faith, man. It's wild to me because Resilience, this was the top team qualifying in from LATAM. They won the region by like 40 points, and somehow, like, they have been just absolutely non-existent so far here at the fall split. Haven't been able to keep up, and iNCO's just piecing them up, one after the other getting dropped. It's Saz up north. They know where he's at now. You can hear the roar of that M249. They're going to run away and try to fight to survive. And it looks like they will live to fight another day. They'll leave their man behind, but now maybe we can go to check out the interview for Hate.
Here we are with Hate after the winner chicken dinner. Congratulations. What did you contribute to your good placements in the zone? You're almost always in a good place at the end.
Y yo creo que lo principal para estar siempre bien posicionado en la zona es el tener una buena lectura del flujo, por dónde se van a mover los equipos, rotaciones rápidas y trabajar mucho el terreno. O sea, no ser un equipo estático, muy dinámico, estar sacando información, estar moviéndote.
That you have a good flow in the map, knowing where the teams are going to go through, have mobility to be able to explore and see where everything is going. This was your first victory here. You're right now one of the best teams in Latin America. Did you expect to be one of the best teams in Latin America at this stage?
Sí, obviamente. Obviamente queremos ser el mejor equipo de Latinoamérica, no tener competencia. Creo que hoy por hoy nos falta bastante, no estamos siendo tan constantes. Pero estamos trabajando para eso. Hay días buenos, días malos. El punto es llegar a un equilibrio.
Yeah, of course we want to be the best team of Latin America. I think we're not there yet, but we're working on it. There are good days, there are bad days, but we're trying to find a balance. Hey, Tito, congratulations. Let's go.
Well, Hate's in good spirits, at least after last game. I don't know if those spirits are still lasting after the performance of United 4 so far this game, but hey, he is still on the map. Now, the same can't be said for his teammates. They've gone off to dinner early, but Hate still alive, trying to clutch it once again for the team. Hopefully they don't make a habit of leaving him to fend for himself, although he was successful last time around, but said they've been working on it and trying their best to show why they are the best team in Latin America. So far, so good for United 4 Gaming. I think they've exceeded expectations, at least mine, coming into this tournament, Dave. They've been pretty impressive so far.
Yeah, not too bad. Love to hear those interviews, too. I mean, they recognize it's not always about having the best position, but how you use the best position. And looking at Hate, he's just, down there vibing on a Monday night. Las Leonas going to be having that whole city to himself, so it's definitely a party down there as the last member from the squad to still be alive here on the final game of the evening.
Hey, it's not always about position. It's about what you do with it.
Exactly. From the man himself right there. So
you heard it. You heard it.
You heard it. You
watch him win this game. Watch him win this game and shock us all. That'd be so sick.
Maybe.
Ooh, ow. Rebel didn't like that.
That's Alpha 7 getting trying to get some angles, but somebody's got an angle on them.
Back it up.
I thought they had the high ground, but I think they might have been getting popped from across the way. It might have been Xforce up there.
Yeah, the Rebel said, screw this. I'm out of here.
It is.
Can't blame them. Look at that, 24K.
Yeah, raining those shots in from range. He can barely get them folks rendered in. He's so far away, but he's still able to get them shots on target so far. Pretty impressive stuff from him. Xforce needing a big game here. They started off today pretty hot, but they haven't been able to deliver following it up. They've gone out early the last 2 games, and they're going to try to rebound in a big way right here as Team Liquid rotates away from them. Up north, we take a peek at Influence Rage. They're center zone right now, just south of San Martin up in the cliffside. They've got those good sight lines down below, but no one down there actually to take aim at thus far, Dave.
Yeah, it's all about that rebound here, and really it's early on still, so everybody just looking for a solid spot to call home that has some decent sight lines. It looks like everybody's going to be looted up here. Law can use a little more ammo. I'm looking at the ammo count. It's a little low right there, but they are just kind of getting some sight lines here. They do have Jaguars right beneath them, but looking over here at Xforce, we're looking at 24K. Not in need of ammo. It's got like 300 bullets in the reserve.
Yeah.
We saw them take some shots right there. Yeah, they took some shots, and it looks like they might be thinking about making this push potentially. looking for a early skirmish here, Hot Jukes.
That was one thing I really wanted to comment on was, looking at 24K, I like the fact that he was taking those shots. He was being annoying. But one of the big things when it comes to Miramar is holding on to as much utility towards the end. So even though he had like 300 plus rounds of 5.56, he was still being very conservative with the shots. Just a couple little sprays, pokes, not trying to burn through all that ammo because he knows he's going to need it later on. So a big, nice little big brain play there from Xforce. They're on that north side. Gonna have to start pushing on towards Alpha 7 though now, because that zone has shifted onto Power Grid.
Intense Game is dead center on to Power Grid right now. They own the terrain. They've got Alpha 7 to their northwest. They've got Wolves to their southwest. Those squads looking to come together, as well as Influence Rage heading in right now from the east on top of Intense Game. They've got them split. They see Padrino and Federal's going to chase. They are trying to corral this man all by his lonesome, but he doesn't want to overextend. I don't blame him. Influence Rage will group up as they see Padrino make his way back into the compound. They do catch him out, though. And the rest of the squad able to provide that suppressive fire to force Federal to retreat.
Indecisions right here, Hot Jukes. They're looking to potentially make the push. At the same time, I can kind of see why they don't want to. They're currently in second place on the overall leaderboard, so a failed push here will allow iNCO to overthrow them. Yeah, I think that's the play there. Very fortunate they didn't lose any tires or get knocked though in that. That scuffle.
You're in such a dominant spot. Just hold the position, protect those vehicles, just in case you get a crazy hard shift for Influence Rage. Yeah, they're rock solid position right now. So honestly, if you're Influence, the best thing you can do is kind of like look at Intense Game and be like, guys, we're an 8-man team here. Let's just hold down this center, fight at everybody that tries to push us, and then towards the end, fight for that chicken dinner. Wolves, though.
Check out 9Z. Coming in right behind VIP. You can see them sneaking up behind in the distance. Wolves putting some shots down. They get one of VIP, but not able to convert on the rest of the squad. That's going to force 9Z wide, but from the top, you're going to have Fate and the Xforce squad coming in. This is destined to be a big collision between VIP, Xforce, and 9Z.
Got it.
Nice convert here from Remix.
Stole it out from
the collision we're talking about. What is going on? They're all over the place. 9Z hopping onto this action as well. Somebody's going to fire some shots here. Who is it going to be?
That's the question. Alim looking to get into some action here. Oh, they already got him. Yeah, 24K takes down Prince. Early elimination there, but Xforce on the edge. Once again, this is where they wanted to be. Let's see how they do it. They're gonna have to fight out 9Z though. Colgo gets shot, immediately hits the deck, and Fate pushes up by himself here. Gotta make a play. Oh, runs out into the open, gets taken down. Where's the support though? The rest of Xforce need to push this immediately, and Alim is right there.
Yeah, Remix in the bush, popping up, has 2 grenades, will be tossing one, trying to put a stop to the breach from Xforce, allow his squad mates some time to get the pickup over there. Next circle does pop, so they don't need to travel that far. Remix popping in the buggy, possibly looking for a run over here. Beep, beep, here we go.
Oh, got him!
Oh, there goes Alim getting ran over. 24K out there in the distance with Klaus as well here, Powerbang.
Absolutely wild plays from 9Z. He literally risked it all on that push, and he was able to connect, getting the runovers, and it forces 2 of Xforce's members down, and only Klaus and 24K out of distance to try to keep the squad alive. Fate still clinging to life, looking unlikely that they're going to revive him. Klaus and 24K trying to make a play, but they're holding their position right now, forcing 9Z to come to them. Looks like they're happy to oblige, at least for the moment.
I also like the fact that Wolves pushed away from their central position to third party this. Coops now in the mix here. Great play, catches Colgoat here. This is a good opportunity for the Wolves to get a whole bunch of eliminations, a whole bunch of utility.
What a mess.
They cannot let off the gas pedal here.
Look at the mini-map. It is just so many colors. This is like a pack of M&Ms or something going on in this zone. 9Z takes down Klaus, but he's only got 1 HP. And the blue zones are coming, so it is going to be very, very close right now. Wolves zooming on their way by. Coop sees him, leaves him alive at least for the moment. But that means the nades are usually shortly there to follow. Wolves, though, looks to be on the retreat. Batman, during all of this, has just been quietly hiding and trying to stay out of the fray. So far, so good for Batman.
Surprised the Wolves prioritizing positioning right there, Hot Jukes. I really felt like they had the upper hand when it comes to third party in this engagement out here. I know they got a beautiful spot over there and like kind of let 9Z come towards you, I'm guessing, but I feel like they definitely had the upper hand in that particular scenario.
I just don't get why you pushed with 2 in that first place. Like, you either commit the whole squad and get that squad wipe or just hold the position, at least in my eyes. But they were able to get 1 elimination out of it, so you can't knock your head out of it. It's one of those IGL decisions that you can't necessarily blame because position is definitely priority, but it is a little odd for sure.
Yeah. I mean, there's still going to be a lot.
It's easy to hindsight 2020 that one too.
Yeah.
You know, after things happen, it's like, was that the right play? Was it not? We'll see. But they pick up 1, and now Alpha 7 on the push. They're trying to get a piece of this action as well. This is a hot spot on the map, and I don't think that you would have marked this little area prior to the game and said, this is where it's all going to go down.
This is where it's going down. Alpha 7 pulling up. Revo looking to get some eliminations here tonight. Going to be in the mix up against Reyes. Looks like 9Z are going to be respecting this one right now, pulling back just a little bit, but I'm still looking at the Wolves. They have a lot of power to possibly dictate the outcome of this fight, and downrange as well. Team Jaguar with the third party onto Alpha 7 here, but over here, Mythic, Team Liquid dealing with the iNCO random pull up over here in Power Grid.
They're not having any of it, man. iNCO, you guys are doing too good. That's enough out of you. Team Liquid trying to shut them up a little bit. They lose 1, but they're able to get them back into the fight. Now I'm taking a peek at Jaguar. I want to see if Jaguar can get it going. They've shown some bright spots, but just as a squad, don't seem to have the depth top to bottom that they need to be successful right now. In this zone, kind of toxic, honestly, because you got an intense game still in their safe spot in that compound. Everyone else north of them has to push south. They're going to have to fight each other, and this is about to get super messy. And then on the west side, you've got 9Z, Alpha 7, and Wolves all coming together to see who's going to reign victorious on the west side of the zone, Dave.
Coming down to it, last game of the evening. Kowski, little confirmation right there on the Federal out here in the foothills. And then the opposite end, looks like this fight is brewing as well. Mafioso might see Baton on the rooftop, just waiting for the shots over here. Still got 9Z in the area, so essentially 3 different teams in the mix right now, Hot Jukes.
Yes, sir, indeed. It's a battle of the north here. You can see Alpha 7 trying to secure their first chicken dinner here in this round. Not able to do so far, but still in 4th place regardless. Red Rebel busting out that M4, trying to put that pressure on a 9Z, but now things are starting to get extra spicy as 9Z is on the rotate. They have all the angles on Alpha 7. They know they're caught out.
Alpha 7 stuck right now, and if they're going to pull off a chicken dinner this game, they are going to earn it. Jaguar goes out in short order as well, just not able to put the shots down range to make them count. 9Z loses Milos. Revo takes him down with a grenade, and now Revo's trying to push out to get position for Alpha 7. Carrillo takes down Reyes, and Colgo gets snapped from behind by Doran, and now 9Z on the ropes. They're down to just remix.
Yeah, and then we also got Coops pulling up too, trying to get an off angle with his squad mate to
was out.
Really get a couple limbs over here. Mafioso still in the mix up against Milos.
Nice shot
right there. Nice shot. There's Remix going to be still alive in the open. Here comes the blue zone. Alpha 7 looking like they're going to be able to clean this one up over here up against 9Z. And then they're going to have to immediately deal with the Wolves on the high ground. Coops from above already going to be connecting out to Carrillo with the Scar. So Alpha 7 might as well try to get as many points as possible, confirm the eliminations. But look at this, guys. Maryland coming up from behind, looking to get some points here too.
Wolves too. Wolves hit that ridge side along with Maryland at the same time, and Alpha 7, their days are likely numbered. Coops peeks over, Carrillo back into the fight. He's going to try to get a heal off, but the smoke's apparently too thick for Coops to see through.
No.
Blue zone coming in now. It's going to play a potential factor.
Tommy gun.
And Coops with the Tommy gun, shooting through that smoke. Doesn't find a target, and now Igor's down. Baton gets the finish, though. Huge plays from the Wolves here.
Ooh, that was too close for comfort, but now you're going to be able to handle Maryland Doran's up close and personal. He does have the high ground on that roof. Oh,
do a grenade.
Catches Igor. He got the thirst. Now you got the rest of the Wolves pushing on through. Perfect timing on that push towards Alpha 7. They take him out. 5 eliminations so far for the Wolves. Meanwhile, SQ, yeah, just throwing out some smokes, trying to buy some more time for himself.
Could be 2 more elims going over to the Wolves too. I think the Wolves got this without a doubt here. Only thing is, IG have been kind of overlooking this whole engagement, so they might be setting up potential gatekeep over here. Doran though with the shotgun, jump shot to SQ. Hold up, SQ's putting in some work right now. Baton with the UMP, last one alive. Oh, SQ with the one-tap dirt nap right there, taking out the Wolves.
Third party coming in clutch for Maryland. The intense game shots coming in from distance take down a couple of the Wolves there, and that was not the right timing for the Wolves. Either way, though, these squads are kind of hosed because they are outside the circle. They're being gate kept, so the winner of this ultimately is going to run into a buzzsaw regardless. And Wolf, well, he just jumps to his death, so no big deal here. I don't know what happened, but my guess is he probably jumped out of a vehicle or something. But Hot Jukes, Wolves had some activity. 5 eliminations. It's not enough to pass up Alpha 7 for 4th place, though.
Yep, yeah, another game where they just can't seem to close it out. They got to get that figured out here for tomorrow. As now we're going to look at Team Liquid. Team Liquid trying to finish it off strong here today. You got Loops, though. Oh, my gosh. With the high ground. Putting some shots down range and straight punishing Team Liquid. Loops are just too strong today here, Dave.
Loops too strong this week, man. Tomorrow, Loops, they're going to be looking to just close this one out. Rataboy, though, cooking a grenade.
Goodbye.
Tossing it just a little too far. Has the Molotov. Probably going to be tossing it right on top of that boulder. Looking for the spread. Hitting the dirt real quick. But Adrian going to be connecting onto a Rataboy right there. Really playing saving grace here for Team Liquid.
That's not the first time either. Adrian from distance, that intense game, being in that compound, they've locked it down, and they're just raining in shots on everyone from safety, relatively. And it is making it very difficult for some of these teams. And now you see Pedrino on the off angle here, taking it to Squash, it looks like, from Maryland Esports. Pedrino finally on the rotation back. He looks like he's stopping, maybe wants a little bit more. We'll see.
What? What was that?
Got him.
Got him. All right. Took some shots at him and then dipped right back beneath the cover there. But they get the job done. Team Liquid looking good. 60 limbs. Not too bad. They did lose one of their squad mates here. They're going to have a challenge ahead of them. They got Loops looking right at them, but 60 limbs. Consistent. Consistent here.
Love to see 6 limbs. Team Liquid's, they've had a better day. I'll give them that. They started the day in 16th. They're up to 12th. That's not where they want to be, but it's been better. And now they're competing against the top team in the lobby in Loops.
That's good.
Nice nade. Yeah, nice nade on Nilzada right there. Chief, though. Oh, nade's starting to creep up on him. Vitin with a nice headshot onto Ayala. Instantly pulls that pin on that nade, throws it. Not able to hit the mark, but Loops are starting to apply those clamps onto Team Liquid. And now you got an intense game on the other side. Yeah, Team Liquid's in huge trouble.
Straight in a Nepal game? They got the south, maybe.
It looks like they got control, huh? They're down south with a commanding position right now.
Depends how this one plays out here. Loops really trying to take out Team Liquid before prioritizing the zone here. Both squads using pretty much all the utility. A little bounce right there. Rafina going to be dipping right behind the bus, using it for cover. But Ayala and Chief, they got this little trench to work with, and just going to need to hit their shots, honestly. They got 2 vehicles, so it looks like they're just going to try to send it into the zone here.
And turn right around.
Psych.
Just getting shot immediately from silence. Oh my gosh. Ayala's like, come on. We want to push. Stuck.
Intense game looking really strong this game, that's for sure.
Oh,
Nate's looking good. I mean, geez, just dropping it perfectly on target. Intense game. Cruising right now, clicking on all cylinders. Shots down range onto Loops. They get another. And Rafina just a little bit of health. He's going to fire off some shots, but now Pedrinho on the push. He's going to force the action here, I think. We'll see if the blue forces it first. He peeks up. Rafinha cannot be long for this world. I mean, this is tough for him. Blue zone at his back.
The 9 points. Maybe.
Papa Blue. Goodbye.
There it is. Smart play.
Just like that, he's gone. You know, I'm sad I didn't pick Intense Game. I wanted to before the game, but I was literally bitter. I picked them earlier today, and I was holding a grudge. Just didn't perform the last time I picked them. I'm like, I'm not doing that again. But they are crushing it right now. 4 players up, but so quietly has straight out of Nepal with 4 players. So Maryland down to their last player, and Intense Game going to try to rat him out right now.
SQ with that nade. Oh, it gets taken out. Man, I wanted to pick straight out of Nepal. I felt it in my bones.
Same, right?
I felt it in my bones. I was right there to pick it up, but instead had to use my NA bias to go to Xforce. But now, straight out of Nepal versus Intense Game. Who's going to win this one? Pedrinho up close and personal, throws the nade, barely misses it. But the rest of Intense Game have been on a tear so far. Straight out of Nepal have been chilling down south, waiting for this fight to happen. They do have 5 eliminations. Very split up, though. Leon getting caught with an off-angle silence. Gets him, Dave.
Yeah, Silence, such a strong position over there. They're going to be aware of that now with a little 3-1 split. KC trying to toss out some smokes, looking for the revive, but I think it's a little too predictable here. Actually going to be hitting the dirt, crawling up with the DBS, but Adrian pulling up with the buggy, trying to get the run over. KC is surrounded, but the surprise attack, the confirmation, got him. What else can KC do here behind the boulder? Nothing. KC shut down. Hot Jukes.
Wolf now trying to run to his teammate's aid, but way too far away. And Gatsby holding an off angle from all the way in Mars at this point. Gonna have to make a hero play. Oh, almost catches Silence. That would have been helpful.
Connects with both of them. Ted shots all around here, dealing from Gatsby. And it looks like Adrian's going to present himself and say, listen, this game is over. Intense Game. Taking the victory, the 6th game of the day comes to a close, and it is the Brazilian team Intense Game saying, we're coming for the top spot, baby. They're not out just yet.
Yeah. Adrian right there. That is a player that's like, listen, I'm going to get this win because I really do want to go to that buffet. I'm ready to go right there. We tend to see teams kind of pump the brakes, play it nice and slow, secure that win. But Adrian's like, nah, guys, I'm getting in that buggy. I'm getting this guy, and we are getting on the bus and getting out of here. They had a good day. IG, really solid day. Loop, solid day. Straight out of Nepal. Okay, last game showing up, getting some points here, PB. Not too bad.
Really did. I mean, it started off crazy in this one. UT trying to follow up their chicken dinner last game, just ultimately getting smacked out of the lobby super fast, and Hate was not able to get it all done by himself in this one. This little spot, though, was bananas. We saw so many teams colliding and kind of intermingling with each other, and ultimately, 9Z not able to get it done over there, but iNCO, Team Liquid getting into the mix, Influence Rage. Overall, a pretty chaotic lobby for this one, but one team that was not participating in the chaos was Intense Game, Hot Jukes. They found that compounded power grid, and they planted their butt there and stayed there.
Oh, yes, they did, and they put that to work. So beautifully done for them. Wolves, again, not able to close it when they seem to have all the advantage in the world. Got to get that figured out. Hopefully they do by tomorrow. Team Liquid, another team, right? Finally starting to put some points on the board. I mean, better than what we've seen so far. They were in 16th place at the start of the day, like you said a little bit earlier. And now you see Team Liquid at least being able to show some signs of life. KC,
surprise.
Unfortunate he wasn't able to catch at least one more there.
Went for the confirmation there, Hot Jukes. Do you think that was the mishap, going for that confirmation? Yep. Yeah, I think so too. You did get some nice shots still on those opponents, but going for that confirm at the end, I think kind of did them in here, PB.
I kind of like it, honestly, because I thought their position was kind of trash to begin with Wolf all the way over at the bottom of that hill. Like, he couldn't support the team at all. And, hey, at least they got 1 point out of it rather than getting, wiped anyways. But, hey, either way, Intense Game taking home a 10 elimination chicken dinner. Adrian, pretty impressive game from him. This is a guy that, you know, he's a former top dog, former MVP, and he delivers once again for the squad. Silence, though, always playing that off angle, delivering big shots with his rifle, does so once again here. His intense game wins our 6th and final Miramar of the game. So we are through 2 games of play so far, or 2 days of play so far, and the storylines are starting to shift a little bit. We saw Loops come into the day with a very, very strong day 1 performance, and here they are again, pretty much every game in the top 5 and delivering eliminations to boot. They take home 7 this time, not a huge score, but they're there in the thick of it once again, and once again we see a bunch of Brazilian flags up there at the top of the table, Hutchins.
Yes, sir, indeed. I mean, Brazil crushing it again today. Beautifully done for them, at least there in this match. Straight out of Nepal, sneaking in there and getting some good solid points as well. It was a crazy day overall, Dave. I mean, I like to see the differentiation when it comes to all these different teams, man. And we saw some improvement from some squads on day 1. As we take a look here at page 2, unfortunately, you know, some squads couldn't get it going here. Resilience, another rough day for them. Hopefully they can have that bounce back.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Hey, listen, page 2, listen, Alpha 7's on page 2. So I think, you know, it ain't too much of a thing to bat your eyes at here. But the Wolves, Alpha 7, 9Z, they got something to work for here tomorrow. Looking at that match recap, Miramar, intense, putting in the numbers, showing up here in the last 2 games of the evening, followed by Loops, Maryland, straight out of Nepal. And you love to see here, pal, bring Team Liquid.
Yeah, hey, good bounce. I'm proud of them. Intense game, just got that position last game. Damage in all directions to basically anybody within earshot, and ultimately contender. They were able to survive as a squad 26 minutes. That'll do it for you. Check the MVP of the game. We'll see if it is some intense game, and it is going to be Maryland. It looks like
what?
Squash. Look at that, 938 7 eliminations, dealing big boy numbers here. Squash and Maryland Esports. Now, it wasn't enough for the chicken dinner. You think this one may be a bit of a surprise? I thought it might be Adrian Day.
Squashed with the double finger guns. This guy unstoppable, almost 1,000 damage done, 2 grenades, nice survival time. Look at this last game though for Maryland. They were looking for Elims, Hot Jukes. They were looking to be aggressive all night long. They were kind of passive, so I'm hoping coming into tomorrow, the final day of phase number 2, week 2, they can continue with the aggression, because when they're aggressive, it looks good.
Yeah. You got nothing to lose. Put some points on the board, PB.
40 points on the board. Let's check the overall rankings to see where they're 2 days of play in our league phase 2. And overall, we have no surprise. It starts with 129 points, sitting in first. Influence Rage narrowing on to that second spot with intense game. They jump all the way over Alpha 7. And Alpha Quiet Day sliding down to 5th. Now, they started the day in 2nd, but they did have, for the first time, some off games. We saw them on the 2nd page of those match rankings 3 different times to close out the day. And that's not enough for them to hold on to their 2nd spot. We do have Wolves and Xforce in 6th and 7th. And you've got iNCO Gaming still representing NA up in 4th place. Dave, how are we thinking about these numbers heading into the final day of League Phase 2?
I'm thinking the Wolves, Xforce got something to work for here tomorrow. Not too concerned yet. The thing is that really concerns me, guys, about all these squads, honestly. Even Loops, don't get too comfortable. Yeah, you got a nice little point lead up there, but I'm looking at Alpha 7, and I don't think they're happy with where they're at right now. So I'm thinking tomorrow, Alpha 7, minimum Hot Jukes, 2 chicken dinners.
Oh, man, I definitely feel it's the calm before the storm, for real, for Alpha 7. I think they've done already so much today where there's just like a real just relaxed, chill day. Maybe they had a little bit too much picanha, last night. They're just like, yeah, let's just have a good time today. And tomorrow, we're going to put in some work. I definitely want to see it because we know come finals time, they're going to go crazy.
You like to see it. I think Alpha 7 may have that up their sleeve. I've been surprised that they haven't had as many chicken dinners this split as we've seen in years past, but the consistency has definitely been there. This is a team that's basically top 3 every single match, putting down the eliminations. Revel's fallen off a little bit as far as his pace. Looks like Silence has gotten all the way up to the top spot in damage, followed by Rafinha from Loop. So no Alpha 7 in the top 2 as far as damage dealt for this second league phase, but overall, they're still in the conversation, and even though they might be off their game, they're top 5 right now, which is pretty crazy. So with that, that'll conclude our second day of league play. Dave, would love to get your final thoughts as we head into our final day of phase 2, which is tomorrow.
That is tomorrow. Final thoughts right here. Alpha 7 on the rise tomorrow. I guarantee it, so be on the lookout.
All right, well, there you go. Short and sweet. Love to see it. What about you, Hot Jukes? Final thoughts for today.
Same thing. Crazy day overall. Good to see Team Liquid make something happen. I want to see that consistency in Rondo tomorrow as well. And Wolves, are they going to be able to finish a game where they have the center circle? I want to see that happen as well.
Can Wolves get it done? That is the question. They had such a dominant day 3 of the first week of play. I want to see if they do that again this time around. So far, it's been iNCO that has been the story of NA for this second phase, but can Wolves get it done? We will stay tuned to that. Hopefully you guys do as well in chat. It's been my pleasure to bring you guys the show today. Big thank you to the production team as well as my co-hosts, Hot Jukes and Mustache Dave. We'll be back tomorrow, same time for day 3 of League Phase 2. Make sure you guys tune in, and we'll see you on the Battlegrounds. Now we've got Fate waiting to surprise.
Action from David from downtown, though, BB. And then we do have those recall towers, but 24K. By the way, if we go to a Rondo-only tournament structure, let me join.
Beautiful name. Bruno's in doing all.
Up as well. We're back to 4v4 Hot.
Making the push with the shotgun. Igor busting
a knock, but Neil Zada and Rafinha back in the fight. Nades are good. It's now a 1v2. Taking that momentum from day 1 and then pushing it. Rob, you can see the map right now. This is challenging, right?
But 7-8 gonna be jumping out the
They actually pass them up, and here they go to the top.
The Batin opens the door for Team Liquid to make a big push here.
Weeboy with a really heads-up play there.
Murillo cooking up a grenade, tossing it, swapping to
about out of hope.
Tower is coming for him. They covered. They got the hovercraft too, but Team Jaguar with the shotgun. It's lock and loaded, trying to connect through the windows and in the Molotovs. They're just leaning up right now, and it's the damage. He's gonna win this all day long. Rafinha, he's got 2 grenades. We're looking to push up the stairs.
Here they go. Rebel on the push. Jump shot. Close and personal. He spotted him.
Trying to avoid the slugs from the shotgun. It's gonna open up the push. Fatality not gonna be free.
1v1. Jump shot.
Are in firm control, but if Higors can win this fight, he's will take second place in this one at least. If Rafinha could collide them, still way down here in the south. VIP has gone.
Now David. Oh my gosh, straight up. Here they go. Guizel all close and personal with a shotgun.
It's Rafinha. That's not good for Loops. They've got 3 down. It's up to Rattaboy now. He gets 1. Can he get more? He does. First shot. He's out of ammo, though.
Reach for the
He's out of ammo.
Tiny tree for cover. Reyes with the leap.
Oh, got the flank. Coming in clutch for United 4. Another out.
Oh, Dave, what a finish.
There it is. Big.
And it was hot, not cold, Dave.
What
pushes up? By himself here. Got to make a play.
Mafioso still in the mix up against Smart. Have to immediately deal with the Wolves on the high. The SQ. Hold up. SQ's putting in some work right now. Batar with the UMP. Last one
from Gatsby. And it looks like Adrian's going to pretty intense game saying, we're coming for the top spot, baby. They're not out just yet.